Primordial Desolation. I am the Dragon Ancestor. I choose for the dragon race to retreat from the very beginning. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76. Jiyin Zunti suddenly became stronger and had a treasure that could trap Yuanqi, which shocked me. Looking warily at the two men, I pretended to be kind and said, "If you two fellow Taoists don't practice Taoism in the West, why do you come to me from the East?" Haha, fellow Taoist, I was joking. The two Taoists just traveled here unintentionally. Then they felt that the opportunity was coming, so they came here to seek spiritual treasures. They never expected that they would be bumped into by three fellow Taoists. It was really a coincidence. Now that when Pindao and the two come, fellow Taoists will leave. As for the two Taoists Yuanqi, Pindao and Pindao will not harm them. Zunti chuckled, and the threat in his words could be easily heard. To be honest, this is the most exciting time to lead Zunti in such a long time. He can actually suppress Sanqing easily. How many people in the world can do this? Really? Especially the two of them, who have been ostracized and looked down upon by the Sanqing. Now that the Sanqing has fallen into their hands, they will naturally lead Zunti to humiliate them to avenge their past. As for the spirit that trapped Yuanqi, the treasure was given by Wu Shen. In other words, it was exchanged by Jiyin Zunti for something. The reason why the White Tiger clan tracked Jiyin Zunti last time was because Jiyin Zunti stole that thing and was killed by Bei Hu. The clan found out, and then they were hunted down. If Jiyin Zunti hadn't been smart and knew that the disaster was moving eastward, I'm afraid he would have died by this time. But no matter what, in the end, Jiyin Zunti still stole the thing and followed him. Wu Shen successfully exchanged a fierce treasure, the Dingong Monument. The reason why this treasure has such powerful power is because it is the spiritual treasure of the former Chaos Demon God and the Space Demon God. As long as the Dingong Monument is sacrificed, let alone the Dingong Monument, the sub-sage, even the saint, cannot escape for a while. Although there are great restrictions, it is definitely enough to deal with Yuanqi. Therefore, it is probably impossible for me to take away the 12th grade reincarnation golden lotus at the moment. Unless I would rather have a piece of jade than a piece of brick. Sanqing, a mute, will surely suffer a loss today. So what if the poor guy refuses? I snorted coldly, and looked at Jiyin Zunti. His face turned cold. Just now he wanted to persuade Jiyin Zunti to leave, but it seems that if he didn't do it, Jiyin Zunti would definitely. The thief will never die. Today, he will take away the 12th grade samsara golden lotus at any cost. If Jiyin Zunti wants to snatch it, then don't blame his ruthless men. Anyway, he has not fought against Jiyin Zunti for so long. You can try the strength of the two of them. It seems that my Taoist friend is determined to snatch the spiritual treasures of Pindao and the two. That's all. Let's do it once, so as to see how much my Taoist friend has improved, and whether this Hong Jun's first disciple can. What a waste of fame. Jiyin Zunti looked at each other and sacrificed their spiritual treasures one after another. The innate spiritual root bamboo and the seven treasures wonderful tree appeared in the hands of the two of them. They were not polite, found the right time, and attacked me directly. Although the bitter bamboo was only, it is an ordinary innate spiritual treasure, but after all, it is one of the 10 innate spiritual roots. It is very powerful. Once it hits me, he will not feel easy. As for Zunti's Seven Treasures tree, it is a truly top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Its body is made from the Western Gengjin body combined with 7 treasures such as gold, silver, and colored glaze. It is Zunti's instrument for enlightenment. It is said that everything is brushed, and its full name is the Seven Treasures Wonderful Brush Tree. After many years of history, Zunti has never been easily exposed. After the spiritual treasure, even if it is a guide, it is rare to see Zunti sacrifice this treasure. Now against lazy, Zunti even sacrificed the Seven Treasures tree, which can also be seen from this that he attaches great importance to lazy. A little trick. I dismissed it, and then used the innate treasure Tai-Kai diagram to protect my whole body and block the attacks. Then my backhand changed, and a shining golden staff appeared in my hand, the treasure of acquired merit, the Nine Dragons' golden staff. Xuanmin, a thing of luck. As the first disciple of Hong Jun's sect, Hong Jun gave Lazy the Nine-Dragon golden scepter, and said, "Now the Nine-Dragon is given to the Supreme Being, and he will be the master of Xuanmin forever." This treasure contains the supreme luck of Xuanmin. Even if Nuwa saw this treasure, she would respect it a bit and would not dare to take action easily. Now that they are facing Jiyin Zunti, they will really suffer. Boom. The Seven Treasures tree brushed against the Nine Dragons' golden staff, but unfortunately it was knocked away directly by the Nine Dragons' golden staff. Although the Seven Treasures tree claims to brush everything, the Nine Dragons' golden staff is the treasure of Xuanmin's luck. How could the Seven Treasures tree be possible? Go away! Just two heavy hammer sounds were heard, and the Kowloon golden staff hit Zunti's head hard, causing two big bumps to appear on Zunti's forehead instantly, and he was unable to get down. It looked like the Antarctic Immortal of later generations. Or maybe Lei Zenzi, who is talking about Lei Gong, can give it a try. Anyway, Zunti's appearance is very ugly, but at this time Zunti didn't care about it. He was beaten dizzy by the Nine Dragons' golden rod. If he can't take it away again, 12th-grade Samsara golden lotus, when Yuan Shai Tongshan escapes from Dingong Monument, everything will be over. You are seeking death. Zunti was furious, and then used his 6-foot-long golden body, each of his 18 arms holding an innate spiritual treasure, to hit me crazily. Faced with Zunti's bastard punch, even I couldn't resist it. He took advantage of this. At this time, Jiyin hurriedly took out the 12th-grade reincarnation golden lotus. After getting the golden lotus, Jiyin was very happy. Looking at Zunti, who was still fighting with me, Jiyin shouted, "Second brother, leave quickly." After the introduction, "You deserve to die." Boom. 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 Inside the Dingong Monument, Yuan Shai Tongshan frantically mobilized his magic power, especially Yuan Shai, who had already sacrificed Pang-U Banner at this time. Under Tongshan's desperate input of magic power, even the evil treasure of Dingong Monument was shaking uncontrollably. It looked like, in a few more breaths, it would be broken directly. If Tongshan hadn't been snatched away by the 12 ancestral witches, why would he be so passive? But now, he can only rely on the Pang-U Banner of Yuan Shai. "Break it for me." Yuan Shai bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed it on the Pang-U flag. Immediately, the Pang-U flag shined brightly, and infinite power burst out from the Pang-U flag. Then, the Dingong Monument made a sound of glass breaking, and it was completely broken. Yuan Shai Tongshan people also escaped at the same time. "No, Yuan Shai Tongshan has come out. Hurry up." Jiyin was shocked, and quickly grabbed Zunti, who was still fighting, and tried to escape through the space. Seeing this, Yuan Shi hurriedly shook the Pang-U flag, and more than a dozen chaotic sword energy flew out, all of them hitting the target. T's back directly injured Zunti, but even so, the speed of receiving them was still too fast. Yuan Shai Tongshan didn't even have time to chase them and let them escape. "Damn it, we can't let them take away the 12th-grade reincarnated purple lotus," Tongshan shouted angrily, and he was going to chase Jiyin Zunti. But soon, Tong Tian was stopped by Lao Tzu, and he only heard me say, "Forget it, third brother, don't chase after the poor bandit. We and Jiyin Zunti will make this deal. The debt will have to be settled sooner or later, so let's go back to Kunlun Mountain for the time being." They listened to Nuwa's sermon, and they already had a great opportunity. As long as they understand it with their hearts, sanctification is just around the corner. When they become saints in the three purities, they will all be successful one by one, one by one, one by one. We must bring them back. Anyone who is disrespectful to the three pure ones and anyone who has insulted them must pay with blood. Nodding, Tongshan understood what I meant. He was afraid of leading Zunti to ambush some traps, so he could only giving up the idea of chasing and seducing Zunti. When he came to the place where he was trapped just now, Tongshan put away the damaged Dingong Monument. This treasure was not very powerful, but it was extremely special. If he kept it, he might be able to use it in the future. What an unimaginable effect! Then, Sanqing no longer stayed, but turned around and left Buzu Mountain, flying straight to Kunlun Mountain. On the other side, inside the Dragon Court, The battle at Buzu Mountain had long attracted the attention of the Dragon Clan. Shen Long watched the whole battle quietly, from the time when Ji Yinzunti took out the Dingong monument to trap Yuan Shai Tongshan, to when he snatched the Ling Bao and fled in a hurry. Not to mention, the whole action was smooth enough. Ji Yinzunti Shen Long was also shocked to be able to snatch the spiritual treasure from Sanqing with such great ability. However, when he saw the Dingong monument, Shen Long nodded thoughtfully, seeming to understand something. Can with the soul treasure of the Chaos Demon God, how could Ji Yinzunti have so many abilities? Therefore, it can only prove that there is someone behind Ji Yinzunti. Moreover, this person is by no means simple. Who is it? Han Jun? Not quite maybe. Luo Hu? Already dead. Hun Kun? Whereabouts unknown. Yang Mai? Without a trace. These four most likely people are all suspected by Shen Long, but they can't be sure yet. Among these four people, only the latter two can arouse Shen Long's great interest. According to legend, Patriarch Hun Kun is one of the Chaos Demon Gods. He cultivates Zhuan Ling Qi and has countless disciples, such as pythons, cows, snakes, beasts, dragons, rocks, lions and monkeys. All kinds of creatures with different images are welcome, and the most proud thing is that he has two disciples. The eldest disciple is named Ji Yin, and the second disciple is named Zunti. They also have extraordinary immortality and profound Taoism. The two of them single-handedly founded a sect called the Western Sect, with major and minor leaders. Of course, this is just a legend and has not been confirmed. At least Shen Long has not seen any records of Patriarch Hun Kun. On the contrary, Yang Mai did have traces to follow, and Hong Jun had fought with him before he became a Taoist. But will Yang Mai help Yinzunti? This is questionable again. He rubbed his aching head, and unknowingly, many unknown powerful people had appeared in the prehistoric era. Fortunately, Shen Long has already proved the Tao with his strength and became the Hunyu and Alua Golden Immortal. Otherwise, he really doesn't know how to deal with these people. And just when Shen Long was feeling worried, the system prompt sounded suddenly, but because of the sudden increase in population, he got a lot of good things. Ding! Congratulations to the host clan for breaking through 6.56 billion and receiving the reward, the Martial Arts Monument. Ding! Congratulations to the host tribe for breaking through 6.57 billion and receiving the reward, a large-scale earthly fairy world. Ding! Congratulations to the host clan for breaking through 6.58 billion and receiving the reward, a space attribute dragon egg. Ding! Congratulations to the host clan for breaking through 6.59 billion and receiving the reward, a time attribute dragon egg. Ding! Congratulations to the host tribe for breaking through 6.6 billion, receiving rewards, and improving their cultivation. Soon, as the system prompt sounded, Shen Long's cultivation level also improved to the middle stage of Hunyu and Alua Golden Immortal. You must know that the realm of Hunyu and Alua Golden Immortal is equal to the realm of a saint. To break through from the early stage of Hunyu and Alua Golden Immortal to the middle stage of Hunyu and Alua Golden Immortal is equivalent to the saint ascending from the third heaven of the saint to the sixth heaven of the saint. His cultivation level was improved so much in an instant, which saved Shen Long several Yuan Hui's hard training time. Feeling his own majestic power, Shen Long smiled and continued, System, open my personal attribute list. Host, Shen Long. Ancestral Dragon Identity, the ancestor of the Dragon Clan. Cultivation, middle stage of Hunyu and Alua Golden Immortal. Prove the Tao with force. Bloodline, Chaos Ancestral Dragon. Kung Fu, 9 turns of Chaos Scripture. 9 transformations of the Ancestral Dragon. The experience of Painu's formation, the experience of Painu's alchemy, and the experience of Painu's weapon refining. Great Sealing Technique, the Great 5 Elements Technique. Law, the power of space law, the power of the law of time, the power of the law of destiny, the power of the law of power. Lingbao, Painu X, 36th grade creation Green Lotus, Long River of Destiny, Sealing Book, Hongming Armor, 12 grade Samsara Purple Lotus, Fishing Sacred Pond, Ancestral Dragon Pearl, Heavenly Measurement Ruler, 10,000 Dragon Plate, 8-part Pagoda, 8 treasures merit pool, cunning cunning, 12 grade pure world white lotus, 3 light pool, 36 sting high pearls, long thing holy tablet, dragon head staff, yin and yang talisman, Kongdong seal, Yin of the heavens, Hunyuan 1 chi taking talisman, god killing spear, 9 demon tower, Hunyuan whisk, Qilin seal, Kowloon agar wood chariot, sun shooting divine bow, bitter bamboo, wordless book of heaven, Xoandu sky plow, Kowloon golden staff, universe map, banana fan, yang, demon sealing sword, Lidai flame flag, Wuji apricot yellow flag. Special item, Hongman purple chi 3 paths, Zion Changzai's body photos collection, space attribute dragon egg, time attribute dragon egg. Evolution point, 8 quadrillion, special substance used to evolve the potential of the clone body. Scanning his attribute list, Shen Long secretly clicked his tongue. How terrifying. I'm afraid that after Hong Jun became a saint and before he joined the Tao, he didn't have such great attributes. Of course, Hong Jun is not weak either, to be honest, except for a few treasures. Hong Jun only has many more treasures than Shen Long. However, it can be compared with the cheating Hong Jun. It seems that Shen Long's progress is also huge. Closing the attribute list, Shen Long began to study the 2 dragon eggs. They are no different from ordinary dragon eggs. They are nothing more than one containing space attributes and the other containing time attributes. If they can be hatched and paired with a few dragons of pure bloodline, wouldn't it be possible to generate a bunch of space dragons and time dragons? If we can defeat the space dragon clan army and the time dragon clan army, then the dragon clan will truly be able to run rampant in the wilderness, and no one will be able to defeat them. Even saints are somewhat powerless in the face of these 2 laws. Therefore, after thinking about this, Shen Long became interested in these 2 dragon eggs. Taking out 2 spiritual treasures, Shen Long brought them close to the 2 dragon eggs. In an instant, the 2 dragon eggs began to absorb them. Their incubation requires absorbing the innate aura and the spirit treasures, so they can only be fed with spirit treasures. But anyway, the dragon clan has enough spiritual treasures and Shen Long has enough time, so we can let them hatch slowly, as long as they can be born successfully. In this way, the task of hatching these 2 dragon eggs fell on Prime Minister Turtle. Anyway, he is usually very boring, so he can play with these 2 dragon eggs. After solving the dragon egg problem, Shen Long called Kong Zhuan over again. As Shen Long's eldest disciple, Kong Zhuan has been working harder to practice after learning how strong Shen Long is and how perverted the dragon clan is. In such a short period of tens of thousands of years, he has broken through and become a quasi-sage. Although it has something to do with the dragon clan's investment of resources, the main reason is that Kong Zhuan is talented and has strong qualifications. After a little test of Kong Zhuan's cultivation, Shen Long said, "Although I accepted you as my disciple, I never preached to you once. It's not that I didn't preach to you, but you before. Your cultivation is too weak. Now go back and prepare. I plan to give you a sermon." Hearing Shen Long's words, Kong Zhuan was shocked. It was Zhulong who taught him how to practice before, and now Shen Long wants to preach for him personally, which is simply a great gift. He quickly thanked Shen Long, and Kong Zhuan directly said that there was no need to prepare, just start. Nodding, Shen Long sent a message to Cao Zilong, the 4 dragon kings, and the 2 sisters Zion Changzai. Anyway, he was going to preach, so it would be good for them to listen. Just when Zion Changzai arrived, a white figure appeared beside them, and behind this figure, there were actually 9 tails floating. The charm that was unintentionally exuded was even visible to the 4 dragon kings and others. They were all a little obsessed. As for Kong Zhuan, he had been staring at that figure for a long time and couldn't help himself. Please subscribe. 4th update, thank you to Brother Huang for the VIP reward. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 77, Qingqiu Clan, Nine-Tailed Fox. Shen Long looked over in slight surprise, and instantly knew the identity of the visitor. The Qingqiu clan was also a very powerful racial force in ancient times, especially the Qingqiu Ancestor, who was a powerful man in the late quasi-saint stage of Dzogchen. He had listened to the sermon 3 times and was one of the 3,000 mortal guests of Zixiao Palace. Although there are tens of millions of people who have listened to the Tao, there are only 3,000 people who can truly enter Hongjun's Dharma eyes, so they are collectively called the 3,000 red dust guests. At present, the nine-tailed sky fox is a member of the Qingqiu clan, and she is also the eldest princess of the Qingqiu clan. She has pure blood and extremely strong strength. At least, if they don't rely on Lingbao, Zai and Changzai can't defeat the nine-tailed fox. But if we rely on Lingbao, I am afraid that the nine-tailed sky fox will be beaten by sisters Zai and Changzai. There was no way. Shen Long was too partial to them, and the lowest price he got was always top-grade innate spiritual treasures, and he also gave several of them, especially for a little girl like Changzai, who even gave her a lotus lantern. How could the nine-tailed fox defeat them? Seeing the nine-tailed sky fox slowly walking into the dragon court in the palace, Shen Long said, "Zai, what is she doing?" Seeing Long Zhu, Bai Qian saluted Long Zhu. The nine-tailed celestial fox Bai Qian half knelt in front of Shen Long, looking respectful. It seemed that he didn't have any ill intentions. When he looked at Zai and Changzai, Shen Long immediately knew what was going on. Absolutely not. Thinking that Zai and Changzai could actually become friends with Bai Qian, and they had already made friends 100,000 years ago. At that time, Bai Qian was not so charming, just a pure girl, but after all, she had the blood of the Fox clan, and was born with the vixen. Slowly, became more and more charming as she grew longer and longer. Not to mention anything else, it would be difficult for anyone to resist this charm alone. But it was also because of her that Qingqiu Patriarch I have a headache. Countless powerful men in the prehistoric era are staring at Bai Qian and want to form a partner with him. Why did Qingqiu Patriarch drive these people away? But he has experienced many battles. Get up. You are a guest. Since you're a friend of Zai and Changzai, you are also a friend of my dragon clan. As long as you have no bad intentions, the Dragon Clan can let you come and go as you wish. Shen Long nodded and didn't say much. Bai Qian is pretty enough and charming enough, but Shen Long is Huniu and Yao Jingxian. How could he be fascinated? On the contrary, it was because of Shen Long's domineering power that he inadvertently exuded. Bai Qian's unparalleled majesty makes Bai Qian yearn for her, and she likes him very much. Bai Qian has always wanted to find an extremely domineering man as a partner, and Shen Long meets all Bai Qian's requirements for a dream lover. Naturally, Bai Qian also fell. Qian, brothers Yulong is talking to you. Zai shook Bai Qian, and Bai Qian recovered instantly. Her face turned red and she hurriedly replied. After that, Shen Long didn't drive Bai Qian away. They were all here anyway, so let's listen to the sermon together. It doesn't matter if one person is alone. Time passes slowly, and in the blink of an eye, the senior leaders of the Dragon Clan gather one after another. After all, Shen Long preaches rarely, and every sermon is a great opportunity for them, so naturally they cannot miss it. After everyone has gathered, Shen Long no longer waited, but directly started to talk about the Great Road. In front of the Emperor Zixiaxu of the Shangqing dynasty, Lord Yukin of the Great Dao Shangdao, Zai and Juru Izu composed 7 words, dispersed into 5 shapes and transformed into 10,000 gods. This is the inner chapter of Huangting's speech, in which the 3 folds of the kin's heart are dancing with the fetus. The 9 Shi are reflected in the sky, and the god covers the boy with purple smoke. It is said that the Jade Book can be studied carefully and chanted 10,000 times for 3 days. Thousands of calamities can be eliminated and hundreds of diseases can be cured. Don't worry about the ferocity of tigers and wolves, and you can also prolong old age forever. There is the soul of Guanyuan on the top, Xiang on the left and Taiyin on the right. There is a secret door at the back and a front door. When the sun rises and enters the moon, the breath remains. The combination of vitality and energy is divided into 3 elements, purple smoke, upper and lower parts. The 5 flowers are irrigated to plant spiritual roots, and the 7 liquids flow through the cave, returning to the purple and holding the yellow into the Danshan. The secluded room is illuminated by the Yangman. His mouth is Yuchi Taekwon, gargle the liquid in your throat and it won't dry up. The body is born with brilliance and fragrant orchid, but the jade that destroys all evils refines the face. If you can repair it, you can reach Guangnan. Being sleepless day and night is a reality, and thunder and lightning stir up the spirit. People in the Huangting courtyard wear brocade clothes, and purple flowers fly in their skirts. The pictures are blue and green, and the strips of green are green. The 2 doors of Chiru's jade veil are closed, and the golden gate is heavily fanned. Xuangkunyoguanjiaoqi. The essence of the 3 fields is weak. The graceful girl is shining in the sky, and the hall is radiant with 8 powers. The gates of heaven and earth are lined with cauldrons, and the spiritual platform is solid and will never decay. As the overwhelming sound of Shen Long's sermon came out, the entire Longting Hall seemed to have gone through countless springs and autumns, and reincarnations of life and death. The understanding that transcended everything gradually integrated into everyone's body, helping them break through their original realm and stabilize themselves. Cultivation. Shen Long has reached a certain level of understanding of Tao, that is, Shen Long deliberately breaks down a lot of things to explain, otherwise, it is impossible for this group of people to understand. And because Shen Long specially takes care of this made the overall strength of the Dragon Clan's senior leaders grow by leaps and bounds. In just 300 years, they broke through their own realm and went straight to the next realm. Seeing countless strong men around them breaking through one after another, Baiqian began to become anxious. What Shen Long said was too profound for her, and she really didn't understand some parts. Compared to Baiqian's anxiety, Changzai looked indifferent, even a little sleepy. She couldn't understand it anyway. She doesn't like to practice, so she might as well take a nap secretly. Gradually, she heard snoring, and Baiqian couldn't help but envy Changzai. With a strong man like Shen Long taking care of her, she didn't even care about practicing. Moreover, seeing Changzai, she looked like she didn't listen to sermons just once or twice. It really made people envious and jealous, but Changzai didn't know the blessings in the blessings and didn't cherish this opportunity to preach. This made Baiqian hate Tai somewhat. Not made of steel. Boom. Changzai's little head was suddenly shuddered by someone who didn't know who. He only heard Changzai say hey and watched his forehead swell up. When he opened his eyes and was about to get angry, Changzai faced Shen Long. His eyes. For a moment, Changzai was like a deflated rubber ball, and he obediently began to listen to the Tao and practice. And Shen Long also deliberately took care of them, specially created a spiritual consciousness, and kept explaining in their ears to help them understand the Tao. On the other hand, other people don't have such treatment, but they are highly qualified and powerful. Even if they don't understand each one, they can understand clearly after a little study. Boom. 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 A powerful man has broken through his own realm. Even Kong Zhuan has reached the quasi-sage mid-stage cultivation level at this time. Moreover, because the Tao taught by Shen Long is extremely complicated, including the Tao of the 5 elements, Kong Zhuan is in the magical power. On the other hand, great progress has been made. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years have passed. As the saying goes, preaching has no time, but in the blink of an eye, 1,000 years have passed. When the 1,000 years passed, Shen Long became silent and everyone woke up. The sermon has been preaching for 1,000 years now. The sermon is over. Please leave for now. Shen Long groaned and said. After hearing this, everyone thanked Shen Long and then retreated from the Longding Hall. Only Zilong, the 4 Dragon Kings, Kong Zhuangxi and a few others were left. Second brother, you have guarded the Dragon Clan for many years and have made great contributions. Now I have a spiritual treasure to give you, said. Shen Long sacrificed the most precious treasure of merit and virtue and threw it to Zilong. What? Is it actually the most precious treasure of merit and virtue? The sky measuring ruler is made up of the 10% Xuan Huang merit and the Hangman Qi that opened the sky. It is a treasure of acquired merit and virtue. Its attack power is no worse than Pangu Banner and can suppress luck. Speaking of which, the sky measuring ruler should complement the Xuan Huang exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth. That's right, It's a pity that the Xuanhuang exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth was snatched away by the Wu clan. If there was time, it could be snatched from the Wu clan. And when faced with the treasure given by Shen Long, Zilong also accepted it calmly, as if he didn't care at all. It's like a spiritual treasure. There is no way. Others don't know how rich the Dragon clan is, but Zilong knows it too well. Only Shen Long can give such a treasure easily, but if it were anyone else, it would be painful to death. If you don't see the shocked expression on Bai Qian's face, you can see how important this treasure is. But the two brothers have nothing to say. If one day Shen Long wants Zilong to die, I'm afraid Zilong they will die without any worries. These are brothers, so there is no need to say so many words of thanks. At least Zilong knows that Shen Long is thinking about everything for him, and he doesn't have to worry so much. When Zilong accepts Liangchen Ke, Shen Long turned his head and looked at the four Dragon Kings again. You have fought for the Dragon clan for many years, and your hard work has been immense. It's time to change your spiritual treasures, said. Shen Long sacrificed 4 spiritual treasures again. One is the white jade diamond bracelet, the second is the golden exquisite tower, the third is the Qian Kun pearl umbrella, and the fourth is the 8 pagodas. These 4 treasures seem to be of average power, but they are the best innate spiritual treasures. Although Shen Long usually gives them many spiritual treasures, these 4 offensive spiritual treasures are particularly suitable for the 4 of them. In addition, no one will dislike that they have many spiritual treasures. The same is true for the Dragon King. Once again, one person obtained a top-quality innate spiritual treasure. The 4 Dragon Kings were very happy. They stepped forward to take the spiritual treasure, and the 4 of them retreated again. The only ones left were Kong Zhuan and the others. Kong Zhuan was sinking before Long had rewarded him with spiritual treasures. This time, he would give him a few more. Thinking of this, Shen Long sacrificed 2 spiritual treasures. One was the central Wuji apricot yellow flag with thousands of golden lotuses that could not be broken by anything, the effect of avoiding evil and being invulnerable to all laws. The second is the flaming flag rising from the ground in the south, which has the effect of confusing yin and yang, reversing the 5 elements, avoiding all evils, and being invulnerable to all laws. These 2 spiritual treasures contain the innate 5 elements, and as long as the whole is Xuanhao, sacrifice will surely raise the 5-color divine light to a higher level again. It will be a treasure of merit, or a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. How rich is Shen Long? Is it possible that he has already caught up with Taoist Hongjun? Bai Qian doesn't know. She only knew that she was blinded now. She was dazzled by the spiritual treasures one after another, and she couldn't count them at all. Secondly, she was extremely yearning in her heart, thinking that she could also have a top-quality innate spiritual treasure. Unfortunately, Qingqiu the clan is not as wealthy as the Dragon clan. Over the years, Qingqiu Patriarch has only rewarded Bai Qian with 1 top-grade innate spiritual treasure, 3 mid-grade innate spiritual treasures, and 4 low-grade innate spiritual treasures. It seems that there are many spiritual treasures, but in comparison, it is not as good as any of the innate spiritual treasures that Shen Long took out. Brother Zhu Long, here I am, here I am. Just when Shen Long was about to stop, Chang Zai jumped out. She looked at Shen Long with a helpless look, hoping that Shen Long could also give her some treasures. But if nothing else, the lotus lantern in her hand was powerful enough. Now, if I give her the best spiritual treasure, I won't have time to sacrifice it. But Zai can reward her with a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Thinking of this, Shen Long thought, and 36 Dinghai pearls appeared in Shen Long's hands. Another top-quality innate spiritual treasure? Who will it be given to this time? A question arose in Bai Qian's heart, and she stared closely at Shen Long's actions. When she saw Shen Long throwing the treasure in front of Zai, Bai Qian was shocked and filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? Knowing that Zai is not from the Dragon clan, and is not related to the Dragon clan, why does Shen Long treat Zai so well? Such a top-quality innate spiritual treasure would make those strong men break their heads if placed outside, but they are thrown around like cabbage. What is happening to the Dragon clan now? Are Ling Bao really so worthless? Yes, Ling Bao is really worthless. In addition to the innate treasure, Shen Long now doesn't look at ordinary innate spirits treasure. Even if it is the best innate spiritual treasure, Shen Long will not stop for more than one glance. After all, he has the chaos treasure and the chaos spiritual treasure in his hand. Why would Shen Long care about these ordinary spiritual treasures? In terms of power, no matter how powerful it is, even the top quality innate spiritual treasures cannot block the random blow of the chaos spiritual treasure. As for the innate treasure, if it is in front of the chaos supreme treasure, I am afraid that it can only pretend to be a grandson. Otherwise, it will be shattered by one blow. No need for two. Brothers Yu Long, this treasure is too valuable. 36 Dinghai pearls, the best innate spiritual treasure, can evolve the world in 36 directions, and can absorb endless spiritual energy from them. Once against the enemy, it's like having 36 more worlds of spiritual energy to supplement it. Who can use it up? Zai was too embarrassed to accept such a powerful spiritual treasure given to him. On the contrary, Chang Zai grabbed the 36 Dinghai pearls. With a slight shake, the Dinghai pearls turned into a pearl bracelet and put it on Chang Zai's hand. Wow, this is so pretty. Chang Zai was envious. She couldn't move her envious eyes away from Dinghai pearl. It's beautiful, good-looking, and powerful. Why don't you want such a good spiritual treasure? My sister doesn't want it. She wants it. Is that okay? He cast his longing eyes at Shen Long again, and Shen Long coughed lightly. Buzz. Ding Hezu detached from Chang Zai's hand and then put it on Zai's wrist. The precious light was flowing and it was very beautiful. Thank you, brothers Yu Long. Zai was very happy in his heart. He bowed slightly to Shen Long and accepted the spiritual treasure with peace of mind. As for Bei Qian on the side, he just felt that he was full of dog food. If he continued to watch, he might be exhausted. Okay. This spiritual treasure is for you. As he said that, Shen Long threw out the banana fan and threw it to Chang Zai. The banana fan is a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Now Shen Long gave Chang Zai the fire banana fan, which can burn the sky and boil the sea, and emit 6 flavors of true fire. Its power is not weak at all. The banana fan in Princess Iron Fan's hand is even more powerful. Now that she has obtained another spiritual treasure, Chang Zai's little face instantly turned into a flower, and her eyes curved into a crescent shape. She was very happy. Thank you, brothers Yu Long. Chang Zai made the banana fan smaller and put it in his mouth out of habit. Soon, the banana fan disappeared. Seeing Chang Zai's actions, Shen Long couldn't help being stunned. How come Chang Zai, like Princess Iron Fan, likes to put the banana fan in her mouth, under the tongue? Forget it. Maybe this is a woman's hobby. He can't control it. After the Ling Bao reward was over, sisters Zai and Chang Zai left with Bei Qian. Zai could feel that Shen Long seemed to have nothing else to do. He said, "So I don't want to disturb you, so I took the initiative to leave." Seeing Zai like this, Shen Long was quite satisfied. I have to say that Zai is really smart. At least he is definitely qualified to be a woman. It is also because of Zai, the Dragon Clan and the Dragon Court. Many things can be so orderly, so as not to become a mess. Even Prime Minister Gui praised Zai very much. He often praised Zai in Shen Long's ears. He also suggested many times that Shen Long marry Zai. The two sisters Chang Zai, they have been in the Dragon Clan for so long. All the strong men in the Dragon Clan regard them as the mother of dragons. Sometimes they call them this, and they are not angry. So, since they are fast, it's logical. Why not implement this matter completely? In the past, Shen Long delayed the matter because he had not become a saint yet and did not prove the Tao with his strength. But now they have become Hunyu and Luo Jinxian, and Shen Long has also changed to the Dragon Clan, has continued the bloodline of the royal family. It is impossible to rely on Xia Long alone. He is really unlucky, so he can only look at Shen Long. After thinking secretly in his heart, Shen Long gradually started to think about marrying him. Two sisters, Zai and Chang Zai. As for the three sisters who left, Zai and Chang Zai didn't feel anything, but Bei Qian asked all kinds of questions, and asked whether Zai and Chang Zai had already been with Shen Long. Bei Qian's words made Zai blush. On the contrary, Chang Zai kept asking, "What is this?" Please subscribe. First update, Thank you to Brother Huang for the VIP reward. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 78. As Zihe and the others left, Zilong also took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "Brother, now that the aura of the West is gradually recovering, do we need to take the lead and occupy the many spiritual mountains in the West? The West is vast and rich in resources, and there are many places with abundant resources. None of them have been developed. If the Dragon Clan can enter the West, they will definitely gain a lot. The most important thing is that there are many innate spiritual treasures being nurtured, which can enhance the strength of the Dragon Clan members. Although the Dragon Clan has countless spiritual treasures, and even thousands of innate spiritual treasures, after all, there are hundreds of billions of Dragon Clan members, and if you divide them up, it is simply not enough." Knowing clearly what Zilong was thinking, Shen Long pondered for a moment and replied, "It's okay, but try not to get too close to Mount Sumeru. After all, we still have to rely on Yunzunti to restore the spiritual veins of the West. If the resources of Mount Sumeru are used, if they are all taken away, doesn't it mean that no one will work for the West? If no one works for the West, it means that no one works for the Dragon Clan. Naturally, Shen Long will not kill the goose to obtain the eggs." Nodding, Zilong knew that Shen Long was planning to pick up Zunti, and then left to give instructions. As for the 4 Dragon Kings, they are currently busy grabbing the resources in the East. When all the resources in the East are occupied, they will follow Zilong to fighting the West. It can be said that the current Dragon Clan is busier than any other race. While the population is increasing, they must also pay attention to the competition for resources. Otherwise, countless Dragon Clans will face the risk of starving to death. In addition, because the Dragon Clan continues to grow stronger, the human clan has benefited a lot and has developed extremely well on the coast of the East China Sea. In just a few thousand years, the population has increased by nearly 1,000 times. In any case, the human race is also the protagonist of Zenith in the future, so it can be planned carefully. Thinking of this, Shen Long said to Kong Zhuan, "Disciple, what do you think of the human race?" Reporting back to Master, the human race is constantly striving for self-improvement, has a strong learning ability, attaches great importance to love and righteousness, and has strong luck. It is a very special race. I think if it continues to develop stably like this, I am afraid it will grow up in the near future, but its strength is low. It's a pity. Soon, Kong Zhuan expressed his opinion. The human race is very strong in all aspects, especially in terms of luck. It is simply terrifying. If it were not for one fatal flaw in weak strength, I am afraid that the human race would have grown into a great empire, a rich family. Nodding, Shen Long agreed with Kong Zhuan's evaluation, and then said, "Yes, you are right. The human race is the protagonist of destiny in the future. Naturally, it is stronger than all races in the prehistoric times. Now I am a master. There is a spiritual treasure here. Take it and place it in the center of the human race." With that said, Shen Long threw out the martial arts sacred tablet. The martial arts sacred tablet is the real treasure of luck, and will be of great use to the human race. It contains martial arts, which can be used by the human race to practice and understand the unique martial arts skills. These unique martial arts skills are all its power was increased tens of thousands of times by Shen Long, enough to cause damage to the Great Luo Golden Immortal and even the Yashin. If this treasure is given to the human race, the strength of the human race will definitely increase a lot. At the same time, Shen Long will also permanently gain an adult race. Luck. Don't underestimate this level of human luck. If the human race becomes stronger, the average Yashin can even become a saint with this level of human luck. Therefore, Shen Long must use this level of human luck. Take it. Coupled with the Kongdong seal in his hand, for the time being, Shen Long can exclusively enjoy 40% of the human race's luck. If you include Shen Long's identity as the human race's holy father, he will have 70% of the luck. In comparison, even Nuwa, the holy mother of the human race, cannot be compared with Shen Long. It can be said that no matter how powerful the human race is in the future, Shen Long will always benefit the most. And as Shen Long's luck increases, the Dragon Clan's luck will also increase, ring by ring. After all, The luck of the Dragon Clan has been improved a lot invisibly. Even now, during the period of the Lich Tribulation, the luck of the two races has greatly increased and their strength is extremely strong. But they still cannot be compared with the Dragon Clan. If the two races can together, and with the presence of several saints, I am afraid that we can only compete with the Dragon Clan. Taking the martial arts holy tablet thrown by Shen Long, Kong Zhuo nodded, then left the Dragon Court Hall and flew towards the ancestral land of the human race. After dismissing the 4 Dragon Kings again, Shen Long began to consume the evolution points in his account. Among the 3 clones, Taoist Wuxin has become the golden immortal of Hunyu and Luo, leaving Taoist Qibao and Taoist Sanqing who have not yet broken through. They have stabilized their cultivation. It's been a long time, and they are just one step away. Shen Long can help them. With a thought, Shen Long got into the chaos bead, and then called out Taoist Qibao and Taoist Sanqing. After giving them a brief explanation, in an instant, an infinite power shot out from Shen Long's body and penetrated into the bodies of Taoist Qibao and Taoist Sanqing, helping them break through the realm of Hunyu and Luo. A golden immortal buzz. The extremely terrifying coercion came from the 2 of them and swept through the entire Hongmen world. All the members of the Dragon Clan felt this aura and knelt down on the ground, showing respect to the 2 of them and congratulating them for breaking through to the realm of Hunyu. Taking the opportunity, Shen Long turned his attention to the spiritual treasures bred by the 2 of them. Except for the last chaos gourd of the Qibao Taoist, the remaining 6 treasure gourds are all the best innate spiritual treasures. As long as you use evolution points, it can be upgraded to the level of innate treasure. Anyway, he has so many evolution points, Shen Long doesn't need them, so he just uses them all at once to enhance the strength of the 2 of them. The first purple gold gourd, after consuming 50 billion evolution points, Zijin the red gourd has been upgraded to the level of an innate treasure. As long as a person's name is red, without the protection of the treasure, he will be sucked into the gourd. Even a quasi-sage peak powerhouse will be turned into thick water in an instant, which is extremely powerful. Secondly, a purple red gourd, after consuming 50 billion evolution points, the 99 soul removing gourd was upgraded to the level of an innate treasure. This treasure can emit red smoke, dye it with smoke, and the soul will be immediately dispersed, and can instantly kill the quasi-sage peak powerhouse. Nothing can withstand it, and it is extremely powerful. The third purple-white gourd, after consuming 50 billion evolution points, the Immortal Killing Gourd is upgraded to the level of innate treasure. This treasure can be said to be so brilliant, just say please turn around, baby. You can be even with the cultivation level of a sub-sage. It is difficult to block the attack of the baby. It is extremely powerful. The fourth purple-green gourd, after consuming 50 billion evolution points, the Demon Calling Gourd is upgraded to the innate treasure level. This treasure can attract all the monsters in the world. All the true spirits of the Demon Clan are all related to the Demon Calling Gourd. For any Demon Clan, when the gourd moves, thousands of demons will fall to the ground. In terms of power, it is several times more powerful than the Demon Calling Flag, and it is much more domineering. Even Emperor Juntai will not stand in front of this treasure. Even if there is no treasure to protect you, you must bow your head and beg for mercy, which is extremely powerful. The fifth purple-yellow gourd, after consuming 50 billion evolution points, the Water and Fire Gourd is upgraded to the level of the innate treasure. There are two babies in this treasure. The Water and Fire Unicorns are both at the peak of the sub-sage. Once fused, they are comparable to saints. If used against the enemy, they can instantly kill the sub-sage. It is extremely powerful. The sixth purple-green gourd, after consuming 50 billion evolution points later, the Heavenly Emperor's Gourd was upgraded to the level of an innate treasure. This treasure does not have any power, but it can breed the world's treasures and bring them to a higher level. The day after tomorrow will become innate, and the ordinary will become magical. No matter any treasure, even the 4 swords of killing immortals, is put into it, can be upgraded to the level of innate treasures, which is extremely powerful. A total of 300 billion evolution points were consumed, and 6 more innate treasures were obtained. Apart from anything else, this deal was still very profitable. The 3 original treasures in Shen Long among the clones, Taoist Wu Xin is undoubtedly the strongest, but now it seems that this is not necessarily the case. After all, Taoist Qibao has 7 innate treasures, so if there is a real fight, Taoist Wu Xin must be much more careful. As for Taoist Si Xiang, his spiritual treasure, it was extremely special. When it was upgraded to the innate treasure level, it really cost Shen Long a lot of evolution points. Ding. Would you like the host to spend 100 billion evolution points to upgrade the Azure Dragon Whip to the innate treasure level? Yes. Ding. Would you like the host to spend 100 billion evolution points to upgrade the White Tiger token to the innate treasure level? Yes. Ding. Would you like the host to spend 100 billion evolution points to upgrade the Suzaku flag to the innate treasure level? Yes. Ding. Would you like the host to spend 100 billion evolution points to upgrade the Xuan Wuxiu to the innate treasure level? Yes. Buzz. With Shen Long's answer, the 400 billion evolution points were successfully deducted, and the 4 top-quality innate spiritual treasures were also promoted to the ranks of innate treasures. In terms of single-round power, the 4 spiritual treasures of Taoist Sixian are definitely more powerful. For others, it is because these 4 spiritual treasures contain the power of laws at the 4 levels of the avenue. The Green Dragon Whip, Yu Xuan Le, controls the thunder method of heaven and earth, and contains the law of thunder and the aura of thunder punishment. White Tiger Order, Yu Shi, it controls all the winds, regulates the climate of the 4 seasons, contains the law of speed, and the energy of Gengjin. The Vermilion Bird Banner, controls all fires, controls the cold and warmth of the world, contains the law of fire, and the energy of Lihu. The Xuan Wu Seal, controls all water, and controls the source of life, contains the law of vitality and the energy of sunflower water. In addition, these 4 spiritual treasures can also form an extremely powerful 4-elephant formation, but in terms of power, it is comparable to the chaotic spiritual treasures. In addition, this formation integrates offense and defense. Once it is more than success, the saint also escaped. Soon, the upgrade was completed, and Shen Long's evolution points were almost exhausted. But after all, the overall strength has increased a lot, and there are 3 more Hunyuan clones, which makes Shen Long extremely satisfied. However, at the same time, Shen Long thought of another question. He still had 3 streaks of Hongmen purple chi on his body. It was useless to keep them, so he might as well take them out to stimulate all living beings in the wild. Thinking of this, Shen Long was about to leave the Hongmen world, but the system prompted. The sound sounded again. Ding. Congratulations to the host clan for breaking through 8.87 billion and receiving the reward, Hongmen purple chi. Ding. Congratulations to the host clan for breaking through 8.88 billion and receiving the reward, the Chaos Spiritual Treasure Hongmen Armor. Ding. Congratulations to the host tribe for breaking through 8.89 billion, receiving rewards, and advancing to the Hongmen World level. Ding. Congratulations to the host tribe for breaking through 9 billion and receiving the reward, the Fruit of Reincarnation and Death. After all, the flow rate of Hongmen World is different from that of the outside world. In just a few thousand years, Hongmen World can once again give birth to billions of dragon members. Seeing these people working so hard, Shen Long was very happy and directly gave him thousands of innate spiritual treasures and nearly 10,000 acquired spiritual treasures. Anyway, I don't know how many spiritual treasures are accumulated in Shen Long's system space. It's better to give them to these people, and then send them out some when there is a chance. I believe that once protected in front of the eyes of all living beings, they will be surprised. In addition, among the many rewards obtained, there were 2 treasures that made Shen Long's eyes shine. One is the Chaos Spiritual Treasure Hongmen Armor. This treasure is the ultimate defensive treasure, and its defensive power is stronger than the 36th grade Creation Green Lotus. It contains the true avenue of defense. In terms of defense, even the treasure of chaos cannot be broken. From this we can also see how powerful this treasure is and how special it is. Of course, the reason why this treasure is so powerful is that it really has no offensive ability at all. It was a very useless spiritual treasure. It could only be used for defense but not for attack. But it was of great help to Shen Long, so it was worn by Shen Long. After all, It is at the Chaos spiritual treasure level and can be moved at will, even if it is worn on the body. One cannot tell that Shen Long is carrying such a defensive treasure at all times. In addition to this is the fruit of reincarnation and death. This fruit is formed after growing for hundreds of years in reincarnation. Once swallowed, you can master the avenue of reincarnation. It's useless to Shen Long now, but it will be useful once Hu Tu transforms into the 6 paths of reincarnation. In addition to Hu Tu, Shen Long can also control the 6 paths of reincarnation, which can be called the most buggy spiritual fruit. Without thinking, Shen Long swallowed it in one gulp. After comprehending a hint of the great way of reincarnation, Shen Long stopped studying. Anyway, there is still a lot of time, and it will not be too late to gain enlightenment after Hu Tu transforms into the 6 paths of reincarnation. After leaving the Hanman world, Shen Long began to plan his own plan. The current Han Wang world was still too peaceful, so he had to find a way to make him chaotic, otherwise, how can the Dragon Clan profit from it? The land of 9 netherworlds, the netherworld sea of blood. As Nuwa created humans and became saints, this made Styx very envious. Why can Nuwa, a female figure, make people saints? Why can't he? Thinking of this, Styx began to study painstakingly, meditating day and night, and finally, after countless days and nights, Styx figured out a clue, or an opportunity. I saw Styx relying on the original power of the Blood Sea, his hands flashing rapidly in the Blood Sea, and soon, 127,588 blood god sons appeared in front of Styx. Seeing the birth of the son of blood god, a smile finally appeared on Styx's tired face. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, Styx looked up to the sky and swore, "The way of heaven is above. I am Styx, the lord of the Blood Sea. Today, I feel that the way of heaven is incomplete, and I specially created the Luo clan, in order to perfect the way of heaven. Look to the way of heaven to learn from it. Luo clan, come out." As Ming He's voice fell, he saw the 127,588 blood god sons breaking out of the body, and then walked out of it countless men and women. Although these men and women appear to be the same as humans on the surface, if you look closely, you can find the differences. The most special thing is that they have horns on their heads, but the humans don't. The Azura clan was created by the Styx. They say they are gods, but they do not have the benevolent deeds of gods. They are similar to ghosts. They say they are ghosts, but they have the power of gods. It is said to be a human being. Although it has human emotions and 6 desires, it also possesses the power and malignancy of gods and ghosts. Therefore, it is a kind of monster that is neither god, ghost, nor human, but somewhere between gods, ghosts, and humans. Not only that, there is a big difference between the Azura clan and the human clan, and that is their appearance. In the Azura tribe, the men are extremely ugly, but the women are extremely beautiful. In addition, the Azura clan has another characteristic. He just likes killing. At this point, I am afraid that only the demon ancestor of the past can compare with it. Although Styx is known as the lord of the netherworld, he is not the lord of killing. Unless he is provoked, he will not kill easily. But the Azura clan is extremely bloodthirsty, which gave Styx a headache after understanding the nature of this clan. Being so bloodthirsty will definitely lead to karma and punishment from heaven. If it involves him, wouldn't it be the end? Please subscribe. Second update, thank you to Brother Huang for the VIP reward. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 79. If it weren't for the creation of the Azura clan, and heaven had rewarded Styx with a lot of merit, I'm afraid Styx would have driven away the Azura clan long ago. Looking at the arrogant and murderous Azura clan in front of him, Styx felt worried. With their appearance, they would be a scourge no matter where they were placed. Suddenly an idea flashed in his mind, and Ming He said in a deep voice, "From now on, you can only move in the depths of the Blood Sea, and you are not allowed to leave the Blood Sea without authorization. Do you understand?" Yes. Although the Azura clan members were reluctant, after all, Styx was the master of Azura, and they did not dare to disobey Styx's orders. They agreed bravely, and the Azura clan turned around and left, heading for the Sea of Blood. Deep, the depths of the Blood Sea are extremely vast, which is more suitable for the Azura people. After seeing that the place here is big enough, they no longer complain and take root with peace of mind. At the same time, the Styx River on the other side is currently absorbing the power of merit like crazy. Even though the power of merit is not much, it is enough for Styx to rise to the pinnacle of quasi-sage. Only half a step away, Styx can reach the level of sub-sage, thus looking for an opportunity to break through Hunyuan. As his strength gradually grew, Ming also began to ponder how to obtain Hongmen Purple Qi. At present, apart from Nuwa who has become a saint, there are only Sanqing and Zunti and Shen Long who have not yet become saints. In their hands, both with the Hongmen Purple Qi, if he can snatch it, the day when he will become a saint is just around the corner. Thinking of this, Styx's eyes gradually turned cold. If he wants to become a saint, he must first obtain the Hongmen Purple Qi. Therefore, one of them will become the target of Styx. Similarly, in addition to Styx having this idea, Heavenly Emperor Juntai is also planning this matter. If they don't become saints, they will be ants. If they fail to become saints, they will not be able to escape Shenhe for the rest of their lives. Dragon's oppression. Therefore, even if they risk the disapproval of the world, they still have to make a choice. Should they continue to be mediocre, or should they make a dangerous move and seize the Hongmen Purple Qi? In the Lingxiao Palace. Brother, we can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, Sanqing and others will become saints. At that time, we will have no chance. Taiyi looked at Dijun eagerly, his eyes full of anxiety. There is indeed not much time left for them. If they continue to do nothing like this, when Sanqing takes Zunti and becomes a saint, they will fall into heaven in an instant. Alter. From the high position of overlord, he fell down, and he will never recover from it, with no chance to turn around. After hearing what Taiyi said, a hint of bitterness appeared on the corner of Dijun's mouth. He didn't know how serious the situation is now, but he really wants to snatch Sanqing, or it's really not good to attract Zunti's Hongmen Purple Qi. The most important thing is that they are Han Jun's disciples after all. What will happen if they anger Taoist Hong Jun? Thinking of this, Dijun replied, "Second brother, don't worry. Sanqing has been living in the Kunlun Mountains for a long time and cannot escape from the world. Jian Zunti is in the remote west and his whereabouts are uncertain. Zhu Long has reached the sky and is extremely powerful. These people are really not our best choices. Let's wait a moment." Wait, what are you waiting for? Is it possible that the Hongmen Purple Qi will fly out on its own initiative and come into the hands of my demon clan? But what if we don't wait? Are you going to grab it from Sanqing's hand? Or are you going to grab it from Yan Zunti's hand? They all have treasures to protect themselves. How can you get them? What can be done? Even if you can't grab it, you have to grab it. Otherwise, when they become saints, they will be the slaves and we will be the fish. In the end, won't we all die? Taiyi retorted. Anyway, death is inevitable. Why not fight hard before dying? If it succeeds, the bicycle will become a motorcycle, and there is no need to worry or fear the saints. It is not said that both of their brothers have become saints, but at least someone must become a saint, right? He looked deeply at Taiyi. Indeed, what Taiyi said was true. Dijun nodded and agreed to plan with Taiyi. Which clan? Pangwu Temple. Fourth brother and fifth brother. It is definitely unwise to attack Kunlun Mountain at this time. We have already attacked the Sanqing last time, so they will definitely be fully prepared. If we go at this time, it is very likely that they will be tricked by the Sanqing. In the end we all died in Kunlun Mountain. Dijong looked at Gong Gong Zerong with an angry look. The two brothers didn't know what was wrong. They refused to listen to the advice and insisted on attacking the Kunlun Mountains and destroying the Sanqing. But how could the Sanqing be so easy to kill? If so, easy to kill, hadn't they already killed him? What can be done? If they don't come out, we'll keep guarding? Yes, when they become saints, we, the witch clan, will be the unlucky ones. Gong Gong Zerong retorted. They are in a very bad state at this time and are almost on fire. Others are not in a hurry, but they should be. Sanqing has already reached the sub-sage cultivation level, and is only one step away from breaking through to becoming a sub-sage saint. If Sanqing becomes a saint, It goes without saying that the first one will attack the Wu clan. That's why Gong Gong Zerong is so anxious and wants to get rid of the hidden bomb of Sanqing as soon as possible. After hearing Gong Gong Zerong's words, Gmang nodded slightly and continued, "Indeed, what the fourth and fifth brothers said is true. Brother, we really can't sit still and wait for death." Second brother, is it possible that you also support the ideas of fourth brother and fifth brother? Zhu Jiuyan was confused and looked at Zhu Mang. In Zhu Jiuyan's opinion, Zhu Mang should have helped stop Dian Gong Gong and Zerong. Why is it the other way around now, and is he helping them instead? A look appeared on his face. Helpless, Gmang explained, "Ninth brother, it's not that I'm helping the fourth and fifth brothers, but no one in our Wu clan has the qualifications to become a saint. Once the three pure ones become saints, based on my understanding of them, I will find them as soon as possible. When we take revenge, what will we use to resist? But now that Sanqing has not come out, it is really not a good idea for us to attack Kunlun Mountain." Zhu Jiuyan shook his head. He had long relied on the law of time to see through the countless trap formations around Kunlun Mountain. As long as they passed by, they would really fall into an ambush. With a deep sigh, Di Zhang finally spoke again. "Okay, let's put this matter aside for now and send people to pay close attention to the movements of Sanqing and Jiyan Zunti. As soon as they appear, we will start to snatch the Hongmen Purple Qi. No matter whether we can succeed or not, we really have to give it a try." Di Zhang also figured it out. If you don't grab the Hongmen Purple Qi, the chance of the Witch clan's survival is 0. After grabbing it, the chance of the Wu clan's survival will increase by 50%, so no matter how you look at it, you must grab it. As for why not to rob Shen Long, the result is self-evident. No one knows how strong Shen Long is. In addition, the Dragon clan is so powerful that if you can avoid provoking Shen Long, it is better not to provoke him. The forces on the other side have begun to worry about the future, but Shen Long is actively preparing for a conference. Yes, it is the first auction conference in the world. As for the treasures, Shen Long contributed all of them. Of course, others she didn't know about this matter yet, because Shen Long asked the Dragon clan to keep it secret for the time being, so no one spread the news. Only Bai Qian, because she was very close to Zai and Chang Zai, knew some inside information. After learning that the Dragon clan was actually going to do something, Bai Qian was shocked by the first ever auction. Then she hurriedly said goodbye to Zai and Chang Zai and returned to Qingqiu ancestral land. The patriarch, the eldest princess, is back. As soon as Bai Qian returned to Qingqiu's ancestral land, the news spread. The Qingqiu ancestor also knew about Bai Qian's return and hurried to greet Bai Qian. Among all the daughters, the eldest daughter Bai Qian was definitely the one that the Qingqiu ancestor admired the most. Qian, after all, Bai Qian is strong, thoughtful, and knows how to please people. The most important thing is that Bai Qian is naturally charming and can be said to be a very competent vixen. Of course, this is not a sarcasm, but a compliment. "Qian, what have you been doing for so many days? Members of the clan have been looking for you for a long time. Why are you so anxious?" "Father, there is something I have to tell you. Listen to me." Soon, Bai Qian told Qingqiu ancestor everything he had encountered in the Dragon clan. After hearing what Bai Qian said, Qingqiu patriarch's eyes widened for a moment, his eyes full of disbelief. To be honest, Qingqiu patriarch knew that the Dragon clan was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong, especially at the end, when he learned that the Dragon clan was actually going to hold the first ever auction. Qingqiu ancestor was shocked. There are 20 top-grade innate spiritual treasures, 100 top-grade innate spiritual treasures, 500 medium-grade innate spiritual treasures, 3,000 low-grade innate spiritual treasures, and countless rare and rare treasures, innate spiritual objects. And the Dragon clan. Is he crazy, or is Bai Qian lying to him? But judging from Bai Qian's appearance, he probably wouldn't lie about this matter. In a moment, Qingqiu patriarch chose to believe it. "Qian, please tell me what are the qualifications for purchasing?" Ancestor Qingqiu suppressed his rapid breathing and asked. "Spiritual stones, innate spiritual stones. Other than that, The Dragon Clan doesn't want any of them. Even if they exchange them for innate treasures, it's useless. Bai Qian quickly gave Ancestor King Qiu an answer, which made Ancestor King Qiu even more excited. They have innate spiritual stones, and there are still billions of them. They have been kept in King Qiu's treasure house for the people of the clan, for cultivation. I never expected that this thing could be used as currency for purchase. But after all, this is the first auction in the wild, and I believe other races will also be well prepared. So after learning about this, King Qiu Patriarch, I immediately went to find someone to exchange the innate spirit stone. Anyway, this thing was not particularly precious in the prehistoric world. Under the various exchanges made by King Qiu Ancestor, countless races were willing to exchange it. But not long after, a small road news began to spread throughout the prehistoric world. Have you heard that the Dragon Clan is going to hold the first ever auction? I heard that countless powerful people will participate. What? Auction meeting? What is that? It's really stupid. Just to present the treasure in front of the public, let people bid for it, and the one with the highest price will get it. So that's it. But what should I use to buy it? You don't even know this. Innate spiritual stone. Now the innate spirit stones have been almost emptied out and cannot be found at all. If you have any, hurry up and save some for the Dragon Clan's auction to start and buy some good things. Come on, if there are any good things, they are just a few spiritual treasures. Haha, I heard that there are dozens of top-grade innate spiritual treasures. Because of this, the King Qiu clan did not hesitate to exchange the top-grade innate spiritual treasures for innate spiritual stones. You actually look disdainful. I admire you. Damn it, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and find a way to get the innate spiritual stone. As the saying goes, good things don't go out, but bad things spread thousands of miles. Although the Dragon Clan holding an auction is not a bad thing, it still spread thousands of miles. To be precise, it should be tens of millions of miles away. All living beings in the ancient world, apart from practicing, just discuss this matter. In the end, even some powerful people who could not escape from the world began to collect innate spiritual stones. Only the Lich clans have yet to make any movement, as if they don't believe this. Dragon Court Branch Hall. Brother, now that we are going to hold the first auction conference in history, there has been a lot of buzz. We don't need to publicize it, but it saves us a lot of effort. Zilong happily reported the matter to Shen Long. To be honest, he was really exhausted these days, especially the final auction item turned out to be the thing, which made Zilong feel heartbroken. Fortunately, Shen Long promised, after the auction is over, he will be rewarded with a big gift, which makes Zilong say nothing more. Nodding slightly, Shen Long replied, indeed, this is fine. But there are still many big forces who don't believe it. This matter needs us to add fuel to the flames. Oh, Big Brother wants to take action personally, Zilong said doubtfully. Good. Shen Long responded, then raised his head to the sky and swore, the way of heaven is above. I am the Ancestor Dragon, the head of the prehistoric Dragon Clan. I hereby announce that the first auction conference of the prehistoric times will be held in 1,000 years. In order to complement the way of heaven and improve the development of the way of heaven, look to heaven and learn from it. Buzz. As Shen Long's words fell, a buzzing sound came out in the sky, and then the immeasurable heavenly merits descended. He flew straight to Shen Long, and spread Shen Long's words throughout the ancient world, so that everyone in the ancient world could listen. Hearing what Shen Long said, for a moment, all the sentient beings in the prehistoric era who were confirmed by Shen Long went crazy. None of them expected that this matter was true. The forces that were still hesitant at first took action quickly at this moment. Nothing else. Said that it was the Lich and Lich clans. After learning about this, they resolutely chose to collect innate spirit stones. However, because the two clans themselves had a lot of innate spirit stones, even if they had just started collecting, compared with other people, it will be hundreds of times, or even thousands of times more. This is the benefit of a strong race. If you want to snatch resources or improve resources, you can do it in minutes. When Shen Long's voice fell, another piece of news came out. That is, regardless of whether people or forces have enmity with the Dragon Clan, they can come to participate. The Dragon Clan will treat everyone equally and will never secretly suppress or secretly attack. Moreover, as long as it is a person or race that enters the scope of the Dragon Clan auction, are all protected by the Dragon Clan. It can be said that they don't have to worry about being in any danger in the Dragon Clan, because the Dragon Clan guarantees it. And because of the news of this news, the prehistoric society that was already boiling exploded. The Dragon Clan did bodyguard. Who dares to make trouble in the Dragon Clan? Even the Liching Monster Clan must be obedient. When all the dust settled, Nuwa actually appeared in the wild again. The arrival of the saint was naturally extraordinary and alarmed countless creatures. However, Nuwa didn't have any major issues. She just left a message. During the auction held by the Dragon Clan, anyone who makes trouble will be its enemy. With this double guarantee from Saint Nuwa, it can be said that since the beginning of time, from the beginning to the present, this time is definitely the most exciting and lively time in the prehistoric period. In real comparison, I am afraid that only the scene when Hongjun was just sanctified in the past can be compared with it, but in terms of the number of people, it's still not as good as now. After all, anyone can participate in the Dragon Clan's auction, regardless of strength or race, as long as they have innate spiritual stones. Please subscribe. Third update, thank you to Brother Huang for the VIP reward. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 80. Now that the news has spread, it's time to decide on the auction location. After thinking about it for a while, Shen Long finally decided that it would be better to stay in Wuliangsi. The two islands of Abat and Yingzhou have not yet been integrated into Longting by Shen Long. Therefore, combining these two islands into one and temporarily setting up the auction site is simply the best choice. In this way, after the location was decided, the Dragon Clan began to get busy. In addition to decorating the two fairy islands, the only thing left is to arrange a large formation to prevent anyone from causing trouble. At the same time, Shen Long also asked Zilong to spread a message that the highlight of this auction would have the potential to change the fate of countless people. After hearing what Shen Long said, Zilong also passed it on. Needless to say, countless people believed it and spread it to hundreds of people. Soon everyone in the world knew about it. Kunlun Mountain, inside Sanqing Cave. After learning that Shen Long was going to hold the first ever auction, Sanqing was shocked. First, no one has ever done this in the prehistoric world. Second, the model is too novel. And third, there is no benefit in doing so. But after all, it was organized with the full support of Shen Long, and Sanqing would participate no matter what. Shen Long is not a small fish in the ancient world, but a truly important figure. If he can do this, there must be some purpose. If he doesn't participate, won't he miss a lot of important things? It's just that I'm a little worried, as if I'm afraid of being ambushed. Brother, are you worried that Zilong will plot against us? As if seeing the worries in my heart, Tongshan said. Nodding, I replied, yes, it is a good time for my three brothers to break through, but Zilong has done such a thing. Maybe there will be some conspiracy. Hey, brother, you are worrying too much. I believe that fellow Taoist Zilong will never be this kind of person. Tongshan waved his hand, and then clapped his chest and promised. In any case, Tongshan and Shen Long have had many interactions. Although Shen Long is ruthless and merciless, he is definitely not a good person. At least he is ambushing. Sneak attack. This kind of thing has nothing to do with Shen Long. As for whether Shen Long will deal with them Sanqing, there is no need to consider this. If he wanted to deal with them, he would have dealt with them long ago. Why wait until now? With a slight snort, Yuan Shi continued, then not necessarily. Zilong is not a good person, but I don't think Zilong will dare to plot against us this time. Although Yuan Shi refuted Tongshan, his general idea was similar to Tongshan. Shen Long had countless opportunities to add insult to injury and attack their Sanqing, but Shen Long never did that, so he spent so much time this time. It is absolutely impossible for him to do so. Deal with them. After hearing Yuan Shi and Tongtian's opinions, I thought about it for a moment, and then relieved my worries. I hope things will be as they expected, and there won't be so many changes. Heavenly Court, Lingxiao Palace. Second brother, Has this been verified? Is it indeed true? Seeing Taiyi flying from outside, Dijun asked quickly. Nodding, with a hint of joy on his lips, Taiyi replied, yes, it is absolutely true, and it seems that Zhulong wants to make things big this time. Just Zhulong. They all came out to lead the team in person. Okay, no matter what, we must get that thing. No matter how painful the price is, we will not hesitate. A flash of judgment flashed in Dijun's eyes. This time he was determined and no one could stop him. Understanding the excitement in Dijun's heart at this time, Taiyi said again, brother, we have already exchanged tens of billions of innate souls. Is that enough? So many innate spirit stones are enough for a dozen ordinary earth immortals to rise to Luo Jingxian in an instant. If they continue to accumulate, it will be too much. Besides, the innate spirit stones in the prehistoric world are limited, so why do they have to do so? Pursuing the ultimate, why get so many innate spirit stones? After hearing Taiyi's words, Dijun said with a serious face, second brother, you don't know something. The Dragon Clan is the largest race in the prehistoric world anyway. We would rather spend more spirit stones than offending them is the so-called preparedness. If something happens in the middle, wouldn't we be able to deal with it easily? Okay, stop this and that. Tell all the forces affiliated with heaven, if they don't hand over tens of millions of innate spiritual stones, prepare to be exterminated. Either way, Dijun is the Lord of Heaven and the Emperor of the Demon Clan, so he still has such majesty. After being educated by Dijun, Taiyi could only nod his head, and then flew out again, and soon disappeared. Which clan? Pangwu Temple. Originally, the 12 ancestral witches had separated and were preparing to practice in seclusion, but because of the first auction conference in history, they gathered together again. Ninth brother, why are you so serious? Is that auction really so important? Zhurong glanced at Zhu Jiuyan with disdain. He didn't understand why Zhu Jiuyan was so concerned about the Dragon Clan, but facing Zhu Jiuyan's answer, Zhurong couldn't help but be speechless for a moment. Fifth brother, this auction is very likely to completely change the future of our Wu clan. If you still recognize me as your ninth brother, just listen to my words. If you don't, you can leave at will. Zhu Jiuyan's words are very decisive. Even though Zhu Jiuyan is ranked 9th among the 12 ancestral witches, in terms of strength, he is definitely a peerless strongman comparable to Dijong. If it weren't for Zhu Jiuyan not fighting for it, he would not be able to fight for it. Mang, the second oldest in 10,000 years, really has to give in. When seeing how serious Zhu Jiuyan was, Zhurong gradually became serious. Since the birth of their 12 ancestral witches, this is still Zhu Jiuyan's first. He was so serious for the first time, so no matter how disdainful he felt, Zhurong did not dare to say anything more. Okay, ninth brother, let's talk about business. How far is the innate spiritual stone? Dijong waved his hand, no longer letting Zhurong and Zhu Jiuyan quarrel, and then asked. After a little calculation, Zhu Jiuyan replied, the more innate spiritual stones the better, but if we can find another 10 several hundred million yuan, I believe it is enough. After all, there are piles of innate spiritual stones in the Wu clan's treasury. As long as they are all taken out, it will be enough to squander it at the Dragon clan's auction for a while. Nodding, Dijong looked at Zhu Mang beside him, with the meaning in his eyes. It goes without saying. In terms of wisdom, among the 12 ancestral witches, Mang is undoubtedly the strongest, so the search for the innate spirit stone can only be left to him. Second brother, if I leave this matter to you, are you confident that you can do it? Brother, don't worry, just wrap those innate spiritual stones around me. Zhu Mang had already made plans, so when Dijong was in danger and was ordered to do so, he was very calm and did not panic at all. Soon, the 12 ancestral witches discussed it again, although most of them were related to the Dragon clan's auction, but a small part of them still mentioned Sanqing. Shen Long said that he would protect everyone participating in the auction conference. Whether this is true or not is open to question. Since they have decided to participate in the Dragon clan auction conference, they naturally want to be fully prepared so that even if the dragons are unreliable, they can safely evacuate on their own. Above the 9 heavens, there is a fairyland. There is a strange place in the ancient wilderness, shrouded by clouds all year round, and a fairyland looms in a red light. Inside, there are flying cranes, spiritual beasts walking, countless exotic flowers and plants, and ancient trees and strange vines. In addition, there are waterfalls hanging from the sky and a lotus pond. There are big red lotuses blooming in the lotus pond, which are crystal clear and magical. There is a golden carp swimming under the red lotus, feeling carefree and happy. There is a palace in the fairyland called Fire Cloud Palace. There was a person in Huoyun Palace who was also a guest in Zixiao Palace. He once listened to Hong Jun's sermon and was called the best old man in the world. Apostrophe. Yes, it is Patriarch Hong Yun. At this time, Hong Yun was discussing with Zhen Yuanzi. However, Hong Yun lost his mood after discussing the article. Without him, it is naturally because the Dragon Clan is going to hold the first ever auction. Turning his gaze on Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun said, "Fellow Taoist Zhen Yuanzi, I wonder what you think of the first auction conference held by the Dragon Clan?" He and Zhen Yuanzi are close friends, so he also has some questions. Zhen Yuanzi will be asked directly for his opinion. Instead of hiding it, Zhen Yuanzi said in a deep voice, "Zulong's strength is unfathomable and the city is extremely deep. Since he holds this auction, he will not waste his efforts in vain. So thinking about it, he must have something. What kind of plan? However, we have no grievances with him, and he will not plot against us, so we can join in and have a look." Nodding, Hong Yun felt that it made sense, and then said, "Yes, Zulong, although his personality is a little irritable, I feel that he is okay in all aspects. I think I should be able to make friends and discuss Taoism and so on." "Hey, fellow Taoist Hong Yun, you are too kind-hearted and don't practice hard, but you always try to make friends. If you continue like this, sooner or later it will harm you. Haha, fellow Taoist Zhen Yuanzi is too worried. I have friends all over the world. Who dares to harm me? If it were you, I would be willing to be harmed by you." After saying that, Hong Yun picked up the wine on the table and began to drink heavily. Seeing Hong Yun acting like a dead pig who is not afraid of boiling water, Zhen Yuanzi could only shake his head and say nothing more. Hong Yun is a typical person who doesn't like oil and salt. So, no matter how much he said, forget it. He tried to protect Dian Hong Yun. He believed that with the Book of the Earth guarding him, there wouldn't be any big problems. After all, the Book of the Earth was transformed from the fetal membrane of the ancient earth. As long as he stood on the ancient land, Zhen Yuanzi is an undefeated existence. Therefore, at certain times, as long as Zhen Yuanzi carries the Book of the Earth, he is not afraid of encountering any danger. Anyway, others cannot break his defense, even if there is an ambush. How? To the west, Mount Sumeru. What's going on? Second brother. People from the Dragon Clan have already taken root in the west. Ji Yin hurriedly asked Zundi, who came back from the investigation. He didn't want to make a wedding dress for the Dragon Clan, so naturally he was extremely concerned about this matter. Why? After sighing deeply, Zundi said angrily, "The Dragon Clan is really bullying others. They actually extended their hands to the west of me. If they didn't want to report to my brother's return, I would have to teach them a lesson." Second brother, don't be impulsive. The Dragon Clan is extremely powerful. Once the two of us fight against it, it will be like throwing an egg against a stone. We must be cautious. Ji Yin hurriedly stopped Zunti, intending to calm him down. But when he saw Ji Yin Zunti's appearance, Wushan and the Black Lotus couldn't help but sneer. Haha, the spiritual energy of the West is gradually recovering. Why don't the Dragon Clan eat such a big piece of cake? Ancestral Dragon has given you enough face by not swallowing even Mount Sumeru directly. Otherwise, do you think you will still have a foothold in the West? Wushan taunted. Hearing Wushan's taunt, Zundi retorted, "If he does it, isn't Zulong afraid that we will fight him to the death and detonate the Western spiritual veins again?" Okay, even if the Western spiritual vein is detonated, what will the Zulong lose? Anyway, the Dragon Clan is not developing in the West. Wushan looked at Zundi with a look that looked like an idiot. After hearing this, Zundi didn't know how to answer. Yes, the Dragon Clan's headquarters is in Wuliangsi. Even if the Western spiritual vein was detonated, The ones who were seriously damaged in the end would be their two brothers. Are we going to be oppressed by the ancestral dragon for the rest of our lives? Zunti let out a long sigh. His tone was very sad, and his whole body was in pain. Shaking his head, Wu Shen replied, "Not necessarily. This time there is an opportunity. At least the western salted fish can turn around, but I don't know that you do. You dare to bet?" Fellow Taoist, Wu Shen said. "Yes. It is the first auction conference in history. I have a feeling that there are unimaginable good things in this conference. As long as you have enough innate spiritual stones, you may be able to quickly improve your strength. You may take this opportunity to break through and achieve the status of a saint." Is what fellow Taoist said true? Of course, I never lie to others. Wu Shen snorted softly. Could it be that he thought he was Hong Jun? He was just coaxing. Others joined forces with him, and finally burned the bridge and turned against him. After thinking carefully for a moment, Ji and Zunti made eye contact. Wu Shen really had no need to lie to them, so it seemed that they really had to participate in the first auction held by Shen Long. Thinking of this, Ji and Zunti began to search for innate spiritual stones. It is also a coincidence that the most common items that Ji and Zunti obtained from the Fenbao rock were the innate spiritual stones. I originally thought it was a big loss, but now it seems that it has actually come in handy. Now, coupled with their accumulation over the years, I believe it is enough to handle an auction. After that, Wu Shen made a deal with Ji and Zunti. It is Wu Shen who will guide them step by step to restore the West and make it prosperous. As for the price, they have to agree to Wu Shen's request that is not excessive. After careful calculation, I felt that it was a good deal to accept the offer, so I agreed. But they didn't know that just because they inadvertently agreed to Wu Shen's request, they would be controlled by Wu Shen's men step by step in the future. Of course, this is something for later. Let's not mention it for now. There are still 1,000 years before the auction begins. During this 1,000 years, all living beings, major forces, and powerful men are all searching for the innate spiritual stones in an orderly manner. Just for the auction to begin, you can take photos of your favorite items or spiritual treasures. And time passed quietly in their search. In the blink of an eye, once the 1,000 years have passed, a majestic momentum burst out from the Dragon Clan and spread straight to the ancient land. Please subscribe. Fourth update. Thank you to Brother Huang for the VIP reward. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 81. The millennium has come, and the first auction in the prehistoric times is about to begin. You can come and participate. As a voice came out, the pressure of the saint level swept across the entire prehistoric world. The majestic momentum surprised all living beings in the prehistoric world, and they were all shocked. At the same time, they shouted, "We will obey Saint's command." That's right, he's a saint. I never expected that a saint would appear among the Dragon Clan, and he made a breakthrough quietly. No wonder Nuwa has always been kind and courteous to Zhu Long. Now everything is explained. As for those innate powers, after learning the news, they were not only surprised, but also full of fear. Shen Long didn't know when the saints would break through. Now it seems that everything they have is probably under Shen Long's control. This person is really terrible. There is no doubt that he has made mistakes. He can be said to be toying with all sentient beings. In the applause buzz, the terrifying Ori gradually disappeared, and then all the sentient beings from the ancient world also flew towards the boundless seas. The first ones to bear the brunt were Sanqing, Emperor Junti, Yinying Quasi-Sage, 12 ancestral witches, Ming Kun Zanyuanzi and others. After all, he is a veteran powerful man with a good reputation, so naturally he cannot lag behind others. And because they knew that there was a saint among the Dragon Clan, their original nervousness began to gradually disappear. In any case, the saint is also the strongest ceiling in the prehistoric world. If we really want to take action against them, they will not escape death in a moment. Therefore, it seems that Shen Long will definitely not kill them. Otherwise he would have taken action long ago. It may be because the space formation has been arranged in Wuliangsi High. As long as everyone's target is the auction venue, their speed will be extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they will see the auction venue organized by the two islands of Abbot Yingzhu. It must be said that Abbot Yingzhu is really a blessed place, with the dangerous peaks on it, steep mountains and Kuiwei, auspicious grass growing on the slopes, Ganoderma lucidum growing on the ground, beautiful roots connecting to the sky, green pines and green willows, purple chrysanthemums and red plums, green peaches and ginkgo, fire dates and pears. In the front, a strange fog, a cold wind blows, colorful clouds cover 5-color golden light, and auspicious clouds rise in thousands of colors. Mountains line up in front and behind, practicing Taoist priests and Quanzhen. On the left and right stand lakes and seas, wandering around Chuasheng and scattered guests. To the east, go up to Jiyu, a scarf and water robe. To the Sikadir with the sword are all strange people with high moral standards. The one who goes to the west becomes a man with a bun, a light yellow robe, an ancient sword, and an 8-pronged deer. They are all hermits riding in the mist and rising into the clouds. The one with a big red robe and a yellow spotted deer from the due south shows the Kunwu sword. It was the 5 escapes and 3 killings of the lord of the dragon clan, going due north with soap-colored clothes, lotus seed hoops, iron swords, and crossing elk. They were all powerful visitors who moved mountains and seas. The dragon king of the East China Sea sat on the 9-fragrant chariot, and he was divided into different sects. The 8 tiger chariots. The dragon king of the West Sea is the governor of all immortals. The magic weapon of the 9 heavens black dragon is always with him. The thunder dragon Taoist encompasses all things. The ringing of the golden bell stirs up the universe. The beating of the jade chime stirs up the world. Smoke curls up from the grate, the mist disappears, feather fans sway and emerald phoenixes leave the jade pond. Sitting on the 9 dragons Agarwood chariot. The thing is, the chaos is not divided into heaven and earth, except for the black and yellow, the lord of the dragon clan, the first Hunyu and Aoyu, a golden immortal in the world, Shen Long. Only Kong Zhuan holds the secret of the divine book, with infinite virtues, and writes a poem. The evil array of 10,000 dragons in Shanguma. A rustling cold wind blows in front of you. Pieces of auspicious light cage bucket handles, murderous auras penetrate the spiritual platform. Fish and dragons can be distinguished at this time, and jade has been born from now on. How many practitioners have suffered this disaster, and the 3 corpses have been chopped off and the 5 clouds have opened. Look, that's the ancestral dragon, the leader of the dragon clan. He is so domineering. Zhu Long should be a role model for our generation. Hey, if I can reach 1/10 of the cultivation level of Zhu Long, my life will be enough. It is a great blessing that a person like Zhu Long could be born in the ancient land. Soon, everyone was shocked when they saw such a grand display of the dragon clan. Their initial jealousy turned into unbridled praise. You know, before Shen Long had not become a saint, everything was possible. But now, Shen Long has become a saint and is one of the most noble people in the world. He is immortal. Even if they don't know that Shen Long has broken through to the position of Hunyu and Aoyu, a golden immortal, they are all amazed and envious. After all, Hunyu and Aoyu Jinxian is equal to a saint, so even if they know it, there is no difference. At least in terms of attitude, they will not change. It is like adults dealing with children. One is 1.8 meters strong. The other is 1.8 meters. There is no difference between the 79 and 79 athletes, and they can easily kill them. Pang Zhengzong, Hong Jun's first disciple, the arrival of the 3 King dynasties. As a loud shout rang out, Prime Minister Gui naturally had to do such a thing as greeting the guests. Prime Minister Gui also did it very neatly. After a brief discussion with the sisters Zian Changzai arranged for people to bring these famous and powerful people to the venue. Sanqing was the first to enter the arena because he was the fastest. The entire auction venue was extremely large and could accommodate tens of millions of people. As for the rest, they could only be squeezed outside. At the same time, top-level formations were also arranged in the venue. The formations were arranged by Shen Long himself, which could prevent anyone from fighting in the venue and disrupting order. However, I believe that no one would dare to cause trouble here in the Dragon Clan. After all, Shen Long has shown his cultivation as a saint, so they still have to give them this little face. The 2 Western deities were mentioned by the guide. The Lord of Heaven, Emperor Juntai arrives. Pang Zongzong, The 12 ancestral witches arrived. Lord of the Sea of Blood, Ancestor 6 has arrived. Was Wang Temple, Zanyuanzi arrives. Huoyun Palace, Hongyun Taoist arrives. Qingqiu lineage, Qingqiu ancestor arrives. West Kunlun Mountains, the Queen Mother of the West arrives. Shouts came out one after another, and famous and powerful people from all ages came to the scene one after another. There are seats arranged for them in the venue. Although the space is not too big, it is enough for them. After all, they are here to buy things, not to enjoy themselves. Shen Long can already take care of these people. In addition, within the venue, all spirit fruit and spirit teas are of innate level. How could you expect such treatment anywhere? But after all, these people all possess countless innate spiritual stones, which can be of great use to Shen Long. Therefore, it is still okay to pay some interest in advance. Soon, Shen Long will be able to get it all back. Is this the innate spiritual fruit Huang Zonglai, and the 9,000-year-old Rensui flat peach? There is actually enlightenment tea. The Dragon Clan is such a big deal. Looking at the melons and fruits in front of them in shock, the powerful experts present were extremely shocked. None of them could believe that the Dragon Clan could be so rich, and actually give them this kind of spiritual fruit and spiritual tea. Although the Dragon Clan wanted to do this, it proves that the Dragon Clan is powerful and how rich the Dragon Clan is. But there is no need to be so wasteful, right? Brother, what do you think Zhu Long is doing, and why does he want to create such a big battle? Yuan Shai swallowed the Huang Zonglai in one gulp, feeling the enhanced magic power, and asked Lazy in a restrained manner. Putting down the enlightenment tea in his hand, I shook my head and said, I don't know yet, but it seems that this auction will be better than ours. It was much scarier and more intense than imagined. Nodding, Tongshan took a bite of the flat peach and continued, I never expected that Zhu Long has become a saint. It seems that our previous inferences are correct, but why does Zhu Long have to hide all the time? Could it be, for this auction conference? It's possible. Yuan Shai nodded and said uncertainly. Emperor Juntia glanced around with a curious expression. The entire venue was made of innate spiritual beings, in which more than hundreds of millions of innate spiritual stones were consumed, and the Dragon Clan's generosity simply shocked them. At the same time, they were once again surprised by the many innate spiritual fruits on the seats. Full of doubts in his heart, Taiyi said, Brother, why do you feel that this time you are not here for an auction, but here to watch the Dragon Clan show off their wealth? With so many things, how many treasures have the Dragon Clan plundered from ancient times? I don't know either, but after all, the Dragon Clan has existed since the beginning of the world. Compared to the Monster Clan, I don't know how many years ago it is. It's normal to have such a background. I just don't know what the ancestral dragon wants the innate spirit stone for. Maybe this thing will have a great impact on it. Usefulness, Dijun replied, and then after seeing everyone around him eating it, he was no longer polite. One bite of the spirit fruit was directly converted into 3,000 mana, which is simply terrifying. Don't say anything else, just eat it. With so many spiritual fruits, a visit to the Dragon Clan this time is worth it. Hearing Dijun's answer, Tai nodded, feeling that it made sense, but they were already here, so they could only do as the Romans do and listen to the Dragon Clan's arrangements. Except for here at Dijun Taiyi, the 12 ancestral witches are also actively discussing, but they are using the secret language of the witch clan, so they are not afraid that others will be able to understand what they say. Hey, I never thought that Zhu Long had already become a saint. It seems that we still underestimate Zhu Long too much. Brother, don't be discouraged. We are already on the verge of becoming a quasi-sage, and it will only be a matter of time before we break through to become a saint. Yes, although Ancestral Dragon is strong, we have no enmity with the Dragon Clan, and he will not cause trouble for us. Yes, we just need to spend this auction with peace of mind and practice more diligently when we return. It's just that I don't know what Zhu Long can bring out for auction, and I don't know if it can be useful to us. Take your time and see. Even if it is useless, it is not a loss to come here this time. Jumang glanced at the innate spiritual fruits, and the meaning was self-evident. And as their voices fell, Zai, dressed in white, walked on cloud steps to the central high platform. The auction host must it needs to be done by someone who can attract everyone's attention. Looking at the entire prehistoric period, only 3 people are more suitable. The first is Shen Long himself, but Shen Long will definitely not do it. The second is Zhu Long, but he is not very good at it. If you understand the process, you may mess it up. The third one is the 2 sisters Zai and Chang Zai. Among them, Zai he is the most decent and generous, so no matter how you look at it, Zai he is the best candidate. Originally, Zai he had some problems. She disagreed. After all, it was her first time doing it, and she was afraid of screwing it up for Shen Long. But under Shen Long's strong persuasion, Zai he finally agreed. Just like that, Zai he came on stage, carrying the radiance that attracted everyone's attention. In an instant, the entire venue was silent. Everyone looked at Zai on the high platform. The auction conference is about to begin. I am the host of this conference and will introduce all the auction items to you. Now let us introduce the first auction item. Without so much nonsense, Zai he briefly introduced himself, then waved his hand and asked someone to bring the first item up. The first item must attract everyone's attention. After thinking for a long time, Shen Long finally decided to take out the item. Yes, it was the foundation of sanctification. Hongmen Purple Qi. A wisp of purple breath surrounded the glass cover, constantly floating, exuding endless mysteries. That kind of mysterious breath, the prehistoric beings present could not help but be obsessed with it. The 3,000 mortal guests in the past and the powerful people who had listened to the sermon in Zixiao Palace all recognized this object. They all looked at the purple energy in shock and spoke in almost crazy voices. He shouted, "Hongmen Ziki? What? It's actually Hongmen Ziki? Are the Dragon Clan crazy? How come there is Hongmen Purple Qi? Isn't Zhu Long already a saint? Why is there still Hongmen Purple Qi here? Is it fake? Did the Dragon Clan deliberately deceive us? No. The Hongmen Purple Qi cannot be faked. I have experienced the rich and mysterious Qi in the Zixiao Palace before, but what is going on? How come there is another Hongmen Purple Qi?" With the appearance of Hongmen Purple Qi, the entire venue went crazy. Emperor Juntai, 12 ancestral witches, Stix Kun, Hongyi Untao Nuanzi and others, all the veteran innate powers, clenched their palms tightly. Their eyes were fixed on the Hongmen Purple Qi without blinking. There was a hint of joy that could not be concealed in their pale faces. This was what they dreamed of. As long as they could obtain the Hongmen Purple Qi, any powerful person in the prehistoric era would not be left to chance. Are they kidding? Once they can become saints, they can really change their destiny. No wonder Wu Shen said such a sentence before. At this moment, Ji Yingzundi was relieved. Although they didn't know how Wu Shen thought that there would be Hongmen in the auction conference. It's purple, or you can guess it. But Wu Shen can feel the terror of Wu Shen when he can say such words. After a long time, when everyone's breath calmed down, Zai continued, "This thing, I think everyone should know it, but I still have to say it again. This thing is called the Foundation of Enlightenment, Hongmen Purple Qi. If you want to break through to the realm of a saint, you must have this thing." Wow! There was another uproar in the entire venue. Now that Zai has confirmed it, what else can be said? If the auction venue was not guarded by a large formation, I am afraid that these people would have gone crazy and rushed to rob. There are even some people who are full of momentum. He broke out and was obsessed with the words "the foundation of proving the way." He tried to rush to the high platform and snatch the Hongmen Purple Qi. But as soon as he took action, a white light shot up into the sky and enveloped him instantly. He only heard a wailing sound. The person disappeared, leaving no trace behind. The late-stage quasi-saint strongman was instantly killed. Isn't this formation too terrifying? Everyone secretly smacked their tongues. Those who originally had the intention to snatch Hongmen Purple Qi were also killed. He quickly gave up the idea and wiped the cold sweat from his head. After looking at the faces of everyone, Zai he continued expressionlessly, "Everyone knows that Hongmen Purple Qi is the foundation for enlightenment, but you don't know what Hongmen Purple Qi is. Come on, I will explain it to you today. I hope you will be quiet for now." "Quiet, presumptuous, don't bother making any more noise. The 12 ancestral witches are here. Who dares to say another word?" As soon as Zai he finished speaking, the Sanqing Emperor Juntai, the 12 ancestral witches, and others were furious. The majestic roar erupted, which directly silenced everyone present. They all looked at Zai eagerly, dare to say another sentence to affect the order of the venue. Nodding with satisfaction, Zai began to say, Hongmen purple qi is transformed from the purest qi between heaven and earth. It contains the laws of heaven and earth and is the key to sanctification. Before the great god Pangu created the world, he was accompanied by the way of heaven. The way of heaven is composed of 49 purple qi. Mastering one purple qi is one of the ways to escape. In the past, Taoist Hong Jun obtained the jade dish from Mount Buzu. The jade dish was the unopened treasure of heaven and earth and contained 49 purple qi. When Pangu opened the sky, it was punished by heaven and fell into pieces. What Taoist Hong Jun got was the largest piece, containing 7 purple qi. The whereabouts of the rest are unknown. How can it be? Zai actually knows such secrets? How did she find out? Looking at Zai blankly, Sanqing and others were shocked again. The surprise in their eyes was beyond words, and they couldn't speak for a long time. Please subscribe. The first update. The average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82. The Sage rules the universe, and the universe goes through thousands of calamities without weariness, and remains untainted by cause and effect, always with heaven, coexisting with Tao. Now that the Hongmen purple qi is right in front of them, even Sanqing and others who already possess the Hongmen purple qi are extremely excited. This is the best treasure in the world. No one has too much. It would be best if I could have another Hongmen purple qi. Soon, Zai also revealed the starting price of Hongmen Ziki 99 trillion and 8 spiritual stones. Yes, although this price is scary enough, Hongmen purple qi is definitely at this price. Okay everyone, the bidding begins, and the starting price for each bidding shall not be less than 1 billion and 8 spiritual stones. As Zai's voice fell, Daijun Taiyu was the first to speak. 100 billion and 8 spiritual stones. Yes. The price increase of 1 trillion and 8 spiritual stones was revealed. From this, we can also see the determination of Emperor Junti to fight for the Hongmen purple qi. It can be said that even if it means spending everything, Emperor Junti will not hesitate. Don't look at it, it's just a streak of Hongmen purple qi, but as long as they can get it, what if they sell the entire heaven? Moreover, even though Emperor Junti may not have so many innate spiritual stones in his hands now, they have the biggest trump card. It's 30 the heaven above the third heaven. The heaven is built with countless innate spiritual stones. Not to mention anything else, there are nearly 200 to 300 billion innate spiritual stones on one side of the Nanshanmen. Therefore, even if the Nanshanmen is demolished, they also want to grab the Hongmen purple qi. At the same time, the 12 ancestral witches have the same idea as Daijun Taiyu. 110 trillion innate spiritual stones. An additional 10 trillion innate spiritual stones have been added. The 12 ancestral witches are indeed very wealthy, but thinking about it, no one knows how many treasures there are in the witch clan's treasure house. However, they have been accumulated for countless years and have never been consumed. How could there be less? 115 trillion innate spiritual stones. Immediately afterwards, Sanqing also joined the bidding. The Hongmen purple qi was too precious, and they couldn't help but be tempted. As soon as their hearts moved, their hands began to take action. 120 trillion innate spiritual stones. Jian Zundi shouted loudly. His lips gradually began to turn white, but it was very painful. They are not like the group of people in the East. One is richer than the other, and all their innate spiritual stones are just a little bit. It was saved. Naturally, It is not so generous in terms of spending it, but the good thing is that the innate spiritual veins can condense the innate spiritual stones. Jiyan must have stolen so many innate spiritual veins in the north, but he has condensed a lot of innate spiritual stones. It is not so poor, otherwise there would be no chance to bid this time. 130 trillion innate spiritual stones. The Qingqiu clan couldn't hold it any longer. The Qingqiu ancestor stared at Hongmen Ziki and shouted loudly, 150 trillion innate spiritual stones. This voice was shouted by the Tiger King of the White Tiger clan. Likewise, they are also determined to win the Hongmen Purple Qi. 160 trillion innate spiritual stones. 170 trillion innate spiritual stones. 200 billion innate spiritual stones. Di Juntai glanced at everyone and directly raised the price to 200 billion. This price has made many people start to retreat and cannot afford it. After all, not every race has a heaven to split. If the price is higher, if this goes on, it is very likely to affect the cultivation of the entire ethnic group. Don't forget, each ethnic group not only has only one tribe leader, but if the entire ethnic group is unable to practice, it will be quite harmful to them. 250 trillion innate spiritual stones. Tongshan stood up and shouted out the price at Lao Tzu's signal. The blessings of the Sanqing dynasty are profound. Zhangji has also obtained many innate spiritual stones. He also occupies an innate blessed land like Kunlun Mountain. He doesn't know how many innate spiritual stones he possesses. Xi's background. Even though they only have 3 people, they are enough to be worthy of any big force. 280 trillion innate spiritual stones. The 12 ancestral witches are unwilling to be outdone and do not want the Hongmen Purple Qi to be taken away by the 3 pure ones. 300 billion innate spiritual stones. 320 trillion innate spiritual stones. 35 trillion innate spiritual stones. 380 trillion innate spiritual stones. 400 billion innate spiritual stones. Soon, the competition became more and more intense, and all the forces raised their prices to the highest level. Similarly, because of their constant bidding, many small forces were discouraged. Even the Qingqiu clan, who had been prepared for a long time, after hearing the 400 for trillions of years, they could only grit their teeth and say no more. They didn't dare to bid at will and disrupt the order of the venue. Otherwise, if Shen Long was angered, wouldn't there be a risk of annihilation? At this time, the only people bidding on the scene were there are 4 forces left. The first is Pang U Sanqing, the second is Emperor Juntai, the third is 12 ancestral witches, the fourth is Jiang Zundi. As for the others, they don't dare to compete with them. First, they really have no money. The second is fear of offending them. Fellow Taoist Sanqing, you already have the Hongmen Purple Qi. So why are you arguing with us? Hurry up and keep some innate spiritual stones for the treasures after bidding. Maybe they will help you break through to the saint. Dijun looked at lazy Sanqing and said, his meaning is also very simple. He just hopes that Sanqing can give them some face and stop praising the price. Sanqing is rich, but he is not an easy target. He can take out the money at once. So many innate spiritual stones have come out. Don't tear the entire heaven to pieces in the end. That will not only affect the power of the Zhutangxing formation, but also make people laugh at heaven. Faced with Dijun's suggestion, Yuan Shi snorted coldly. Fellow Taoist Emperor Jun, as the saying goes, the one with the highest price wins. We have enough innate spiritual stones, why can't we bid? If fellow Taoist spirit stones are enough, you can just buy them, and we will have no complaints. Good. You guys are cruel. 500 billion innate spiritual stones. Dijun shouted loudly, and instantly raised the price to an extreme again. 500 billion innate spiritual stones are used to buy a beam of Hongmen Purple Qi. No matter what, it is not a loss. However, this price cannot be said to be a bit too high. And after Daijun revealed this price, Sanqing's pupils shrank and they stopped competing. Daijun was right. They already had Hongmen Purple Qi. There was no need to continue to compete. What if Daijun didn't want it anymore? Aren't they the ones? For the time being, it's useless for them to ask for an extra burst of Hongmen Purple Qi. It's better to retreat temporarily and not compete with it. Seeing that Sanqing didn't speak anymore, Zundi hesitated and sat down. Go on. They also have Hongmen Purple Qi, so there is no need to offend the dead Emperor Junti. Otherwise, if Emperor Junti really gets the Hongmen purple chi, won't he cause trouble for them after he becomes a saint in the future? So after thinking about it, let it go bar. Okay, 500 billion and 8 spiritual stones for the first time, 500 billion and 8 spiritual stones for the second time, 500 billion, 520 trillion and 8 spiritual stones. Although Sanqing and Nuwa have retreated, don't forget that there are still 12 ancestral witches. The two Lich and Witch clans have always been sworn enemies, even though many things have happened since then. The hatred between the two clans has not diminished at all. If Juntai is allowed to buy Hongmen Ziki now, when they become saints, the Wu clan will be the first to suffer the consequences. Therefore, no matter what, they must grab it. Even if they use up all the innate spiritual stones in their hands, they can't let Juntai get his wish. 12 ancestral witches, you are seeking death. Juntai was furious and looked at the 12 ancestral witches with hatred. They were about to get the Hongmen purple chi, but the 12 ancestral witches actually came out halfway and intercepted them. It was really annoying, but here it was the territory of the Dragon clan again. They could only curse angrily but could not take action. Thinking of skinning and cramping the Wu clan in the future, Jun gritted his teeth and said, 55 trillion and 8 spiritual stones, 580 trillion and 8 spiritual stones, 600 billion and 8 spiritual stones. Jun almost yelled out. When the price of 600 billion and 8 spiritual stones appeared, the 12 ancestral witches sat down. There was no way. Juntai almost gambled with the entire future of the demon clan. Who dares to snatch it from them? Even if the 12 ancestral witches are extremely reluctant and don't want Emperor Juntai to get the Hongmen purple chi, there is nothing they can do to stop it. Okay, 600 billion and 8 spiritual stones for the first time, 600 billion and 8 spiritual stones for the second time, 600 billion and 8 spiritual stones for the third time. Congratulations to Juntai and two Taoist friends for successfully bidding for the foundation of enlightenment, Hongmen purple chi. After the conference, the Hongmen purple chi will be given to you. You too can also take away the Hongmen purple chi in advance. Please feel free to do so. As the chime bell rang, Emperor Juntai successfully bought Hongmen Ziki for 600 billion and 8 spiritual stones. To be honest, the two of them were already so excited at this time that they were not even in the mood to continue here. Stayed. Seeing the intention of Emperor Juntai, Long came on stage and arranged for the 4 Dragon Kings to personally lead Emperor Juntai to get the Hongmen purple chi. Moreover, a pair of dragons sent them out to the boundless world, leaving them alone on their own. They have now handed over 200 billion and 8 spiritual stones, and the remaining 400 billion and 8 spiritual stones need to be replenished within 3 days. Otherwise, the Dragon clan will take back the Hongmen purple chi. After the two learned after this incident, he also expressed his agreement and hurriedly left. At the same time, when Emperor Juntai left, several veteran quasi-sage strongmen quietly retreated. As for the purpose, it is self-evident. As for the rest of the people, they continue to wait for the second item to come on stage. The Dragon clan can even take out treasures such as Hongmen purple chi, but what else can't be taken out? Therefore, they also want to see if there will be any treasures in the future and whether they will be important to them. It didn't take long for the second collection to be pushed out. Different from the previous Hongmen Ziki, this treasure was a secret book with 4 big characters written on it. 3 styles of opening the sky. Yes, it's Pangu's 3 postures of opening the sky. Shen Long had already learned it a long time ago, and this time he treated it as a collection and contributed it. I am afraid that no one in the ancient world knows how powerful Pangu's 3 Kaishin moves are. When he killed 3,000 chaos demon gods in Pangu, he used the 3 techniques of opening the sky. Seeing this, the eyes of Sanqing and the 12 ancestral witches went straight. They all claim that Pangu is authentic, so there is no way they don't know the power of this secret book. Okay, now let me introduce this collection to you fellow Taoists. Soon, Alba, one of the 4 Dragon Kings, came on the stage and gave everyone a brief introduction to the power of the 3 Kaishin movements. Among them, it mainly said that the 3 Kaishin movements can be learned by anyone, and as long as they have enough understanding, they can exert them. The power of the three Cation styles used by Pang Wu at the beginning. The secret book is true to its originality, no deception, no fraud, different from Shen Long's direct inheritance and indoctrination. This secret book requires careful understanding to know the mystery of its power. Therefore, even if the three styles of Cation are extremely precious, in terms of price, they are still not as good as Hongmengziki. The bidding price for this collection is 88 trillion and 8 spiritual stones. Each increase in price must not be less than 1 billion and 8 spiritual stones. Please go ahead. After saying that, Aoba left the stage, leaving Zihe alone. 89 trillion and 8 spiritual stones. An unknown casual cultivator was the first to make an offer. This was Pang Wu's unique skill. He had been coveting it for a long time. If he could learn the three postures of opening the sky with his left hand and the three postures of opening the sky with his right hand, even Sanqing would have to let him do it. 3 points. Just when this person was dreaming about a bright future, someone else started bidding and successfully broke his fantasy. 100 billion and 8 spiritual stones. The bidder is none other than Yuan Shi, one of the three king dynasties. As the authentic sect of Pang Wu and the transformation of Pang Wu Yuanshan, they are determined to get this secret book. 150 trillion and 8 spiritual stones. Not to be outdone, the 12 ancestral witches quickly quoted a price. 200 billion and 8 spiritual stones. It's no good if we don't take action. They have been waiting for a long time to pick up Zunti. Pang Wu's three postures of opening the sky are also of great help to them. They must snatch them. 300 billion and 8 spiritual stones. 400 billion and 8 spiritual stones. 430 trillion and 8 spiritual stones. Sanqing and the 12 ancestral witches have made great efforts, and the prices have skyrocketed. No one has any intention of retreating. In the blink of an eye, the price of Cation 3 styles has almost caught up with Hongmengziki. Compared with Sanqing, said to be honest, the three Cation moves have a greater effect on the 12 ancestral witches. After all, they can condense Pang Wu's true body. Once they master the three Cation moves, Pang Wu's true body will be more than 10 times more powerful. Although they are Pang Wu essence and blood institute transformation, but did not inherit Pang Wu's cultivation techniques. Otherwise, he would not have been so passively attacked by the demon clan. Do you want to know who Pang Wu is? The most reckless person among the 3,000 chaos demon gods. If the 12 ancestor witches before just mastered the three techniques of opening the sky, why the witch clan and the fairy court were not cut down by them long ago. 45 trillion and 8 spiritual stones. I finally spoke after pondering for a long time. The main reason why Sanqing is so eager to obtain the three open heaven styles is that he doesn't want to be possessed by the Wu clan. The hatred between them and the Wu clan is too deep. Well, if the 12 ancestral witches are really allowed to practice the three forms of Cation, how can they, the three pure ones, resist? 500 billion and 8 spiritual stones. It's a pity that I still underestimated the determination of the 12 ancestral witches. They will get the Cation 3 styles no matter what they say. Therefore, no matter how much the Sanqing bids, they will only increase the price and will not be scared away by them. Hey, 550 trillion and 8 spiritual stones. I sighed, and then shouted another price. 580 trillion and 8 spiritual stones. Seemingly sensing the helplessness in my tone, the 12 ancestral witches did not directly raise the price to 600 billion and 8 spiritual stones, but reduced the price by 20 trillion. But Sanqing had no way to compete with the 12 ancestral witches at this time. They are fighting for it. They know the determination of the 12 ancestral witches, so they might as well give it up. As for whether the 12 ancestral witches will practice the three styles of Cation, it depends on fate, and there is nothing they can do. Clang. 580 trillion and 8 spiritual stones for the first time. Please subscribe. The second update. The average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 83. Clang. 580 trillion innate spiritual stones for the first time, 580 trillion innate spiritual stones for the second time, 580 trillion innate spiritual stones for the third time. Congratulations to fellow Taoist 12 ancestral witches for successfully bidding for the secret book of the 3 opening heaven movements. The secret book of the 3 opening heaven movements will be given to you after the conference. Fellow Taoists can also pick up the secret book in advance, as you see fit. Soon, the 12 ancestral witches delivered all the innate spirit stones, and then left with the 3 secrets of Qilin. Now that they have obtained such a treasure, it is too dangerous to stay here, so it is better to leave as soon as possible. Similarly, just like when Emperor Junti left, several veteran strong men left. Although they didn't have many innate spiritual stones, they couldn't help but had many clever ideas. They always wanted to get something for nothing and take advantage of the situation. Of course, what would be the result? It goes without saying, as the 2 items were bid away, the third item was pushed up again. As this item appeared at the auction venue, 5 colors of light suddenly illuminated the heavens, 8-tone fairy music resounded throughout the world, and countless golden lanterns, golden lotuses, necklaces, and hanging beads fall all over the sky like water dripping from the eaves in a steady stream. This is, when everyone present saw this item, they all stood up as if they knew it. The name of this treasure is Shen Long, which was transformed from the righteousness in the chest of the great god Panu. Its level is equal to that of the innate treasure. Although it has no offensive ability, it has outstanding defense. If you hang it above your head, you will be invincible. When you sacrifice it, you will be invincible. Moreover, all evils must be avoided, and all evils must be avoided. The bidding price is 80 trillion innate spiritual stones. Come on, everyone. Alzan, one of the 4 dragon kings, also retreated after saying a few words, leaving Zai to start bidding. Seeing that the heavens were filled with joy, Sanqing was the first to bid. 100 billion innate spiritual stones. Now I've got the Xuan Huang exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth robbed by the 12 ancestral witches. If I can buy Shen Long, I can make up for this vacancy. In addition, Shen Long's defense is even stronger than the Xuan Huang exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth. I liked it very much, so I was the first to choose to bid. 150 trillion innate spiritual stones. After all, it is a defensive treasure that is equal to the innate treasure. As long as you can obtain this treasure, don't you no longer have to worry about your own safety? After all, Shen Long gave this treasure to Taoist Wu Xin. This also shows the value of this treasure. How strong is the defense? It is normal for countless strong men to be jealous of this treasure. As soon as I finished speaking, there were strong men bidding for it. 180 trillion innate spiritual stones, 200 billion innate spiritual stones, 230 trillion innate spiritual stones, 250 trillion innate spiritual stones, 280 trillion innate spiritual stones. As countless powerful people began to bid, the price of Shen Long also continued to skyrocket. Compared with the first 2 treasures, the price of the third treasure is much less. If they can get it, it will be like missing out. Therefore, even if the price increase is not much, they have followed it for many rounds. 500 billion innate spiritual stones. Jian Zunti finally took action. They paid no less attention to Shen Long than Sanqing. How could they not take action? A chill appeared on his face. Yuan Shaitanxian glared at Jian Zunti. Unfortunately, this time the 2 of them were too thick-skinned. No matter how Yuan Shaitanxian glared at them, they pretended to be indifferent and didn't see anything. 550 trillion innate spiritual stones. There is no other way. Sanqing can only continue bidding. Fortunately, Jian Zunti only shouted once and stopped competing. Shen Long also succeeded in getting into the hands of Sanqing. After handing over the innate spirit stone, Shen Long was taken away by me. Seeing that I didn't care about what the 2 of them thought, Yuan Shi frowned slightly. You must know that he and Tongxin don't have any defensive treasures. On the contrary, I already have the Taikai diagram, so why do I need to do it? Jian Qinyan? Moreover, he didn't even ask the 2 of them. Does this mean he didn't care about their opinions? However, there were many people at the moment, and Yuan Shi didn't get angry directly, but hid the matter in his heart. Unlike after Dai Juntai and the 12 ancestral witches left, Sanqing chose to stay. Anyway, they still had some innate spiritual stones. What if they could find some other treasures? Immediately afterwards, the fourth collection was pushed up. Compared with the first three collections, this collection is much more special. It can even be said that it was specially prepared for one person. Moreover, Shen Long spent a lot of effort to get this item. This treasure is called the Demon Heart. It is condensed from the body of the Chaos Demon God. It contains his essence. Once swallowed, it can instantly enhance the mana of nearly 100 yuan hui. Those who are not powerful cannot swallow it. The bidding price is 50 trillion innate lingxi. I advise you to bid carefully. Please do so. After Rao Kuang gave special instructions, he turned around and left. Then everyone began to increase the price. If it can enhance the magic power of hundreds of yuan hui, wouldn't it be possible to break through to the peak of quasi-sage in an instant? This is equivalent to asking everyone to there as a shortcut to the path of cultivation, and naturally no one wants to miss it. Among countless people, Wu Shen, who is hidden in the Black Lotus, is the happiest. What a treasure! It is simply a good treasure teller made for him. He has everything now. There is no shortage, but there is a lack of mana and essence. As the Chaos Demon God, Wu Shen has a way to perfectly dilute the infinite magic power contained in the Light Demon's heart. Therefore, he is bound to get this treasure. Jiyan Zunti, this treasure must be photographed. Wu Shen sent a message to Jiyan Zunti, and the order could not be refused. He had helped Jiyan Zunti a lot before, and now it was time for them to repay the favor. When hearing Wu Shen's order, Jiyan Zunti, although they were very reluctant, but they still started bidding. They also hoped that Wu Shen could help them restore the West and make the West prosperous. Naturally, it was not easy to offend Wu Shen. In addition, they owed Wu Shen a big cause and effect before, and they must repay it. Therefore, even though they don't have that many innate spiritual stones, they still have to give one to Wu Shen. 100 billion innate spiritual stones, 150 trillion innate spiritual stones, 180 trillion innate spiritual stones, 230 trillion innate spiritual stones, 280 trillion innate spiritual stones. Soon, the bidding ended, and in the end Demon Heart was led by Zunti to bid for 300 billion innate spiritual stones. Seeing that the dust had settled, Wu Shen finally showed a happy expression. As long as he swallows the Demon Heart, he can regain 80% of his former strength. By then, if we plan carefully, wouldn't it be easy to break through the Hunyu and Alua Golden Immortal Realm? Unlike the Hongmen Purple Chi that all sentient beings have been staring at since the dawn of time, Wu Shen can't even look at it. He has a way to break through Hunyu and Alua Jinxian, so why should he focus on the position of saint? Besides, in his opinion, the position of saint is a big trap. So how could he take the initiative to jump into it? Time passed slowly, and items were pushed onto the high platform one by one. After the bidding ended, they were pushed down again. In the blink of an eye, the 99 collections were sold out through bidding. Among them are many innate spiritual objects, top-quality innate spiritual treasures, cultivation secrets, spiritual pets and mounts. It can be said that anything you want can be found at the auction. The prices also vary. Some are high and some are low. It all depends on whether you have enough money. In addition, taking this opportunity, Shen Long also promoted a wave of Samsara Tower. It is said to be the Reincarnation Tower, but it is actually the Hongmen Time and Space Tower. In the tower, you can adjust time and spiritual energy at will, which is regarded as a holy land for cultivation. But if you want to enter it to practice, you need to spend innate spiritual stones. It can be said that what Shen Long wants is that everyone who enters the Dragon Clan will return empty-handed. As for why Shen Long needs so many innate spiritual stones, it is naturally for cultivation. Shen Long has now broken through to the middle stage of Hunyu and Alua Golden Immortal. He only relies on his own practice, and he doesn't know how many years and months he will be able to break through to the late stage of Hunyu and Alua Jinxian. Therefore, Shen Long would set his sights on the innate spiritual stones in the hands of all sentient beings. By doing so, he was using the accumulation of others to help him cultivate. Although Shen Long lost a lot of spiritual treasures and innate spiritual objects, Those things are dispensable to Shen Long. As long as the dragon clan develops more and gives birth to more children, doesn't he have everything? On the high tower of the auction conference, Shen Long and Zhulong are watching the bidding below. Brother, Sanqing, Ge and Zunti and others have taken away a lot of things. I believe that as long as they practice hard when they go back, their strength will be greatly increased. Maybe they can use this to break through the saints. A flash of worry flashed in Zhulong's eyes, although he knew that Shen Long was very happy after breaking through to the realm of saints. After all, there is only one Shen Long. No matter how strong he is, how can he withstand so many saints appearing at the same time? What if he is attacked by a group again, wouldn't he be doomed? A flash of indifference flashed in his eyes, and Shen Long replied, "Don't worry, I have my own plan for everything. Brother, it has taken so long to be able to reach the level of sub-sage. Is it not a shame? I'm too lazy to talk to you. I originally thought that at the end of this time, I would give you a burst of Hongmen purple chi for you to understand, but now it seems that you have to wait a little longer." "What, brother, do you still have Hongmen Ziki?" Zhulong heard what Shen Long said, with a look of shock on his face, somewhat in disbelief. Nodding, Shen Long replied, "Yes, and there are more than one." There's nothing wrong with telling Zhulong this matter, he must know it sooner or later anyway. In addition, the reason why Shen Long has not given Zhulong Hongmen purple chi for so long is because he does not want Zhulong to become a saint. Once it is done, a saint of the way of heaven will be trapped in the ancient world for eternity. The road to cultivation is still very long. You can't blind your eyes with one leaf, you have to take a long-term view. However, everyone's talents are different. Those who want to break through the Hunyu and Alua golden immortal realm are all billions of people. It is still unknown whether Zhulong is qualified to practice in the realm of Hunyuan. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, Shen Long will not let Zhulong use Hongmen purple chi to break through. But just in case Zhulong just doesn't have the talent to break through the realm of Hunyuan, if he takes this path, Shen Long will also choose to give Zhulong a burst of purple energy, at least to ensure his immortality first. Don't think that Shen Long always thinks about himself. Brothers, Shen Long will still take care of him to some extent. After hearing what Shen Long said, the shock in Zhulong's eyes could not go away for a long time. He chatted with Shen Long for a few more words, and after learning about Shen Long's thoughts, Zhulong left here with a helpless expression. It's not that he doesn't want to practice, but it's too difficult to practice. It would be great if he could break through the Hunyuan realm, but you can't blame him if you can't break through. Looking at Zhulong's leaving back, Shen Long sighed, "Everything is fate, just let it happen." In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 years passed. This auction conference lasted for a full 100 years. It can be said that everyone who came to the Dragon Clan auction conference got their favorite items. Of course, Shen Long also felt sorry for Zihe and would not let Zihe preside over the conference for 100 years. Chang Zai also played for a long time. After losing stage fright, Chang Zai was not allowed to come down until Chang Zai was tired. Anyway, in the last few decades, they were all ordinary spiritual treasures, spiritual objects, and those who were bidding were ordinary Dao peak powerhouses. There was no need for the two sisters Zai and Chang Zai, only ordinary Dragon Clan members. That's it. After calling sisters Zai and Chang Zai over, Shen Long couldn't help praising them. The two were equally happy after learning that Shen Long was satisfied with their work. After all, it can be regarded as helping Shen Long, and they finally got rid of the 3 words oil bottle. After a brief chat with the two of them, Shen Long asked them to go down and rest. After 100 years were over, Shen Long looked up to the sky and loudly said, "The first prehistoric auction has officially ended. All participants who participated in the bidding will receive invitations to the next auction." 100,000 years later, the second prehistoric auction will be held. The auction begins again. Everything is over, and it's time to take stock of the harvest. In the past 100 years, Shen Long has obtained a total of 99 trillion innate spiritual stones. These many innate spiritual stones are probably enough to directly upgrade Shen Long and the other 3 clones. Entering the Hongmen world, Shen Long was just about to start improving the cultivation levels of his clones one by one when the system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host tribe for breaking through 9.97 billion and receiving the reward, a holy fruit of heaven. Ding! Congratulations to the host clan for breaking through 9.98 billion and receiving the reward, the heavenly treasures of the heavenly pavilion. Ding! Congratulations to the host clan for breaking through 9.99 billion and receiving the reward, the chaos spiritual treasure Hongmen sky-breaking hammer. Ding! Congratulations to the host tribe for breaking through 10 billion, receiving rewards, automatically improving their cultivation level, and receiving a unyielding gift package. Buzz! My own cultivation instantly broke through to the late stage of unyielding. That terrifying power directly caused the chaos to be broken into a space. Boundless space cracks spread out from Shen Long himself like a spider web, gradually attacking towards Hongmen World. If Hongmen World had not advanced, I am afraid that most of it would have been destroyed by Shen Long's power. The clan members exceeded 10 billion. And the rewards given by the system were too generous. Even Shen Long could not control it for a while. Make good use of your own power. But after a few seconds, Shen Long began to gradually control his sudden increase in power, and then began to use it perfectly. Compared with others, Shen Long's control is definitely super strong, especially Shen Long has a very unique talent in controlling power, so he can recover in an instant. Otherwise, if it were someone else who controlled this power, I am afraid that the Hongmen world would have been destroyed long ago, and how could he be able to control it so freely? It seems that I still need to give it a good release. Since breaking through to the unyielding golden immortal realm, Shen Long has never made a move. His infinite power cannot be released. Once out of control, Shen Long doesn't know how strong he can be, but looking at the entire prehistoric era, who else is there? Could it be Shen Long's enemy, Hong Jun, or Tan Tao? I'm afraid they are the only ones. But because Hong Jun has already joined the Tao, he usually won't show up at all. So Shen Long just wants to find an opportunity to compete with Hong Jun, even if there is no chance. Of course, Shen Long was hasty, because with the changes in the prehistoric world, Hong Jun actually appeared. Please subscribe. The third update, the average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 84. Come to Xiao Palace quickly. I have something important to announce. Hong Jun's voice resounded throughout the ancient land. Everyone who heard Hong Jun's voice rushed to Xiao Palace helplessly. Originally, they had gained a lot, and wanted to take a good retreat to seek a breakthrough. But unfortunately, they had to listen to Hong Jun's order. So they could only arrange everything, then mount their mounts, and quickly left the ancient world. Of course, Hong Jun did not notify too many people this time. In total, only about 3,000 people were notified, which corresponds to the 3,000 mortal visitors. After all, they had been favored by Hong Jun in the past, and they still had to listen to Hong Jun on some matters. Otherwise, once Hong Jun was angered, they would not be able to do anything. Eat the fruit. Buzz. The void shook, the space tore apart, and powerful powers emerged from the chaos one by one and entered the Xiao Palace. At the moment, two boys from Hashin Yachi were welcoming everyone. After placing everyone in their seats, Hashin Yachi stand aside and wait for Hong Jun to appear. Why do you think Daozu called us here this time? Could it be because of the Dragon Clan's auction meeting? I think it is possible that Zhu Long's move has seriously disturbed the peace of the ancient world, so it is normal to lead Taoist Hong Jun. Yes, once the ancient order is broken, it will probably cause countless turmoils. Hey, what's the point of talking so much? It's not because you've got a lot of treasures, but you've got nothing. That's right. What's wrong with the Dragon Clan's auction conference? At least it allowed the ancestor to obtain a top quality innate spiritual treasure. What a bunch of rabble there is to show off. Soon, everyone started talking and guessing why Hong Jun appeared, but they guessed that it must have something to do with the Dragon Clan. After all, the Dragon Clan is too powerful and has revealed a lot of ancient secrets. If Hong Jun doesn't stop it, it is very likely that the Dragon Clan will continue to run wild and become difficult to control. Along with everyone's discussion, Hong Jun's terrifying aura fell from the sky, forcing everyone to unable to lift their heads. They could only bend down and salute, and shouted, "We meet the teacher, Daozu." Hong Jun's voice came out, and then the pressure dissipated, and everyone slowly raised their heads. After looking at Hong Jun for a while, everyone couldn't help but secretly sigh. Hong Jun Daozu's strength has improved again. It seems that he is far away now, beyond the saint level. If they want to catch up with Hong Jun, they may not be able to do it without hundreds of yuan time. Of course, they just think about it. Even if they are given hundreds of yuan time, they and Hong Jun will not be able to do it. It will only be a huge difference. I dare to ask the teacher, "Why did you call me here this time?" After all, as the first disciple of Xuanmen, I was naturally the first to ask. After hearing Lei Zi's inquiry, Hong Jun replied, "This time I have called you here for three things. One is the return of the saint." The return of the saint? Now that Nuwa has become a saint, you should prepare to break through and become a saint of heaven. However, this matter cannot be delayed any longer, otherwise it will affect the development of heaven and be very detrimental to you. Hong Jun looked at Sanqing and the others in front of him and said with a serious tone, "After all, it has been so long, and the human race has been around for almost 100 years. If I and others don't become saints, who knows what changes will happen?" Hong Jun was not worried at first, but when Shen Long got involved, even he was worried. What if I and others were really killed for something, and Saint Danding died unexpectedly? This would not be the case. What Hong Jun can bear. And when I heard what Hong Jun said, I couldn't help but said bitterly, returning to the teacher, "We also want to become a saint, but we really have no clue. I hope the teacher can give you some advice." Grateful. Ask the teacher for advice. Yuan Shai Tongshan hurriedly agreed, his eyes full of prayer. Ask the teacher for advice. Seeing that Sanqing was like this, how could Ji and Zundi not speak? Then they all prayed to Hong Jun, hoping that Hong Jun could tell them how to become saints. Looking at the 5 people in front of them, Hong Jun, after pondering for a long time, he said, "The foundation of sanctification lies in the human race." What? Human race? But the human race created by junior sister Nuwa? Yes, the human race is the protagonist of the future, and has immeasurable merits. As long as you can find a way to establish a religion in the human race and help the human race become stronger, you can become a saint. Anyway, I have to say it. So Hong Jun did not answer the riddle, but directly told me the answer. Hearing what Hong Jun said, I and the others were all excited. It turns out that the chance of becoming a saint lies in the human race, and it seems that they still have it. I really sacrificed the near for the distant. I was so blinded by the practice that I didn't even think of such simple things. Then I dared to ask the teacher, "What is the second thing?" I looked at Hong Jun again and asked, "The second thing is the Lich War. Now that it is about to be defeated, there must be a war in your destiny. Once the war is over, it cannot be carried out for 10,000 years. Can you guarantee it?" Hong Jun said while looking at the Juntai and the 12 ancestral witches, with a hint of irresistibility in his tone. The Lich tribulation has been on the rise for so long, but the Lich and Lich clans haven't really started to fight yet. In fact, it makes people anxious. Even if Hong Jun has no choice but to take the initiative to provoke a war at this moment and let the Lich fight. After hearing what Hong Jun said, Emperor Juntai and the 12 ancestral witches looked at each other with full eyes. It was with murderous intent, and then he replied at the same time, "We will strictly abide by the laws of Dragon Ancestor and will definitely destroy them completely." As for the third thing, Nuwa Long is here, Hong Jun said. His eyes penetrated billions of galaxies, and his voice reached the ears of Nuwa and Shen Long. The two understood each other, and a thought appeared in Zixiao Palace. After all, they are at the level of saints, and they can cross over with just one thought. It is not surprising that countless spaces appeared in the Zixiao Palace in an instant. Seeing Nuwa Shen Long appear, Hong Jun said, "You have broken through the realm of the saints. It is impossible for you to take action at will in the ancient world and disrupt the order of the ancient world. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Daozu's words are serious. "We will abide by the ancient order and will not take action easily." Nuwa was very obedient and immediately said that she would not cause trouble in the ancient times, but Shen Long looked like he didn't hear anything and seemed to be thinking about the meaning of Hong Jun's words. After a long time, Shen Long replied, "Okay, but if someone forces me to take action, then don't blame me for not keeping my promise." Right now, Shen Long really has the capital to bargain with Hong Jun. Therefore, Shen Long is not that humble. Before he has no strength, it is normal to pretend to be a grandson, but if he pretends to be a grandson when he has strength, he is a real grandson. Before, Shen Long didn't stop pretending to be a grandson, but he has had enough of pretending now, so he should return to being an uncle. Hong Jun's aura that belongs only to the way of heaven exploded, and he went straight towards Shen Long in an attempt to suppress Shen Long. But Shen Long just struggled a little and escaped from Hong Jun's aura, and then the aura of the late Hunyuan realm exploded, and confronted Hong Jun. The entire Xiao palace continued to tremble under the pressure of the two men, and even the 3,000 Hongshan guests inside were shaking. But something happened. Only Nuwa, he looked at Shen Long in shock, as if he knew something inside. "I never expected that such a small friendly trick would reach such a profound level. I admire you." Hong Jun sighed in admiration. Although Hong Jun has become a perfect match for Tan Dao, he has not completely become a puppet after all. Hong Jun has his own calculations. The reason why he is willing to be the spokesperson of Tan Dao is that besides wanting to quickly improve his strength, the rest is annexing the way of heaven and replacing the way of heaven. At present, a sudden change occurred in the ancient world that was originally normal, which made Hong Jun can't help but be wary. But looking at Shen Long's appearance now, it seems that it has exceeded the scope of his cognition. Even this at that time, Hong Jun exploded with all his strength, and he was probably strong enough to kill Shen Long. In addition, Shen Long was the Hunyu and Alua Golden Immortal, and he still proved the Tao with his strength. Once he escaped, he would disappear without a trace. Having offended such a powerful enemy, how can the prehistoric world be good at that time? Therefore, after learning that Shen Long could not be suppressed, Hong Jun chose to make friends with Shen Long. And Shen Long also knew how to use the slope to get off the donkey, and just gave him a step to get off, and nodded, responded, "Tao Ancestor's realm is extraordinary. We must strictly follow Tao Ancestor's teachings, guard the great wilderness, and carry out punishment on behalf of heaven." What Hong Jun wants is face and status, otherwise, it will be easy for other great masters to have dissent. Now that Shen Long has given Hong Jun face, Hong Jun will not trouble Shen Long again. His eyes are no longer there. Staring at Shen Long, Hong Jun began to tell the last thing. The third thing is related to Hutu. As Hong Jun continued to speak, his voice became softer and softer. No one in Xiao Palace could hear clearly. They could only watch Hong Jun and how to whisper in confusion. Looking at the scene in front of him, Shen Long shook his head. It seemed that Hutu's reincarnation could not be avoided. He has a normal relationship with the Wu clan, so there is no need to interfere in this matter. Besides, Hutu's incarnation of the 6 paths of reincarnation is the general trend of heaven and cannot be changed. Therefore, Shen Long chose to sit on the sidelines and pretended not to know anything. Don't look at it. After this incident, the Wu clan will permanently lose an ancestor witch, but don't forget that Hutu already has a soul. When Hutu's merits become holy, he might become the Wu clan's biggest trump card. After a long time, Hong Jun stopped talking after explaining Hutu. Then Hutu seemed to have made some kind of decision, and nodded heavily, his eyes full of judgment. Alas, once Qilin arrives, there will be no more shamans in the land. What a pity, what a pity. Shen Long sighed softly in his heart. He didn't know whether it was because he felt pity for the Hutu or something else. After the 3 things were announced, Hong Jun said in a deep voice, "Since you have already come to Xiao Palace, you won't let you come here in vain. Recently, I have gained some insights, so I will give you a sermon. We thank the Taoist ancestors very much, and hope that the Taoist ancestors can realize the great path soon and be immortal forever. When they heard that Hong Jun was going to preach again, everyone present was very happy. This was Hong Jun's first sermon after he joined the Taoism, and it must be of great help to them. Similarly, even Shen Long and Nuwa were quite happy. Out of curiosity, I want to see what Hong Jun's strength is after joining the Tao. Preaching is the place that best reflects a person's strength. Therefore, as long as you listen to Hong Jun's preaching, you can naturally deduce that Hong Jun has arrived. What realm? Maybe Nuwa can't achieve this, but Shen Long can. After all, Shen Long is so much higher than Nuwa, so he should know more. Gay heard that there is no question about heaven and earth. Outside of the taking, it cannot be calculated. It is wrapped in nothingness. It is lonely and has no appearance. There is no sky and no earth, no yin and no sun and no moon, no crystal and no light. High and low are natural, but my Taoist ancestor is still outside the emptiness and solitude, in the emptiness, seeing nothing, hearing nothing, hearing nothing. If it is said that it exists, its shape cannot be seen. If it is said that it is non-existent, all things come from it. Beyond the 8 forms, they gradually begin to differentiate. It becomes subtle, thinking that the world has Hong Yuan. At the time of the Hong Yuan dynasty, there was no heaven and earth. The void was not divided, the pure and the turbid were not differentiated, and it was wrapped in mystery and loneliness. Hong Yuan's one rule lasts for 10,000 catastrophes. After Hong Yuan's judgment, there is Hunyuan. Hunyuan's one rule lasts for 10,000 catastrophes. As for the 100 successes, 100% is 81,000 years, and there is Taiku. At the beginning of the Taiku, Yuanling came down from the void and was the teacher of the Taiku. He spoke out the Caitian Sutra, a volume of 480,000 volumes. Each volume has 480,000 words. Each word covers an area of 100 miles. Teach Taiku. Taiku distinguishes the heaven and the earth, distinguishes the clear and the turbid, sets up the images, anchors the north and south, rectifies the east and west, makes the openings clear, and makes the four-dimensional light pattern up and down. At the time of Taizu, Yuanling descended to become his teacher and taught Taizu how to teach the world. It lasted for 81 calamities, and when it reached its 100th level, it took 81,000 years. Listening to Hong Jun's sermon, even Shen Long's originally lazy eyes became serious. I have to say that Hong Jun still talked about a lot of useful information this time. At the very least, there are many secrets that even Shen Long doesn't know. Never heard of it before, or rarely heard of it. From Taiku to Taishi, from Taishi to Taizu, from Taizu to Hongmen, and from Hongmen to chaos. On the whole, it is completed in one go, and its inner elements contain infinite principles. It can be said that no one present could understand what Hong Jun was talking about. Only Shen Long listened with great interest, and even at critical moments, he was able to solve many of Shen Long's training problems. It seems that Hong Jun is not as simple as Shen Long thought. No matter what, Hong Jun achieved enlightenment countless years earlier than him. How could he be surpassed so easily? What's more, Hong Jun still took the initiative to use his body to match Tao, and there were other secrets in it that Shen Long didn't know. Slowly getting rid of the contempt in his heart, Shen Long began to become cautious towards Hong Jun. At least, he now knows that Hong Jun is still much stronger than him. The reason why he doesn't dare to touch him is because he is worried about completely offending him. But if there is a fight, Shen Long's chance of winning is no more than 30%. The sermon lasted only 100 years, and everyone was confused and didn't understand much, except for Shen Long. Only Nuwa knew a little about it and could occasionally understand a sentence. Okay, the 100 years have come, the sermon is over, you can leave. Soon, Hong Jun started chasing people away, and everyone bid farewell to Hong Jun knowingly and exited the Zixiao Palace. After the last person exited the Zixiao Palace, the Zixiao Palace also escaped into chaos and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Missing, looking at the direction where Zixiao Palace disappeared, a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of Shen Long's mouth. It seemed that Hong Jun was really vigilant enough, Then everyone left one after another and continued to return to the ancient world to practice in seclusion. Only Nuwa, before leaving, he called Shen Long, hoping that Shen Long would go to Wang heaven to discuss the truth with him. Even though Nuwa has reached the level of the second heaven of a saint, she is still too young in her cultivation. In many places none of them understood. So, he could only ask for help from Shen Long. Faced with Nuwa's pitiful eyes, Shen Long gradually couldn't bear it, so he followed Nuwa back to Emperor Wa's heaven to discuss the Tao, the prehistoric world, inside the Kunlun Mountains. Brother, since the teacher has shown us how to attain enlightenment, let's go there now. Yuan Shai Tongshan looked at me together, wondering why I called them back to Kunlun Mountain. Seeing that both of them were confused, I sighed. Hey, second brother and third brother, we Sanqing are in big trouble this time. Got it? Brother, what do you mean? Could it be that someone is attacking Kunlun Mountain again? Yuan Shai Tongshan immediately became vigilant, and all the spiritual treasures in his body were sacrificed, ready to fight at any time. Shaking his head slightly, I explained, no, it is about establishing a religion in the human race. Oh, it turns out that this is the case. The teacher has already said that as long as I wait to establish a religion, I can become a saint. Why does the elder brother still have such a posture? Yuan Shai and Tongshan looked at each other, and they both didn't understand what I was doing. But they never thought about whose hands the human race is now. In other words, who is listening to the human race now? Protect. They only want to establish a religion in the human race, but they forget that Shen Long is the holy father of the human race and the patron saint of the human race. Want to establish a religion in the human race? Can, but have you asked him? Please subscribe. The fourth update, the average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 85. Damn it, Zhulong, it's Zhulong again. Why does everything have to do with Zhulong? I am a dignified Pang-U Sanqing, but I have to be suppressed by Zhulong everywhere. Even the teacher wants us to avoid his edge. Why is this? Yuan Shai looked up to the sky and yelled angrily. He was really tired of hearing Shen Long's name. Every time, everything could be related to him. Now when it comes to their enlightenment, they have to look at Shen Long's face. Why? Just because Shen Long is the leader of the Dragon Clan, is he strong enough? Of course, it really depends on this. In the ancient times, the strong were respected. Even if Pang-U Sanqing had a distinguished status, what if he was accepted as a disciple by Hong Jun? What about his own strength? If you are not strong, you will always be under the control of others. This can be seen from Ji and Zunti. The two of them are like broom stars no matter where they go, being shunned and looked down upon by others. But, Ji and Zunti, relying on his shameless face, really led the West to fight a bloody road. If nothing else, at least in this aspect, the Sanqing could not catch up. No one could catch up with Ji and Zunti's two moves. I heard Yuan Shi's words shouting angrily. Tongshan also had an ugly face and was also very angry. Although he admired Shen Long very much, he himself had a similar personality to Shen Long, but there was no way. Shen Long was too good, and his cultivation level was beyond their reach, to the point of being oppressed everywhere. Who can feel better? Originally, Tongshan only thought that the two of them were on the same level, but now it seems that he has always been on the same page with others. What he thought was the equal level, in the eyes of others, it's nothing more than a joke. Seeing that Yuan Shi Tongtian was very depressed, suddenly an idea flashed in my mind, and he said, "Two worthy brothers, we don't necessarily have to start with Zhulong for this matter. Let's change someone else." That's not a bad idea. Why did the elder brother say this? Yuan Shai Tongshan hurriedly went to see me, as if he was waiting for the next step. After a slight hesitation, I replied, "Except for the ancestral dragon, don't forget that the human race was created by junior sister Nuwa, and she is the real master of the human race. As long as if we go to see junior sister Nuwa, and if we get junior sister Nuwa's permission, won't we be able to establish a religion in the human race and become a saint?" It makes sense. This plan works. A smile appeared on Yuan Shai Tongshan's face. and they finally found another way. Nuwa is the holy mother of the human race. In terms of single-round luck, she is much higher than Shen Long. Even Shen Long's dragon clan has protected the human race for countless years. So what? As long as Nuwa agrees, Shen Long dares to stop it? Thinking of this, Sanqing set off quickly, arranged for the boy to prepare generous gifts, and then rushed to the Wa Palace at the same time. On the other side, Mount Sumeru in the west, Yin Zunti was here. After the devil's heart was led to Zunti, he gave it to Wushan. At this time, Wushan has begun to retreat. As long as the retreat is over, he can't transform into the world and restore 80% of his previous life. Don't underestimate Wushan. After all, he is a remnant of the strong men from the previous era. Even he knows a lot about the secrets of chaos. Even compared to Hong Jun, he is not much different. It is just that Wushan was unlucky and failed in the end. Otherwise, maybe, now the person sitting in Zixiao Palace is Ru. Brother, do you think it was right or wrong for us to help Wushan? Zunti glanced in the direction of Wushan with some worry, and then asked Jiyan. Wushan was the former master of the West. If Wushan wants to compete with them for dominance in the West, the two of them may not win. Past Luo Hu, however, Jiyan didn't seem worried about this. He just heard Jiyan reply, "Don't worry, second brother, Wu Tian's ambition is not here. The West is too barren now and cannot enter Wu Tian's eyes. His goal, there it is." As he said that, he pointed to the east, and in an instant, he understood it. Yes, it is said that you have to get up from where you fell. Wushan was once defeated by the east, so naturally he has to find his face from the east. It's just that, according to Wushan's current strength, is it possible? Let's not say that there are dragons guarding the east, that is, the two Lich tribes, in front of these two mountains. How many people can cross it? Therefore, Wushan wants to get up again. To be honest, it's difficult. Brother, Sanqing will definitely go to Nuwa now. What do you think we should do? Zunti expected that Sanqing would be impatient to become a saint now, so after a moment of reflection, he could guess Sanqing's movements. After hearing Zunti's words, Jiyan shook his head. Just wait and see what happens. What Hong Jun said must be right. But why did you tell them so easily? Didn't you tell them before? So, they have been waiting for so long, and they don't need more than an hour and a half to sanctify the three pure ones first. If there is really no problem, wouldn't they be able to reap the benefits if they follow the example and become saints? It has to be said that Jiyan is smart enough, cautious enough, and has enough ideas. But it is precisely because of his caution that he leads to enlightenment. If something goes wrong at the time, it can be said that it is self-inflicted. Which clan? Pangwu Temple. Little sister, what did Hong Jun tell you before? Tell us. Yes, little sister, why are you in a trance when you come back from Zixiao Palace? Could it be that something big happened? If you have any questions, tell your brothers and we will help you solve them. Remember not to act trashly. Not bad. Little sister, tell me quickly, I can't wait. Led by Dezhong, the 11 ancestral witches surrounded Hu Tu and tried to learn what Hong Jun said from Hu Tu. Seeing that everyone cared about him so much, Hu Tu couldn't help crying. Tears fell from the corners of his eyes. After a while, this was the first time in hundreds of millions of years that Hu Tu cried bitterly, which contained a deep feeling of reluctance and longing. Little sister, what's wrong with you? Could it be that Hong Jun bullied you? Damn it, even if you are Dao Zu, if you bully my little sister, I will kill you. Gong Gong Zerong looked up to the sky and yelled angrily. If nothing else, their love for Hu Tu is really real. Even if they are irritable, they treat Hu Tu very gently. Maybe this is the gentleness of strong men. Side of it, fourth brother and fifth brother, that's not the case. It was Daozu Hong Jun who asked me to make a choice. While wiping her tears, How to said the words that Hong Jun had transmitted to her in the Zixiao Palace. Hong Jun said that there were countless creatures in the prehistoric world, and countless creatures were killed and injured every day. Nowadays, there is no reincarnation in the prehistoric world. Therefore, we can give these undead souls a place to rest. By doing so, firstly, it can help the perfection of the way of heaven. Secondly, we can gain immeasurable merit and become a saint. And thirdly, we can benefit the world and be respected by thousands of people. It sounds good, but you have to sacrifice yourself. To put it bluntly, it means sacrificing how to and incarnating the 6 paths of reincarnation, so that the soul can realize the Tao and become a saint, regardless of whether how to can become a saint with merit and immortality by then. But as long as he incarnates in the 6 paths of reincarnation, he will no longer be a shaman. Such a person would have nothing to do with the Wu clan. If Hu Tu could accept this, he would take the initiative to incarnate into the 6 paths of reincarnation. At that time, the way of heaven would appear to help her. But Hu Tu really couldn't bear to part with his brothers and sisters from the Wu clan, and for a while, I really can't make a decision. That's it. I never thought there was such a way to become a saint. Zhu Mang nodded, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He was very amazed. This method can be said to be good or bad. Needless to say, it is good. How to can attain enlightenment and become a saint. After that, he will be immortal. It is also bad. Needless to say, after how to becomes a saint, he will become another person. If this person has feelings for the Wu clan, it will be fine. If he does not have feelings, wouldn't the Wu clan lose an ancestor wizard in vain? You know, the 12 capital heavenly divine evil formation must gather 12 ancestral witches. Once How To is gone, it will break the balance between the 2 Lich and Demon clans. At that time, the Demon clan can just attack them casually. Wouldn't the powerful Wu clan be defeated sooner or later? Thinking of this, all the 12 ancestral witches became worried and didn't know what to do. Should they leave the Wu clan in order to fulfill the needs of Hu Tu? Or should they allow Hu Tu to abandon Chen in order to fulfill the Wu clan? Holy! This choice problem is placed in front of everyone. Di Zhang and others hope that Hu Tu can become a saint and help the Wu clan on the one hand, but on the other hand they hope that Hu Tu will not reincarnate in the body. It can be said that at that time, they had double standards to the extreme. But you can't have your cake and eat it too. The Wu clan wants a saint, but they don't want to give up their homeland. How can there be such a good thing? So no matter what, they have to make a choice. Now time is getting tighter. Hong Jun has informed Sanqing that there is a way to lead Zundi to become a saint. As long as Sanqing becomes a saint, he will definitely come to the Wu clan to take back the spiritual treasure and take revenge. At the moment, the Wu clan and Sanqing are fighting. The hatred between them has surpassed that of the Demon clan and cannot be resolved at all. Therefore, if the Wu clan does not make a decision, it is very likely that the Wu clan will fall into a situation of eternal disaster. Brother, how about we go ask Zhu Long? Suddenly, Zhu Jiuyan thought of a person. Yes, it was Shen Long. Shen Long was able to hold the first auction conference in the prehistoric times. He had countless spiritual treasures in his hands and knew thousands of secrets. If he could ask Shen Long for advice, maybe what can he do? In addition, the enmity between the Wu clan and the Dragon clan is very small, almost nothing. They give heavy gifts, and you may not know what to ask. But, what are heavy gifts? The Dragon clan is so rich, what is it? How can he make Shen Long's heart move and help them? After thinking about it for a while, Zhu Mang soon thought of a way. The most precious thing in the Wu clan is blood essence, and what is more precious than blood essence is heart blood. Each ancestral witch has 3 drops of her heart's blood. Once it is gone, it is completely gone. If the 12 ancestral witches can each use a drop of their heart's blood to condense it into the 12 ancestral witches' heart's blood and give it to Shen Long, I believe that Shen Long will not know. Maybe doing this will lower the cultivation level of their 12 ancestral witches, but as long as they eat more heaven and earth spiritual treasures, they can quickly recover. Therefore, using blood as a gift is definitely a good way. When Chu Gomang brought up the matter of his heart's blood, many ancestral witches immediately began to object. After all, their heart's blood was too precious, and they were reluctant to give it to Shen Long in vain. But they couldn't bear the child to trap the wolf, and the wife couldn't trap the gangster. Come on, how could Shen Long help them? Do you really think Shen Long is Hong Yun, the best old man in the world? Even Hong Yun is not that stupid. After a democratic vote, he finally won 7-5. The matter of the blood of the 12 ancestral witches will also be completely implemented. In this way, the 12 ancestral witches forced out a drop of their own blood, condensed it, and handed it over to Di Zhang. The blood of the 12 ancestral witches was so terrifying that even a drop of it would explode. It can kill a quasi-late saint powerhouse. Therefore, Dijian needs to use the power of space to condense it, so that there will be no danger. After doing everything, the 12 ancestral witches first stabilize their cultivation, and then leave Pinu Temple, rush across the world, and go to the Dragon Court to find Shen Long. At this time, chaos is in the Wa Palace. When there is chaos, there are mountains and rivers. Yuanling served as his teacher and taught chaos to rule the world for 72 calamities. Chaos prevailed and became the mountains and rivers, the 5 mountains and the 4 mountains. Chaos has come, and it begins to recognize names. Chaos gave birth to 2 sons, the elder Huchen and the younger Huling. When Huchen died, he became the god of mountains, and when his spirit died, he became the god of water. So they were named 5 mountains and 4 rivers. The mountains and rivers are high and low, and chaos is no. But Zhugong, at the time of the 9 palaces, Yuan Lingxia was the teacher, mouthing a part of a Qian Kun Sutra, combining the 9 palaces, and recognizing the names of heaven and earth. Yang is strong and hard to see at a distance. It forms an image in the sky, like the sun, moon and stars. It forms on the earth, like the 5 mountains and 4 mountains. There is no queen in the 9 palaces, but there is Emperor Yuan. Nuwa dragged Shen Long to the Wa Palace, just to preach for her. Nuwa couldn't understand the sermons given by Taisu and Taishi in the previous period. What she could understand was from the chaos period. Therefore, Shen Long focused on telling Nuwa about the Tao after chaos, which benefited Nuwa a lot, and her cultivation level increased greatly. In just a few words, Shen Long solved Nuwa's doubts for many years, waiting for an opportunity. Nuwa will be able to break through to the 3rd level of sainthood. It can be said that the harvest is not small. This sermon did not last long. After all, Shen Long had other things to deal with. He just answered some questions about cultivation for Nuwa. Wait. At the end of the sermon, before Shen Long left, Nuwa asked another question. Dare I ask, my friend, have you used Hongmen Purple Qi to achieve enlightenment? Hong Jun only gave so many rays of Hongmen Purple Qi in total. Shen Long auctioned off his own Hongmen Purple Qi, but he had already attained enlightenment a long time ago. Does this mean that he can attain enlightenment without using Hongmen Purple energy? So, only Nuwa would ask such a question. Nodding, Shen Long did not hide it, but replied, yes, it's useless. Then you don't know what friend's certificate is? Hunyu and Ayu, a golden immortal fruit position. Oh, so what is the difference between Hunyu and Ayu Jingxian and a saint? Nuwa looked at Shen Long in surprise and asked again. Faced with Nuwa's doubts, Shen Long pondered for a moment and explained, the saint is Hunyu and Ayu Jingxian, but Hunyu and Ayu Jingxian is not a saint. The saint is the fruit of heaven and coexists with heaven. Unless he is knocked down from the holy position, the heaven will not be destroyed and the saint will not die. If a Hunyuan fights with a saint, unless the Hunyuan is really powerful and his cultivation level is high enough, otherwise, the saint can suppress it, and fighting against the saint is equivalent to fighting against part of the way of heaven. Although Shen Long explained the difference between the saint and the Hunyu and Ayu Jingxian, there was one thing he didn't mention. That is that the saint has achieved the state of heaven, and with the help of the power of the prehistoric heaven, he is the spokesperson of the heaven. The true spirit relies on the heaven. Although the magic power is immeasurable, but for controlled by the way of heaven, the prehistoric era returns to chaos. When the way of heaven falls, the saint dies, otherwise he will not die. The Hunyu and Ayu Jingxian has achieved the fruition of the Great Road, unlike the saint who is immortal. Generally speaking, in the prehistoric era, the saints of the same level completely defeated the Hunyuan. The Great Lord Golden Immortal cannot borrow the power of the ancient ways of heaven, but the Hunyuan Great Lord Golden Immortals are not controlled by the heavenly ways. They have a very high degree of freedom, and they will not die even if the ancient times are destroyed. The gap between the two is not small. Some are good and some are bad. Good. Needless to say, one can naturally use the power of heaven to fight against enemies. Likewise, it goes without saying that the bad ones will be destroyed. Once the prehistoric era is destroyed, the saint will be destroyed. Once one becomes a saint of heaven, it is tantamount to tying the two together and leaving their fate to others. Although the prehistoric world is not so easy to destroy, but there is still a slight possibility, so Shen Long will choose to prove the Hunyuan and Luo. Although he cannot rely on the power of heaven to fight, even if he fights with an equal saint, Shen Long can completely crush him. Suppression, nothing more than that, because Shen Long proves the Tao with strength, and secondly, there are so many treasures in his hands. With these alone, it is easy to crush the saints of the same level. This is because there is no living target, otherwise Shen Long will really show off his skills. Fight with him. Hearing what Shen Long said, Nuwa was extremely surprised in her heart, but her face calmed down a lot and she did not lose her composure. Although she envied Shen Long for being able to achieve enlightenment without using the Hongmen purple chi, but from Shen it could be heard from Long's mouth that the saint was still very powerful. She couldn't help but secretly lamented that Shen Long had made a wrong decision, and Nuwa shook her head. Fellow Taoist, don't you regret it? You must know that the enlightened saint can use the power of heaven to fight against the enemy. Please subscribe. The first update, the average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 86. Staring at Shen Long closely, Nuwa finally asked the question in her mind after a long while. Shaking his head, Shen Long said with a smile, the saint and the Hunyuan and Luo each have their own merits, but the paths they took in the end are different. How can I regret it? Shen Long himself is quite lazy and doesn't like it. Constraint. The proving saint is too inconsistent with Shen Long, so Shen Long would never choose the proving saint no matter what. After a few more words of conversation, both Shen Long and Nuwa soon felt something. They looked outside meaningfully, and Shen Long said, fellow Taoist Nuwa, it seems that someone is looking for you, so I will leave first. When we have the opportunity in the future, we will discuss it again. Okay, then I'll give this to you, fellow Taoist. Nuwa nodded, did not refuse, but cut through the space with Shen Long and left the Hua Palace. As for Sanqing, who came to the door, he waited patiently for Nuwa's call. I don't know how long it took. Nuwa returned to the Hua Palace and asked Jin Ning to invite Sanqing in. Entering the Hua Palace, Nuwa was the first to speak. Three fellow Taoists, I wonder what important matters come to this palace this time? Although Nuwa can guess the purpose of Sanqing's visit, it would be a waste of a great opportunity if she doesn't extort money. Looking at each other, I stepped forward and replied, Junior Sister Nuwa, I believe you have also heard what the teacher said before. As I said, the three of us want to establish a religion in the human race, just because Junior Sister Nuwa is the holy mother of the human race, so we want to ask Junior Sister for permission. If the three senior brothers can become saints, they will definitely be grateful. Oh, Nuwa pretended to be surprised, but she was thinking about how to get some good things from Sanqing. Then, Nuwa began to play tricks on them, chatting about all kinds of things, but not about the establishment of a religion and sanctification. The previous three king never regarded her as a junior sister, but now he calls her one junior sister at a time, which is really a change of attitude too quickly. If they really become saints, I am afraid they will not care about themselves. Naturally, Nuwa will have to make plans for her future, and also at the same time, on the other side of the Dragon Clan. As soon as Shen Long returned to the Dragon Court Hall, he was told that the 12 ancestral witches had been waiting for a long time. Knowing this, Shen Long couldn't help but feel a little surprised that the 12 ancestral witches actually came to him. Confused, he asked people to bring the 12 ancestral witches over. When Shen Long saw them, he said bluntly, you fellow Taoists are not cultivating in the witch clan. Why did you come to our Dragon Clan? Is there something wrong? Seeing Shen Long's direct inquiry, Di Zhang stepped forward and replied, yes, fellow Taoist Zhu Long, I came here this time to ask for something from fellow Taoist, and I hope that fellow Taoist will help me. Beg me, fellow Taoist, are you not mistaken? Shen Long's mind was spinning rapidly, guessing the intention of the 12 ancestral witches. According to the character of the 12 ancestral witches, he was typically the kind of master who would rather starve to death than ask for help. This time, he actually asked for help. Look, he really encountered some trouble. However, why should a Wu clan come to him for help when it is in trouble? Could it be that? An idea flashed in his mind, and suddenly, Shen Long seemed to have thought of something. With the corners of his mouth raised slightly, Shen Long waited patiently for Di Zhang to speak again. Nodding worriedly, Di Zhang said, "Yes, there is something I hope fellow Taoist can give me, the Wu clan, some advice on. Before, Taoist Hong Jun summoned us and told me and my little sister how to one thing, that is." Soon, Di Zhang did not hide it, but told Shen Long about Hutu's reincarnation. After listening to Di Zhang's words, Shen Long was not surprised at all. Apart from this incident, I'm afraid the Wu clan really couldn't ask for him. Seeing that Shen Long's expression did not change, Di Zhang and the 12 ancestral witches were a little confused about Shen Long's thoughts, and then asked, "I wonder if you can give us some advice. If this matter can be solved, this treasure will be regarded as reward for fellow Taoist." After saying that, Di Zhang handed the blood of the 12 ancestral witches to Prime Minister Gui, who presented it to Shen Long. Feeling the majestic power of lore radiating from his hands, Shen Long smiled. It seemed that the 12 ancestral witches were really sincere and even contributed their heart and blood. He really had to accept such an expensive gift. Thinking of this, Shen Long replied, "There is a way to solve this matter, but it will be a little more troublesome later." "Oh, appreciate further details." The 12 ancestral witches were overjoyed. They never expected that Shen Long actually had a way to solve the problem. "What you are worried about is nothing more than that after Hutu transforms into reincarnation, the 12 heavenly divine evil arrays cannot be arranged. This matter is simple to say, as long as you train another ancestral witch." "What? Cultivate another ancestral witch? Haha, Taoist friends are really good at joking. If ancestral witches are so easy to cultivate, how can we come to seek help from Taoist friends?" "Yes, fellow Taoist, don't be joking. This is simply impossible." As Shen Long's words reached the ears of the 12 ancestral witches, their faces were full of disbelief. They even ridiculed Shen Long's ignorance, thinking that Shen Long was a little too arrogant. They ignored the 12 ancestral witches' words. "Arrogant," Shen Long continued, "as far as I know, Panghu's heart is in the witch clan. There is a drop of blood in Panghu's heart. It is Panghu's precious blood. As long as we use great magic to force it out, we can find it again. A great witch swallows it, and after the refining is successful, his bloodline can evolve and become an ancestral witch." "What, fellow Taoist, is this true?" The 12 ancestral witches were stunned for a moment, and then looked at Shen Long in shock, somewhat in disbelief. They had owned Panghu's heart for so many years, but they had not discovered that there was a drop of blood in Panghu's heart. How did Shen Long know that? Moreover, how could Shen Long be so sure that Panghu's heart was in the Wu clan? You must know that this is also a secret of the Wu clan. No one except the members of the Wu clan knows about it. With a slight snort, Shen Long said calmly, "How can what I said be false? If you don't believe it, you will know after you go back and give it a try. But your cultivation is not enough. You must combine the power of the 12 ancestral witches to successfully force it out. In addition, after forcing it out, it must be swallowed as soon as possible, so as to ensure that the essence will not be lost. Otherwise, the longer the delay, the more serious the loss of essence will be. You should consider this yourself." Using people's money to eliminate disasters, Shen Long accepted the heavy gift from the 12 ancestral witches, so he would naturally choose to help the witch clan solve the problem. Moreover, the stronger the witch clan is, the thicker the leaks will grow, so that when the time comes, the dragon clan will only by harvesting it will you benefit more. After solving the matter of the new ancestral witch, Shen Long began to solve the problem of Hutu turning into reincarnation. According to the records of the previous life, there is no need to worry about Hutu not recognizing the witch clan. Even if he is honest after he was born, he still had a lingering affection for the Wu clan and took good care of the Wu clan. Therefore, what you need to worry about is not this, but the control of the six paths of reincarnation and the plan of the underworld. You must know that once the six paths of reincarnation appears in the world, the underworld will also follow. By then, the underworld will become a hot spot. No matter which position, as long as you are qualified, you will receive great merit rewards. Just relying on the strength of the witch clan, don't think about guarding the underworld, just guard the six paths of reincarnation. It's all a big problem. In addition, Shen Long can feel that Sanqing and others are about to become saints. If Hao Tu turns into 6 reincarnations at this juncture, wouldn't he be on the wrong side of the gun? Can Sanqing let such a big cake go? At least in Shen Long's view, the Sanqing could not and would not. It was even very likely that they would join forces with Zunti and carve up the underworld together. After thinking about this problem, Shen Long began to plan. Anyway, they were all going to be captured. Instead of robbing, it's better to take advantage of the Dragon clan. In addition, there are countless strong people in the Dragon clan. Let them practice in the Dragon Court and practice in the underworld. It's better to find something to do and gain a lot of merit. I dare to ask friends, I wonder if little girl Hao Tu will still remember me and others after reincarnation? Di Zhang asked another question. As long as this problem is solved, they can leave with peace of mind. As for why they want to know the answer from Shen Long's mouth, it is naturally because Shen Long has become a saint and understands the countless secrets after becoming a saint. Nodding, Shen Long replied, yes, but as long as Hu Tu becomes a saint, he will be separated from the Wu clan and his name will completely disappear from the ancient world. That's right, thank you fellow Taoist. After receiving Shen Long's affirmative answer, the 12 ancestral witches were finally relieved. As long as Hao Tu can still remember the Wu clan, even if Hao Tu becomes another person, he will not ignore the Wu clan. Therefore, it seems that in the future it is completely feasible to incarnate in the 6 paths of reincarnation. After all, the matter of replenishing the ancestral witches has been solved, and the 12 capitals of the gods will not be destroyed. Then it does not matter whether Hu Tu sacrifices or not, she will not die anyway, she will just become just another person, which is completely acceptable to the Wu clan, including Hu Tu. She can also accept this answer. In this way, the 12 ancestral witches thanked Shen Long, and then hurried back to the Wu clan to test the method Shen Long said. Gone. Looking at the departure of the 12 ancestral witches, Shen Long began to ponder the positions in the underworld. Among the underworld, the first person to bear the brunt is the Danqi-wrenching Emperor, who has the highest status. He is in charge of the 18 levels of hell in the nether underworld. Thousands of creatures live and die, absolutely, the well-deserved first place. Then came the great Emperor Fengdu of Beiyin, the ghost emperor of the 5 directions, the 6 heavenly officials of Luo Feng, the king of Yama of the 10 palaces, and finally the judge Meng Po, black and white Wakang, the bull-headed horse-faced and others. These people's positions are all more important, or are they? You should not be hasty. And just when Shen Long was considering the candidates for the underworld officials, he suddenly thought that he seemed to have a big gift bag that he had not yet opened. Ding! It is detected that the host intends to open the Hunyuan gift package. Do you want to open it now? Yes, the Hunyuan gift package is being opened. Please wait patiently. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a holy fruit of the Great Way. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the foundation of the Tao, the purple chi of the Tao. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Hongmeng spiritual treasure and the Wanyuan Mother Chi cauldron. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rare treasure of heaven, the 18 levels of hell. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rare treasure of heaven, the holy meteor pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rare treasure of heaven, the 6 soul flag. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete list of underworld officials. Ding! Congratulations to the host. As the Hunyuan gift package was opened, countless good things came out. What's even more frightening is that there are things like the Great Tao Saint Fruit and the Great Tao Purple Chi, which makes Shen Long couldn't help but think of the heavenly Tao fruit and the Hongmen purple qi. Whether there is a world beyond the avenue is something worth pondering. Therefore, Shen Long only hesitated for a moment before putting away these treasures. For the time being, he doesn't have enough cultivation to use these things. Besides, he can just wait until his cultivation is strong enough to study it more. However, don't mention it. Among the items obtained this time, there were 4 things that surprised Shen Long. One is the 18th level of Hell, the other is the Meteor Holy Pill, and the other is the 6 soul flags and the complete list of underworld officials. Did the system completely consider his situation and therefore give him a reward? Very good, very nice. Shen Long first put away the 18 levels of Hell and the encyclopedia of official figures in the underworld. These 2 things were not needed for the time being. They could only take them out after Hu Tu reincarnated. As for the other 2 spiritual treasures, they were placed together by Shen Long and the heavenly Tao treasure-suppressing pavilion that he had obtained previously. The heaven-suppressing coffin comes from the same lineage as the 6 soul flags and the death holy pill. It is a supreme treasure that is transformed by the soul and blood of the demon from outside the territory and conceal the saints of heaven. Once inside the heaven-suppressing coffin, the saintly powers of the Tan Dao Saint are useless. After only 7 or 79 days, the Tan Dao Saint will be sealed forever. As for the holy meteor pill, it was transformed into the essence, energy, and spirit of the 3,000 chaos demon gods after their death. There are 3 pills in total, which can harm the Dao Yuanshan of the heavenly Dao Saints. Each of the king dynasties took a holy death pill, and Patriarch Hong Jun waited until Sanqing took it before revealing the power of the holy death pill, forcing the 3 kings to stop fighting with each other. The 6 soul flag is the result of the endless resentment of the 3,000 chaos demon gods after their death. The 6 tails under the flag can harm the heavenly holy body of the heavenly saint. At the time of the conferment of gods, after the 10,000 immortals formation was broken, 2 tails of the 6 soul flag that reached the sky were shattered by the Pang'u flag from Yuanshai, causing the 6 soul flag's vitality to be severely damaged and difficult to recover from, so that from now on, if the heavenly saint has the defensive treasure can resist the 6 soul flags. But Shen Long now has the complete 6 soul flag, which is powerful enough to easily damage the holy body of the saint. Tongshan was unlucky to say the least. If Long-eared Xian hadn't rebelled, maybe the other 4 would have been defeated when he became a god. But just because Chang'er Xian betrayed Ji Zhao was torn apart and suffered a terrible end. Come to think of it, Tongshan also hates the long-eared Immortal. If Hong Jun hadn't appeared, I'm afraid he would have had the long-eared Immortal skinned and cramped. 3 rare treasures of heaven, 3 treasures that can deal with saints. What is wrong with the system? Is this because they are holding back evil and asking him to kill 2 saints to see? With a smile on his face, Shen Long put the treasure away, and then asked Prime Minister Gui to call Zilong. Compared to him, Zilong has a better understanding of the distribution of members of the Dragon clan and is better able to recommend good candidates. On the other side, Sanqing is here. At this time, Sanqing looked very high-spirited and seemed very happy. They had reached a consensus with Nuwa just now, and Nuwa also allowed them to establish a religion in the human race. It can be said that they will become saints soon. So how can they be unhappy? Let Yuanshai Tongshan return to Kunlun Mountain first, and I went to the human race alone. He wanted to establish a true religion, but he had to observe the human race first. Otherwise, if the human race is a selfish people, even Hong Jun's words will be useless, their future will be over. Even if I believe Hong Jun's words, after all, I have never had contact with the human race. Hearing is false and seeing is believing. I still have to go and see. After coming to the human race, I naturally would not reveal my true identity, but turned into an old man. In this way, my life in the human race began. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. During these 3 years, the human race did not dislike me because I was an old man, nor did they complain about me because I was old and immobile and was a drag. In short, everyone in the human race is very kind to me. And even I can't help but admire the character of the human race. With such character and humility, Why should the human race not be able to surpass the two races of lichs? As for the dragon clan? If Shen Long hadn't been there, it would have been a matter of time before he surpassed him, but if Shen Long is here, the situation will be difficult to say. But I can't control that much anymore. Yuan Shai Tongxun can't wait any longer, and I can't continue to pretend. Then, I took the initiative to reveal my identity and revealed my true identity. In order to repay the care and karma of the human race in the past 3 years, I decided to teach the Tao to the human race. Even though I may not be among the best in cultivation in the ancient world, after all, I am the Pang-U sect and the first disciple of Han Jun. His understanding of Taoism is top-notch. He personally preaches to the human race, and the benefits to the human race are really immeasurable. In addition, the human race has never experienced preaching, and cultivation has to be explored on their own. Even if there is a holy tablet of martial arts, most human races can practice martial arts, but after all, it is not suitable for everyone. The Tao taught by Lao Tzu is extremely inclusive and can really accommodate the practice of all races. Therefore, as long as I sincerely teach the human race Tao, the improvement of the human race will definitely not be even a little bit. In this way, I sat cross-legged on the wind and fire futon, and the aura of the sub-sage exploded all over my body, gradually attracting countless members of the human race. I also directly raised my head to the sky and said loudly, I am one of the 3 pure ones of Pang-U. I am in the human race today. Anyone who is predestined can come and listen to the sermon. Please subscribe. The second update, the average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 87. I, one of the 3 pure ones, is going to give a sermon to the human race. I can't wait to hear the sermon. Soon, the news that I was about to preach spread throughout the human race. After learning about this, all the races rushed to the ancestral land of the human race to wait for me to preach. Facing the sudden appearance of Lao Tzu in the human race, the 4 dragon kings were extremely unhappy. They wanted to work together to suppress Lao Tzu and then drive him away, but Zilong stopped them. The birth of the saint was the trend of heaven, and they could not violate it. Besides, Shen Long did not tell them that they would not allow Lao Tzu to establish a religion in the human race, which meant that Shen Long they didn't particularly care about this matter, so they just turned a blind eye. At the same time, just when I was about to give a sermon, the martial arts holy monument in the center of the human race's ancestral land began to shine brightly. The infinite power came from the news from the martial arts holy monument seemed to be competing with me for the luck of the human race. Seeing that the human race actually had such a treasure, I couldn't help but secretly lament at the strength of the human race's luck, and then used the Tai Kai figure to barely suppress the martial arts holy monument, not letting it go. The holy monument of martial arts disrupted my own sermon. I don't know how long it took, but many members of the human race had come, and I no longer waited, but started to preach directly. Road to road, very avenue, famous, very famous, the beginning of the nameless world, known as the mother of all things. Therefore, I always have no desire to observe its wonders. I always have the desire to watch him. Heaven and earth are unkind and regard all things as stupid dogs. The saint is unkind and treats the common people as stupid dogs. All things bear yin and embrace yang, and the energy is in harmony. What is evil about people is that they are lonely and destitute, but the princes and princes think that they are praised. So things may be damaged and benefited, or they may be benefited and damaged. What others teach, I also teach. Those who are strong will not be allowed to die. I will be my godfather. The Tao taught by Lao Tzu was derived from Hong Jun's sermons. In comparison, it is more suitable for human understanding. Even if it is not as effective as Hong Jun's sermon, the human race has still gained endless benefits from Lizzie's sermon. For a time, the luck of the human race soared, and Shen Long and Nuwa, who were the holy fathers of the human race, also gained a lot of benefits. The power of human luck can help them practice, and can be integrated into spiritual treasures to refine the spiritual treasures of luck. Although the two of them now have countless spiritual treasures, no one would think that they have too many spiritual treasures. Naturally, they also think so. As for Shen Long, his attitude was extremely dull when faced with the fact that I was about to establish a religion and become a saint. It seems that he doesn't care about me becoming a saint at all. Also, now that Shen Long is so strong, even if I become a saint or not, it doesn't mean much to him. Time passed quickly, and 49 days passed in the blink of an eye. As Lao Tzu's sermon ended, I saw Lao Tzu suddenly stand up from the wind and fire futon, offered sacrifices to the heavenly Qingyun, threw out the innate treasure Taikai diagram, looked up to the sky and swore, "The way of heaven is above. I am the Painu authentic sect." Sanqing, the leader, taking lazy, had now realized the great truth and complied with the way of heaven. He is willing to establish the human religion and educate the human race. He also uses the innate treasure Taikai as the treasure to suppress the religion and suppress the destiny of the human religion. He hopes that the way of heaven will learn from it. The human religion is established. Buzz. After I finished speaking, heaven responded in an instant. The originally cloudless sky condensed a mass of immeasurable merit and virtue, accompanied by golden lotuses. The purple energy came from the east, and the majestic heavenly Tao breath spread to the ancient world. All over the place, countless creatures had no choice but to emerge from seclusion and cast their sights in the direction of Lao Tzu. Seeing the immeasurable merits from heaven, I was overjoyed, and then hurriedly activated the heaven-opening merits in his body. The combination of the two, together they merged into the Hongmen purple qi. Taking this opportunity, I merged the Yuan Shen with the Hongmen purple qi. For a moment, a saint's pressure came from my body, but I successfully entered the realm of a saint. It is not easy. It's really not easy. If all the sentient beings in the ancient world were not watching, I would probably burst into tears and cry out. From the beginning of the ancient world to the present, they have suffered too much oppression. Now it's finally time for him to stand up for himself. Sooner or later, he will take revenge for all the grudges. Whether it's the Lich or the Dragon clan who are doubtful about the invitation from the West, I'm calculating a score in my heart, waiting to take revenge on them in the future. But for now, he still needs to stabilize his cultivation as soon as possible. The power of merit continues to improve my cultivation. From the first level of the saint, he quickly reached the third level of the saint, and then broke through to the fourth level of the saint. No matter what, I also have infinite heaven-opening merits in my body. If it weren't for the heaven-opening merits, how could I have reached the fourth level of saint's cultivation? After feeling that his cultivation was no longer improving, I stopped radiating momentum with satisfaction, and then turned his gaze to the prehistoric land. All sentient beings in the prehistoric land felt the emotion, and immediately knelt down one after another, congratulating me and saying, "We sincerely wish the saint taking the successful realization of the Tao. May the saint be immortal forever and realize the Tao as soon as possible." Well, get up. I nodded and replied, "This feeling of being admired by others is really great, especially when all the sentient beings kneel at my feet. I can't help but be a little obsessed. At the same time, I am stepping into the realm of a saint." Later, he also knew the horror of the saint realm. No wonder Shen Long, Nuwa and the others were so arrogant. Indeed, after possessing this level of power, it was impossible for him not to be arrogant. Once he broke through the saint realm, he would be equal to all living beings in the world. It has become an existence in two dimensions. As the saying goes, saints are unkind and treat common people as stupid dogs. This is what it means. How is it possible that I have become a saint? The era of saints is coming, and this is already the third saint in the prehistoric world. My strength was already terrifying, but now that I have become a saint, I am afraid I can already keep up with the ancestral dragon. The Dragon clan is about to bid farewell to its position as overlord. I will become a saint, and the beginning of the universe is probably not far away. Yes, there are 3 saints in one sect. Who else can oppose the 3 pure saints? After learning that I had become a saint, The most saddened ones were none other than Emperor Junti and the 12 ancestral witches. The reason why Junti was sad was because they had a lot of grudges with Sanqing. In addition, Tei is extremely arrogant and always likes to offend people. He has offended Sanqing many times before. Now that I have become a saint, will I come to cause trouble for them? They have just obtained the Hongmen Purple Qi and are still a long way from becoming saints. If they were killed by me at this time, wouldn't they be unlucky? The only thing that makes them feel lucky is that there is more than just lazy in the prehistoric world, and their demon clan also has a saint named Nuwa and they are both members of the demon clan. No matter what, she won't watch me act recklessly, right? Emperor Junti was thankful, but extremely anxious. They only had a beam of Hongmen Purple Qi. They had not yet made a decision as to who would use it to become a saint. We have just been comprehending the Hongmen Purple Qi together, hoping that we can achieve enlightenment together. But now it seems that it is impossible. If they don't hurry up and wait until the age of saints comes, even if they become saints, they will be very passive. Therefore, it is time for the two of them to choose a candidate who will eventually become a saint. Emperor Junti looked at each other. The two of them had a deep brotherly love and both wanted to make each other a saint, but it was obvious that reality did not allow it, so they had no choice but to give up the idea and began to discuss it. Here in the witch clan, the 12 ancestor witches worked together to force out the pain in Pangu's heart. Before I had time to be happy, I heard about my becoming a saint. They knew that Sanqing would become a saint, but they didn't expect it to be so fast. Lao Tzu has become a saint, and the day when Yuanshi will become a saint is bound to be not far away, so their actions must be accelerated. At the same time, Hu Tu has also made various preparations. If the Sanqing comes to take revenge, she will directly transform into the 6 paths of reincarnation and become a saint to fight against the Sanqing. But before that, they still have a choice to make. That is, let which great witch swallow this drop of blood and become the 13th ancestral witch of the Wu clan? Dear brothers and sisters, the great shaman Xiang Liu in my tribe is so powerful that he deserves to swallow the blood of Godfather and become the 13th ancestral shaman of the witch clan. 4. You are really good at joking. The Jiu Feng in my tribe is also very powerful. He should swallow the blood of Father God and become an ancestral witch. Humphrey, 4th and 5th brothers, the candidates you mentioned are all too weak, but Kuofu from my tribe is the most suitable. No matter how powerful Kuofu is, can he still be as powerful as Caillou of my tribe? He is suitable. So why can't Caillou become an ancestral witch? Okay, stop arguing. It's up to the elder brother to make the decision on this matter. Zhu Mang shouted loudly, and then everyone turned their attention to Di Zhang, hoping that Di Zhang could choose someone. Looking at their eager eyes, Di Zhang suggested, every brother wants to recommend his subordinates, rather than competing for the great witches like this, which can easily hurt the harmony. How about we call those great witches and let them compete? In the end, the winner will be given the name of God of War and become the 13th ancestral witch of the witch clan. What brother said makes sense. I agree. Okay, I agree too. I agree. Agree. Soon, Di Jiang's proposal was approved, and everyone nodded and stopped arguing about the matter. And just when the witch clan was debating the candidate for the 13th ancestral witch, Yuanshi Tongshan on Kunlun Mountain made a move. Inspired by Lao Tzu, they all understood the method of enlightenment, and they all imitated Lao Tzu and began to establish great teachings. I saw Yuanshi taking a step forward, looking up to the sky and swearing, "The way of heaven is above. I am Pangu Zhengzong, Yuanshi, one of the 3 king dynasties. Now I have realized the great way, conform to the way of heaven, and am willing to establish a religion called, explain the teaching, clarify the principles, and use the innate treasure Pangu banner as the treasure of suppressing the teaching, suppressing the destiny of the teaching, and looking to heaven to learn from it. Chan teaching, establish. Buzz. With the success of Yuanshi's establishment of the religion, Heavenly Tao sensed it again and sent down immeasurable merits. The terrifying auspicious clouds of merit fell from the sky and flew straight to Kunlun Mountain. Although this cloud of merits was not as big as Lao Tzu's, it was not too small. After falling in the sky above Yuanshi, merge with it. Taking this opportunity, Yuan Shai mobilized the power of the heaven-opening merits in his body and merged it into Hongmen purple qi. When it was about to be completed, he put his soul into it. After that, he completely became a saint. The pressure of saints sweeps across the prehistoric land. Unlike Lao Tzu's kindness, Yuan Shi intends to show his coercion. It can be said that in the prehistoric world, except for the masters of the late quasi-sage, all the remaining creatures in the prehistoric world must kneel down and worship. Feeling the pressure of another saint coming out, all the sentient beings in the world hurriedly congratulated. We sincerely wish the Saint Yukin a successful path to enlightenment. May the saint be immortal forever and realize the path soon. Flat body. Yuan Shai spoke calmly, and then slowly fell down to Tongshin's side. Gradually addicted to the infinite power, Yuan Shai finally broke through to the third level of the saint. Only one realm behind me, but Yuan Shai was already very satisfied. As long as you become a saint, everything after that will be much easier to handle. As the saying goes, murder to pay debts and money, revenge for revenge, repay injustice for injustice. Anyone who offends Yuan Shai, don't even think about running away. Yuan Shai will find them one by one. They came to recover the interest. At the same time, because he had broken through to the saint level, Yuan Shai refined the Pang'u banner again and successfully understood one of the four mysteries of breaking. Once this method is used, tearing apart chaos, split time and space, opening up the boundless prehistoric world. At this moment, Yuan Shi gradually understood how powerful the innate treasure was. With his current cultivation, realm, and control of the spiritual treasure, it would be impossible to destroy the greatest enemy, the Lich. Isn't it a matter of minutes to have a dragon clan? Of course, having self-confidence is a good thing, but if the self-confidence is overwhelming, it is not very good. At least Yuan Shai is a little drifting now, and someone needs to cure him. Looking at Tongshin beside him, Yuan Shai said, "Third brother, please become a saint as soon as possible. This feeling is so wonderful. After you become a saint too, we will go to the Witch clan to take back the stolen spiritual treasure." Good. Tongshin nodded. With Lazy's proof of Yuan Shai, he only needs to follow the gourd and draw the scoop. Tongshin took a step forward, looked up to the sky and shouted, "The way of heaven is above. I am the Pang'u authentic sect, one of the three pure ones. Tongshin, today after understanding the Great Road and obeying the way of heaven, I am willing to create a religion called GGL. I am willing to intercept a ray of heavenly secrets for all living beings and teach them with this. I also use the Kingping sword as a treasure to protect the religion. Guard GGL, and look to heaven to learn from it. GGL, stand." Because the four swords of Zuxian were snatched away by the 12 ancestral witches, Tongshin had no choice but to use the Kingping sword to establish the religion. Fortunately, the Kingping sword is the best innate spiritual treasure, and it is also transformed from the 24th grade creation Qilin. It contains immeasurable luck. Even if you use the Kingping sword as a treasure to suppress the religion, there is nothing wrong with it. Buzz. Another infinite cloud of merit fell and flew straight to Tongshin. When it fell into Tongshin's body, it was immersed into the opening merit and Hongmen purple qi by Tongshin. Soon, Tongshin's soul also merged with it. Tongshin stepped into the realm of saints in an instant. The terrifying pressure of saints swept across the entire prehistoric land, and all living beings in the prehistoric world were stunned at this time. No matter how strong they were, they could not withstand the pressure of three saints. They knelt down again. Stand and then kneel. If I had known it was like this, I might as well not have stood up just now. We sincerely wish the Sage of Supreme Purity success in attaining the Tao. May the saint be immortal forever and attain the Tao as soon as possible. Although the prehistoric sentient beings expressed the reluctance of the boss in their hearts, they still knelt down and shouted in unison to congratulate Tongshin. Tongshin was absorbing the power of merit at this time, when his own cultivation reached the third level of the saint and could no longer improve. Then he replied, "Just wait for it." Flat body? Forget it. A large part of the sentient beings in the prehistoric times are unwilling to get up, and they all set their sights on the west. Why are you still dazed at this time? It would be great if they all become saints together, so that they don't have to kneel down to congratulate. Going back and forth is too time-consuming. Facing the expectant gazes of all sentient beings, It is very difficult for Yin and Zunti at this time, because they have not yet found a way for the two of them to establish a religion. To the west, on Mount Sumeru, senior brother, all sentient beings in the ancient world are waiting for us to become saints, but we still haven't found the way to enlightenment. What should we do? Zunti looked at Ji Yin anxiously. If they fail to become saints this time, they are probably destined to become the laughingstock of the ancient world. When all sentient beings in the ancient world talk about them after dinner, they will be famous, and they will be notorious. No one knows it. No one knows it. Faced with Zunti's inquiry, Ji Yin shook his head and sighed. The method of establishing the Sanqing religion and becoming a saint is really not enough for the two of us to become a saint. At the moment, it seems that we can only place your hopes on Wushen. Wushen? Zunti wondered, and soon realized, yes, Wushen is the former chaos demon god. He must have a way. After all, the two brothers are only one step away from breaking through and becoming saints. If Wushen can give them guidance, after a while, maybe they can become saints through this, and the great prosperity of the West is just around the corner. And indeed, they are not disappointed. Wushen really has a way. Please subscribe. Second update, the author writes an average of 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 88. Looking at Ji Yin Zunti, who had just woken up in front of him, Wu Tian said, I have a solution here that is not a solution, but it can perfectly solve the problem of sanctification for you. But there is one thing. What benefit do you give me? Wu Tian said. Yan Ling snorted. Ji Yin Zunti is a typical pauper. Is it possible to stay here with nothing? He is not a fool, and will always be deceived by Ji Yin Zunti. As for Ji Yin Zunti, who wants to exchange Lingbao for it, let alone even think about it, even ordinary top-quality innate Lingbao Wushen will not look down on it, let alone their hands. There are so many rotten treasures in there. Whatever fellow Taoist wants, just tell him. As long as we two brothers can give it, we will naturally give it to fellow Taoist. A firm look flashed in Ji Yin Zunti's eyes. At this time, their lifeline was in Wushen's hands. Even if they wanted to resist, they were powerless, so they could only let Wushen slaughter them. After a deep look, they were unable to resist. After looking at each other, Wushen said slowly, I don't need you to pay any price, you just need to promise me that after you become a saint, you will help me once. It's that simple. Ji Yin Zunti looked at Wu Tian in disbelief. They were all ready to be slaughtered, but Wu Tian's answer made them somewhat shocked. A look of indifference flashed on his face, and Wu Tian nodded. After confirming that Wushen did not deceive the two of them, Ji Yin Zunti swore to heaven one after another and promised to agree to Wushen's request. In this way, the two also learned the method of becoming a saint from Wushen. What? Will this method lead to great cause and effect? Taoist friend Wushen is all joking. Master Hongjun once said that a saint will endure through thousands of eons without being destroyed, and will not be affected by cause and effect. He coexists with the great road and the way of heaven. With a single thought, he can know anyone, anything, or anything in the past, present, or future. You can destroy countless universes without any effort, create heaven and earth, and create thousands of worlds. Now you tell us that after becoming a saint, you will be contaminated by the great cause and effect. How is this possible? Haha, you are ignorant. You are really ignorant. Can you believe what that old liar Hongjun said? Wushen glanced at Yin Zunti with a very disdainful look. He really never expected that big fools would come out of the West. He originally thought that only the ancestors of Qiankun and others in the past would be deceived by Hongjun. Now it seems that there are fools every year, especially this year. Knowing that Ji Yin Zunti has been unable to understand what he means, Wushen continues, let me tell you, when Hongjun said that saints are not affected by cause and effect, he meant that saints have endless lives. The magic power is overwhelming. It can eliminate cause and effect, but it does not mean that it is not affected by cause and effect. Moreover, after a saint is contaminated by cause and effect, because of the saint's immortality, cause and effect will automatically spread to his disciples. How can this be? How is it impossible? In serious cases, it may even lead to the collapse of the great religion in an instant. This kind of thing is just something Hong Jun didn't say. You really think that the saint is so powerful? I am really laughing to death. Wu Shen laughed loudly, and looked at Ji Yinzunti as if he were looking at a fool. Ji Yinzunti felt Wu Tian's gaze, and it seemed as if the two of them were clowns, wanting to find a crack in the ground to crawl in. Sure enough, we can't believe Hong Jun's words. Although Wu Shen's words are certainly not true, they can feel that Wu Shen definitely did not deceive them this time, and everything Wu Shen just said must be true. Shen with a deep sigh, he opened his mouth and said, "Fellow Taoist Wu Shen, even so, compared with becoming a saint, this mere power of cause and effect is nothing. I'd rather trouble you to tell my two brothers how to attain enlightenment. Yes, if you give up, you will gain. You must know how to give up in everything." Ji Yin can make a choice in an instant. To be honest, even Wu Shen can't help but give Ji Yin a high look. Similarly, after hearing Ji Yin after Yin's choice, Zunti also nodded. Yes, compared to becoming a saint, what does the power of cause and effect mean? If you don't become a saint, you will always be an ant, even if they are not entangled in cause and effect. Compared with a saint, he is nothing more than an ant, so he might as well become a saint surrounded by karma. Even if he is at the point of desolation, he is still beyond the level of an ant. Have you two decided? No regrets? Wu Shen asked again, his tone gradually becoming serious. He shook his head and led Zunti to reply in unison, I don't regret it. Okay, since you two brothers insist on this, I won't say anything more. Although compared with Sanqing, you don't have the merits of opening heaven to protect yourself, and you lack the innate blessings. But you two are better because of your great perseverance. Everything has a glimmer of hope. As long as you are willing to make great aspirations and attain enlightenment, you will surely achieve the status of a saint. Wu Shen said seriously. Don't look at this as just a guess of Wu Shen. But Wu Shen really knows the way of heaven very well. If the way of heaven wants to be perfected, it will lack talents one after another to help develop the prehistoric world. It can be said that the more migrant workers there are, the happier heaven is and faster it develops. The West is a barbaric land. Now Ji Yinzunti is willing to open up and develop for it. How could heaven disagree? Looking at Ji Yinzunti's thoughtful look, Wu Shen continued, don't think that this is the end. Trouble will come after you two become saints. If you can't complete the great oath before becoming saints, you will face being pulled down from the sainthood. It is possible that you will be in the position, and by then, you will be beyond redemption and never be reincarnated. Maybe this will be your final result. Okay, fellow Taoist Wu Shen, don't say it anymore. No matter what happens, you will die, so why don't you die a little more gloriously? We have decided on the method of achieving great aspirations and will not change it again. Ji Yinzunti's eyes gradually became firm. Once they miss the opportunity to become saints this time, neither the Sanqing nor the Lich tribe will let them go. Even the Lich tribe and other races will not let them go. Everyone will focus on them, or in other words, on their Hongmen purple chi. That will be their only chance to achieve enlightenment and become a saint. Even themselves, if they encounter this situation, they will probably fight to the death. Before it was Sanqing and Nuwa who shared the firepower equally, but now, when all the firepower is focused on them, they will definitely die. Second brother, if you fail this time, will you regret it? Ji Yin asked Zun, with a hint of sadness in his tone. Countless years have passed since the two brothers were born, not to mention how many battles they have experienced. Now, facing the most difficult choice in life, Ji Yin really can't knowing whether it is right or wrong. Once they are wrong, they will be doomed, but if they are right, they can be reborn from the ashes. The result is a 50-50 split. This feeling is really sour. A sad smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and Zunti replied, brother, just kidding. Since his birth, Zunti has been taken care of by his eldest brother. If he fails to achieve enlightenment and God punishes him, I hope his eldest brother can let Zunti bear it first. It's not that Zunti wants to avoid it, it's just that Zunti wants to take care of his eldest brother. I hope eldest brother will agree. Okay, I understand. Let's get started. A drop of clear tears flashed from the corner of Ji Yin's eyes. After condensing into substance, it fell to the ground, making a ping-ping-pong sound, like a diamond. However, Ji Yinzunti didn't have the intention to listen to this sound carefully. but at the same time he looked up to the sky and swore, "The way of heaven is above. I am the guide and guide for the West. Now that I understand the way and follow the way of heaven, I am willing to establish a great religion in the Western land, called the Western Sect. I will encourage all living beings to do good and save all living beings from suffering. Have no worries, enjoy eternal bliss, and rush to our Western Paradise land together, and use the 12 great golden lotus of merit and virtue and the 12 great golden lotus of reincarnation as the treasures of protection to suppress the fate of Western religions, and look to heaven to learn from it. Teach, establish." As Jianzunti began to take the oath, all the sentient beings in the primitive world were extremely excited. It finally started, and they would be able to get up soon. Buzz. There was a buzzing sound in the sky above the west, and the auspicious clouds of merit gradually gathered in the sky, and then flew towards Mount Sumeru. When they landed on the top of Jianzunti's head, they split into two and penetrated into the bodies of the two of them. The two of them felt the merits in his body continued to merge, and he hurriedly drew out the Hongmen purple chi, trying to make the two of them merge quickly. But after all, the two did not have the merits to open the sky, and the power of their merits was simply not enough. Naturally, the speed of fusion was not that fast, and it would not even take long. The fusion will end, and the power of their merits will completely disappear. The fusion is halfway through, and if it is so nondescript, it will eventually lead to the failure of their enlightenment. However, this is not over yet. At least Jianzunti has found a way to continue the way to achieve enlightenment and become a saint. Just listen to the two people continue to swear, "If I achieve the supreme body, become fully enlightened, and live in the Buddha land, I will have immeasurable and inconceivable merits and dignity. There are no hells, hungry ghosts, beasts, flies or crawling insects. All sentient beings, as well as those in the Yanmaru realm and the three evil realms, who will be born in my land in the future, will be transformed by my dharma and will achieve Anuttarasamyaksambodhi, and will never fall into the evil realms again. If you get this wish, you will become a Buddha. If you don't have this wish, you won't achieve supreme enlightenment. The first wish is that when I become a Buddha, all sentient beings in the worlds of the 10 directions who are born in my land will have a pure golden body with 32 kinds of majestic appearances, upright and clean, all of the same kind. If the appearance is different and there is a preference for ugliness, one will not achieve enlightenment. The second wish is that when I become a Buddha, all sentient beings who are born in my country will know their destiny for countless kalpas and will do good and evil. All can see clearly, hear clearly, and know what is going, coming, and present in the 10 directions. If you don't get what you want, you won't achieve enlightenment. The third wish is when I become a Buddha. Boundless light, shine in all directions, absolutely superior to all Buddhas, better than the brightness of the sun and moon. Quadrillion times. The 48th wish is when I become a Buddha. Bodhisattvas in other worlds, those who hear my name, proving the law of separation, obtain dharani, pure and joyful. We must live equally, practice bodhisattva conduct, full of virtue, deserve 1, 2, and 3 nin. In all Buddhist dharma, those who cannot present the certificate without refund, not taking the right path. After speaking out the 48 great aspirations in a row, heaven once again sent down the power of immeasurable merit to help lead Zunti and the two to attain enlightenment and become saints. Sanqing was immediately shocked when he saw that Jianzunti had set up his ambitions so recklessly. Looking at the auspicious clouds of merit and virtue falling in the sky, Tongshan said in surprise, "Is Jianzunti crazy? He actually got involved in such a huge cause and effect for the sake of becoming a saint? Isn't he a little too confident?" "Humphrey, they are just trapping themselves in a cocoon and seeking death. They have set so many great ambitions. If they are not fulfilled, I am afraid that the law of heaven will directly send down a thunderstorm and destroy them." Yuan Shai was very happy, as if he was watching a joke. On the contrary, I nodded to the west, his eyes full of admiration. "Brother, what do you think about this?" Tongshan looked at me with slight curiosity and asked. After a deep groan, I said what I really thought in my heart. "You only know one but don't know the other. There is no merit in opening up the heaven by Jianzunti. Naturally, You cannot instantly integrate the Hongmen purple chi to achieve enlightenment and become a saint. Now that they can think of this method to gain the power of merit, I have to say that they are really talented. I am not stingy with my praise, which made Yuan Shi feel very uncomfortable when he heard it. There is nothing to praise about taking Yin Zunti, they are just two shameless people. Anyway, they have set so many great ambitions this time. Even if after becoming a saint, you will also face the danger of karma. At that time, you only need to watch the joke, but you don't need to worry about anything else. But what Yuan Shi didn't know was that because of his contempt, Chen Jia was severely punished by the West after a calculation. Even he had to humbly ask for help. This is the so-called 30 years in the east of Hedong and 30 years in the west of Hexi. Arrogant people will not end well in the end. One of them is the representative of the world of death. Characters. Yuan Shi is one of them, not to mention Sanqing's ideas. Let's talk about Ji Yinzunti, who has successfully broken through the realm of saints. The ambitions set by the two are simply too great. But the advantage is that they have gained enough heavenly merits. After completing all the power of merit, the cultivation of both of them has been promoted to the level of the third heaven of saints. It can be said that at this time, Ji Yinzunti is not weaker than the two of Yuan Shi Tongshan. It may be a little worse than Lao Tzu, but even so, it's not too different. The terrifying saint's breath throughout the prehistoric times. Countless living beings felt this familiar aura and knew that it was Ji Yinzunti who had become a saint. They immediately congratulated one after another. We congratulate the saint Ji Yinzunti on his success in attaining enlightenment. May the saint be immortal forever and attain early enlightenment. Avenue. We sincerely wish Saint Zunti success in attaining the Tao. May the saint be immortal forever and attain the Tao as soon as possible. Okay, get down. This time, as Ji Yinzunti spoke at the same time, all the sentient beings in the ancient world slowly stood up. Are there no saints in the ancient world? Thinking about it, everything should be over. As for Emperor Juntai, who has just obtained the Hongmen purple chi, they don't have to think about it. They are sure they won't become saints. Don't you see that Sanqing and others only became saints after such a long time? How many balls does Daijun have? Will they become saints directly? Therefore, they don't believe in killing all sentient beings in the prehistoric times. And the fact is true in this way. Emperor Juntai has no clue now. He can only wander around the Hongmen purple chi all day long, not knowing how to become a saint. The 5 saints came to the world, and the age of saints has officially arrived. It can be said that it is the first major reform in the prehistoric world, and it is also a big change. Countless powerful people in the prehistoric world are worried about their future, not for anything else, just because the future of this prehistoric world will be decided by the saints. It can be said that the saints are heaven, and offending there is no difference between defeating a saint and offending heaven. In the past, they could be said to be the pillars of the ancient times, but with the coming of the era of saints, they can only be regarded as the garbage of the old era. In other words, they are losers and eliminated from the previous era. They will be like countless creatures in the wild. They face the possibility of being killed at any time. Although the situation may not be that bad, it is really not much better. 12 ancestral witches. Which clan? Are you ready to die? A terrifying roar spread across the entire prehistoric world, but it was the 3 king dynasties that declared war. The first person to bear the brunt was naturally Tongshan. Tongshan was taken away by the 12 ancestral witches. At this moment, he was about to avenge his shame and snatch back the 4 swords of immortal killing. Lingbao. Faced with Tongshan's roar, the 12 ancestral witches were shocked, and then they reacted. Yu Dejiang laughed and said, "Haha, Tongshan, don't think that Yu Sanqing has broken through the status of a saint and can do whatever you want. Let me tell you, the 12 ancestral witches, are not afraid of you. Come if you have the ability. I want to see how powerful the saint is." Don't say that you are not afraid of the saint. In fact, Dejong is also afraid. But what can you do now? Admit your mistake. It's too late. It is impossible for Sanqing to give them a chance to bow their heads and admit their mistake. Instead of dying on their knees, it is better to die standing up with the courage to do so. Moreover, the Wu clan has always been unafraid of death. Even if Sanqing came to kill him, what would the Wu clan have to fear? Even if he dies, he will return to Pang U's embrace, which is actually a good thing for them. Buzz, just when Tongshan was angry, he sacrificed the Kingping sword and struck out with the sword. The space above the Wu clan was torn apart, and an extremely domineering man with a terrifying aura walked out. This man was dressed in a dragon robe, with the 36th grade creation green lotus under his feet. His eyes were dull, as if he didn't care about Tongshan's attack at all, and this person was none other than Shen Long of the Dragon Clan. Fellow Taoist Tongshan, please give me a face and don't take action against the Wu clan for 3,000 years. Shen Long's voice came out slowly. When it reached Sanqing's ears, they all couldn't believe it. What happened? Shen Long actually interceded for the Wu clan and helped the Wu clan take action? After all, the Wu clan gave what huge benefits of Shen Long could make even Shen Long excited. Damn it, why is this? Don't the Dragon Clan also have a grudge against the Witch Clan? Yuanji shouted angrily. His anger reached the extreme, and he was about to take revenge. Who would have thought that Cheng Yejin would show up on the way, and Shen Long would help the Wu clan? And from the look of Shen Long, it seemed that he had secured the Wu clan. If they take action again, they are very likely to completely offend Shen Long. The most important thing is that the three brothers have just made a breakthrough and their realm has not yet been stabilized. If they really have a fight with Shen Long, it is very likely that they will hurt their roots. It is really not worth it. After looking at each other, I finally said, forget it. Second brother and third brother, for the time being, don't offend Zhu Long. After we have completely stabilized our cultivation, it will not be too late to settle accounts with them one by one. Okay, I agree with what the elder brother said. Tongshan thought for a moment and reluctantly put away the Kingping sword. Please subscribe. The fourth update, the average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89. Seeing that there was no movement in Sanqing, the Wu clan breathed a sigh of relief. Dezhong quickly flew out from the Wu clan's ancestral land and respectfully said to Shen Long, thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. This time, the Wu clan owes you a big cause and effect. I will definitely do it in the future. Give it back. Nodding. A light flashed in Shen Long's eyes. He didn't have to wait until later, just wait until Hutu transformed into reincarnation and pay it back. Anyway, the day of Hutu's sacrifice was not far away, so he kept watching. At the same time, the Dragon Clan's side has also been arranged. As long as the 6 paths of reincarnation is born, Shen Long can build a completed underworld. After the two merge, heaven will inevitably send down the power of immeasurable merit. When he thinks that the Dragon Clan's luck will increase sharply again, Shen Long the dragon was very happy. However, during this period, something not big or small happened, which caused a small ripple in the wilderness. Wanzhou Mountain, was Wang Temple. King Fin Minayu, have you two mastered the Mingmen of this formation? Hong Yun looked at the two Taoist boys beside him and asked. He and Zhen Yuanzi are close friends. They usually go to Huoyun Palace or was Wang Temple. Anyway, there is no other place to go, so they wander back and forth. This one time, when Zhen Yuanzi was in retreat, Hong Yun had nothing to do, so he arranged a self-created formation in Wang Temple. This formation is called the Red Cloud Formation. The Red Cloud Formation has 7 layers of curtains, each with its own unique features, and each layer is related to the other. The combination of thunder and fire is extremely powerful. Once the formation is activated, a large red rain suddenly falls from the top of the sky. Once this red light rain is emitted, it immediately forms a series of huge thunder sounds as dense as beads. The fire is hitting the top of the head, and it is extremely dangerous. It can be said that even if you look at the ancient times, Hong Yun's own Red Cloud Formation can be ranked among the best in terms of formations. Of course, the Red Cloud Formation is meant to deal with those who do not have the most precious treasure to protect themselves. It is very easy for a person who is treasure protector to break through the Hongyan formation. In this way, after setting up the formation, Hongyan stayed in Wuzwang Temple for a long time, but Wuzwang Temple was still too boring after all. Except for Toot, there is nothing except the Taoist boy. No matter how delicious the ginseng fruit is, if you eat it every day, you will always get tired of it. Suddenly an idea flashed in his mind, and Hongyan decided to travel around the wilderness to find other friends of his. Don't look at it. Hongyan is known as the best old man in the world. He has many friends. However, people in the world are sinister. After all, Hongyan's actions are not liked by some people, and this group of people have been staring at Hongyan. Because of the suppression before while Yuanzi was here, no one dared to touch Hongyan for fear of offending Zhen Yuanzi. But now that Zhen Yuanzi is in seclusion, Hongyan boldly leaves Wuzwang Temple, which will naturally alarm many people. One of them is the demon master Cunning. The former Zizhao Palace gave up his seat. If it weren't for Hongyan, Cunning would have gotten a seat and been given Hongman Purple Qi. Even though this matter had nothing to do with Hongyan, Cunning didn't dare to provoke other people and could only express his resentment. Sprinkle it on Hongyan. It just so happens that Hongyan recently got a treasure. It is said to be called the 99 Soul Removing Gourd. It is a top-grade innate spiritual treasure that took tens of millions of years to refine. Cunning has been coveting it for a long time, so he can snatch it, to avenge the past. In this way, when Hongyan left Wuzwang Temple, Cunning followed Hongyan quietly. When he passed by an uninhabited land, Cunning suddenly came out of the Demon Master Palace and struck Hongyan hard on the back. Smashed it over. Boom. Although the Demon Master's palace is just an acquired spiritual treasure, it has been added with the power of immeasurable merit by Cunning. It is a proper acquired meritorious treasure. Hongyan was hit hard without any precautions. Naturally, he felt very uncomfortable. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Hongyan looked towards the direction behind him with a pale face. When he saw that it was Cunning, Hongyan was shocked, but he didn't understand where he had offended Cunning, and was about to be plotted by Cunning. He felt Hongyan's angry. Cunning sneered and said, "Hongyan, I came here today just to avenge you. If it weren't for you in the past, I wouldn't have lost my status as a saint. Now you hand over the 99 soul dispersing gourd to make amends. I will spare your life. Otherwise, I will kill you here today." Cunning gave Hongyan a chance this time. As long as Hongyan recognized his mistake, he would not kill him. Otherwise, Hongyan would really have no chance of escaping death today. After all, Cunning now has a huge advantage, and Cunning also masters a trace of the law of speed. It was impossible for Hongyan to run away. Instead, he bowed his head and admitted his mistake, and obediently offered up the spiritual treasure. Maybe there was a chance of survival, but sometimes honest people are more stubborn. Cunning sneaked up on him and asked him to offer it. Chu Lingbao admitted his mistake, which was a huge insult to Hongyan at the beginning. Anyway, there was already a grudge, so what else was there to say? Just start fighting. Thinking of this, Hongyan pretended to nod and admit his mistake, but secretly sacrificed the 99 soul removing gourd. This thing is 3 feet and 3 inches long, with a fiery red and crystal clear color, exuding infinite Tao charm. It is really a treasure of great mystery. While Cunning was distracted, Hongyan took the gourd in his hand, opened it and poured it down. Buzz! I saw endless red sand pouring out, covering the sky and the earth. This red sand was extremely harmful to the soul. As soon as Cunning came into contact, he felt that the soul was dizzy and was about to disperse. His whole body was pressed down like a mountain and he could not move. He knew that he was on fire. Hongyan said. Cunning shouted, "Hongyan, you are looking for death." Immediately, he violently turned his soul around, and for a moment, Cunning's body emitted endless green fire. The green fire began to block the red sand. After barely recovering, Cunning took the magic weapon Demon Master's Palace in his hand and looked at it. Hongyan's head was smashed over. Boom! Another hard blow. At this moment, Hongyan felt dizzy. His spirit dissipated. He swayed and fell straight to an unknown mountain. Seeing this scene, Cunning was overjoyed. He didn't wait for another blow to kill Hongyan. Life! I only heard a loud roar from the distance. Cunning kid, If you dare to hurt Hong Yun's life today, my ancestor will kill him and go to heaven to avenge Hong Yun." After the words fell, Zhen Yuanzi's figure gradually flew from a distance. Zhen Yuanzi was indeed in seclusion before, but not long after Hong Yun left, Zhen Yuanzi came out of seclusion. I felt that something bad was going to happen in the near future. When the incident happened, Zhen Yuanzi rushed over, hoping to escort Hong Yun away. He never expected that he would see this scene. Fortunately, he arrived in time, otherwise, wouldn't his only friend be killed? Snort. Zhen Yuanzi, am I really afraid of you? Cunning didn't care at all about Zhen Yuanzi's threat, and once again threw the Demon Master Palace towards Hong Yun's direction. Book from the ground, come out. Knowing that he could not stop Cunning's movements, Zhen Yuanzi hurriedly threw the Book of Earth. The Book of Earth was formed from the fetal membrane of the earth and could stir up the earth's veins. With a thought, Cunning's attack was blocked. At the same time, because Zhen Yuanzi's cultivation level was higher than that of Cunning, when Zhen Yuanzi was angry, he also attacked Cunning with all his strength. Even if Cunning was stronger, he would still suffer serious injuries. Boom. 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 Zhen Yuanzi attacked again and again, causing Cunning's face to turn extremely pale. The movements of his hands could only be defensive, but even so, Cunning still spurted out large mouthfuls of blood. Don't look at Zhen Yuanzi not getting angry. He is very kind when he is angry, but he is too scary when he gets angry. After all, he is a well-known veteran in the ancient world. In terms of ranking, Zhen Yuanzi is far superior to Cunning. Cunning is now being attacked continuously by Zhen Yuanzi. How can he not be injured? I guess if it happens again, if this continues, I am afraid that Cunning will be killed by Zhen Yuanzi before long. Of course, Cunning refused to leave in the early stage. Otherwise, in terms of speed, if Cunning wants to escape, Zhen Yuanzi will never be able to catch up. Damn it, really damn it, why did Zhen Yuanzi come? Do I have to run away in such a mess? As the saying goes, a thief never escapes. Cunning has already offended Hong Yun. If he wants to make a sneak attack next time, it will not be that simple at all, especially since he has provoked Zhen Yuanzi. If Hong Yun is not killed and the 99 soul removing gourd is taken away, that Cunning really suffered a big loss. And just when Cunning was gradually thinking of retreating, in the sea of blood, a man in a fiery red robe flew over at high speed, aiming straight for the red cloud. This person was none other than Ming. Ancestor Ming has been paying attention to the battle just now. The 99 soul spreading gourd is very powerful and can actually hurt Cunning. How could Ming be willing to miss such a good opportunity? Therefore, before Zhen Yuanzi Cunning fights at that moment, Ming came secretly, ready to pick up the leak and take away the 99 soul removing gourd. But Ming was unlucky enough. As soon as he arrived at Hong Yun's side, before he could reach out to take the 99 soul removing gourd, Hong Yun woke up. He took a look, going straight to the Styx River where his spiritual treasure was. Hong Yun was furious. Okay, it turns out you are in the same group. You are really bullying others. Call. A burst of red sand flew out again. Styx was instantly hit, and the soul slowly dissipated, but it was injured by the red cloud. A touch of anger appeared on his face. Styx originally only planned to take away the spiritual treasure, but now it seems, it was impossible for Hong Yun not to die. The 12th grade Karma Fire Red Lotus emerged from the foot of the Styx River. The infinite power of Karma Fire swallowed up the red sand on his body. He looked at Hong Yun angrily, and the Styx River sacrificed you on two Abby's double swords. First, he chopped off Hong Yun's left and right arms, and then burned Hong Yun with the power of karmic fire. After everything last night, Styx took away the 99 soul scattering gourd, sneered, and flew straight to the sea of blood. Hong Yun's screams resounded throughout the world. When he felt that Hong Yun was in trouble, Zhen Yuanzi, who was fighting fiercely, quickly looked back. When he saw Hong Yun's arms actually being cut off and burned with karma fire, Zhen Yuanzi felt like his heart was twisting in a knife. But the power of karma fire was too terrifying, and he didn't have other innate spiritual fires, so he could only watch helplessly. Watching Hong Yun's life passing by little Styx. I want you to die. Zhen Yuanzi looked up to the sky and drawled, looking at the entire prehistoric world. No one except Styx could activate the power of karma fire. In addition, Hong Yun kept scolding Styx, so he believed that Styx must have hurt Hong Yun. Seeing that Zhen Yuanzi was so angry, Kun didn't dare to stay any longer. He endured a heavy blow from Zhen Yuanzi and hurriedly transformed into his own body and fled back to heaven. As for Zhen Yuanzi, he watched Hong Yun being killed by karma Hu, burned, and finally reduced to ashes. A generation of innate power died under the power of karma fire. As a close friend, Zhen Yuanzi was unable to do anything. He could only put away Hong Yun's relics with tears in his eyes. Wait for it. After everything was over, Zhen Yuanzi looked up to the sky and shouted, "The way of heaven is above. I was Wang Guan Zhen Yuanzi, and I make a great oath now. In this life, I will fight with Cunning and Ming Cunning until death, and I will kill them both. If I don't take revenge on my dear friend, if I don't kill him or realize the great truth, I'll look to heaven to learn from him." Wow! As Zhen Yuanzi took the oath, the whole prehistoric era instantly boiled. This is the first time that someone has declared war on the two men of Cunning and Qilin of the Styx River, but they are still determined to fight to the death and kill them without realizing the truth. For a time, Zhen Yu and Zhen Yuanzi's broad-mindedness was also admired by all living beings in the prehistoric times. And because Zhen Yuanzi had the Earth Book to protect him and had superior strength, the sentient beings in the prehistoric times gradually gave Zhen Yuanzi the title of the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, which was regarded as a compliment to Zhen Yuanzi and respect. And Zhen Yuanzi had no time to care about these at this time. He was busy arranging Hong Yun's funeral affairs and turned a blind eye to the affairs of the prehistoric times. Let's talk about Kun, who returned to heaven. Kun thought that after returning to heaven, everything is over. But he never expected that Di Juntai and two people would actually take advantage of the situation and play tricks on him. It was because the house leaked and it rained all night, and the wind broke through. Kun was like this at this time. Emperor Juntai wants to develop the power of heaven, so he needs the loyalty of all the top leaders of the demon clan, and this loyalty means ordering them to hand over a ray of their soul origin and control it under the control of heaven. If it were normal, Kun would not agree to it, but now, he had to agree even if he didn't agree. In the case of endless resentment, Kun took the initiative to give a ray of the origin of his soul, which made Di Juntai couldn't help but admire Kun's sense of humor. The other demon commanders and the others had gone to a lot of trouble. Xiaojin took them to reveal their true origins, but when they arrived at Kun, they were actually very cooperative. This made Di Juntai look down upon Kun again. But having said that, even if Kun wants to refuse, can he do anything? In this case, it is better to enjoy it. Sooner or later, he will take revenge for everything the demon clan has done to him. Compared to others, Kun is particularly vengeful, otherwise he would not seek revenge from Hong Yun this time. Although Kun didn't get any benefits, after all, Hong Yun was dead and everything happened because of him, so it was still a gain. Just offending Zhen Yuanzi made Kun feel very aggrieved, but Zhen Yuanzi had already made a great oath, so it didn't matter. Anyway, with Heavenly Court as his backer, is it possible that Zhen Yuanzi still dares to attack Heavenly Court? Which clan? Pang'u Temple. It had already been decided that the great witches would compete with each other, and the winner would eventually be chosen to swallow Pang'u's blood. After going through many selections, Xingqian from the Haotu tribe finally became the first winner. Under the joint witness of the 12 ancestral witches, Xingqian was not only given the name of the god of war, but also swallowed Pang'u's heart and soul and became the new 13th ancestral witch of the Wu clan. The aura unique to the ancestral witch exploded in Xingqian's body, sweeping straight towards the entire witch clan. When countless witch clans felt this momentum, they all congratulated in unison. We congratulate Ancestral Witch Xingqian for becoming the 13th Ancestral Witch of the Wu clan. I hope Ancestral Witch Xingqian will become a saint soon and lead the witch clan to lead the prehistoric era. Okay. Thank you brothers. Xingqian laughed, also very happy. Brother Xingqian, this is the gift I chose for you. Can you see if it fits your hand? As he said that, Di Zhang took out an axe and a shield from behind and handed them to Xingqian. This treasure is called Qi on Qi, and it is a top-quality innate spiritual treasure. When the two are combined into one, they are extremely powerful. At present, All the 12 ancestor witches are with the Ling Bao protecting his body. This treasure should also be given to Xingqian. As soon as he took over Qianqi, Xingqian felt as if he was electrocuted, then he waved twice quickly, and Xingqian was immersed in the power of the Ling Bao. Human treasure combined into one. The 12 ancestral witches were shocked. They never expected that the compatibility between Xingqian and Qianqi was so high. From this point of view, it is definitely the best choice for Gangkai to give Xingqian. He nodded slightly. 12 The ancestral witch no longer disturbed Xingqian's communication with Ling Bao, and they returned to Pangwu Temple. Big brother, now that Xingqian's younger brother has become an ancestral witch, it's time to start the next plan, right? Yes, fellow Taoist Zhu Long helped us last time, delaying us for 3,000 years, but next time there will be no one to help us. Yes, brother, just let me go. I'm ready. Hey, little sister How To, thank you for your hard work. Your brothers will always remember the sacrifices you made for the Wu clan. No matter what the elder brother says, this is what the younger sister should do. But after the younger sister transforms into reincarnation, I hope you brothers will take good care of everyone in the younger sister's tribe. Don't worry, little sister. Whoever dares to touch the members of my tribe will be at odds with your fourth brother and fifth brother. Gong Gong Zerong shouted in unison. They loved Hutu very much. Now that Hutu is about to be reincarnated, they are also very reluctant to leave him. But for the future of the Wu clan, what does it mean to sacrifice Hutu alone? What if it is replaced by Hutu? They won't have any hesitation. This is the sacrificial spirit of the Wu clan. As long as the development of the Wu clan can be guaranteed, it doesn't matter if anyone is sacrificed. Therefore, if you don't give up, the final result cannot be changed, and then the soil, and will eventually transform into the six paths of reincarnation! Please subscribe. The first update. The average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 90. Kill, 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 let them all die. It's so painful. Who can come and save us? Why do we have to be imprisoned here all the time? It's unfair. Don't come here. Please don't devour me. Spare my life. My ears are constantly filled with the wails and screams of various remnant souls. They used to be famous and powerful in the past, but now, they can only drift between heaven and earth, homeless, and become lonely ghosts. Some powerful existences rely on endless resentment to become ghost kings and devour other remaining souls. In this way, they come back again and again, forever and ever without end. Seeing such a cruel scene between heaven and earth, Hutu felt sad in his heart. Once these remnant souls become ghost kings, they will vent their resentment and harm all living beings in the ancient world. If we don't find a way to reincarnate them, the creatures in the ancient world will suffer countless disasters. Those with strong cultivation can be said to be able to ensure their own safety, but those who have just been born are in unspeakable suffering. Could it be that no one in the world can save them? Could it be that there is no way in the world that can break the deadlock? Yes, use your body to embody the six paths of reincarnation. Han Jun once said that this method can solve a major problem in the ancient times, but he thought that he would have to sacrifice himself. As Hutu thought of Han Jun's words, Hutu came to the sky above the sea of blood, and looked up to the sky and swore, "The way of heaven is above. I am Hutu, the ancestor of the Wu clan. I am willing to incarnate in the six realms of reincarnation in order to help the great wilderness." Living beings have solved the pain of reincarnation, and are willing to use their small self to achieve the greater self. After death, all living beings in the ancient world can enter reincarnation and reincarnate, and the six paths of reincarnation will come out. Buzz. As Hutu's voice fell, the heaven shook. The sky above the entire prehistoric world changed, and the infinite power of merit began to condense. When seeing so much power of merit condensed into auspicious clouds of virtue, All sentient beings in the prehistoric world were shocked, because this time they condensed the power of merit is greater than that of the 5 saints when they were sanctified. But no one has become a saint now, so why are there still so many heavenly merits? All sentient beings in the ancient world were confused, and they couldn't understand each one of them. What happened? Only Shen Long, who was in the dragon court, flashed a light in his eyes and whispered, "Here he comes." With that said, Shen Long cut through the space and rushed straight towards the Blood Sea. The reason why Hu chose to incarnate in the 6 paths of reincarnation above the Blood Sea is precisely because there are the most remnant souls gathered in the Blood Sea. Unless the remnant soul was imprisoned in the Blood Sea by Styx, firstly for his own cultivation, and secondly, as food for the Azure clan. Before, it was just because the Blood Sea was a filthy place, which was the easiest to attract the remnant soul. Later, Styx discovered that the remnant soul was trapped in the Blood Sea. After the souls were magically used, they took the initiative to capture them. Over time, the Sea of Blood became the place with the most remnants of souls. Heaven is above. I am the ancestor of the Dragon clan. Now I feel that the earth has transformed into reincarnation, sacrificed the small self, and fulfilled the greater self. I dare to admire it. I am willing to help him establish the underworld, become the ruler of the underworld, and control the life and death of all living beings in the ancient world. Maintain the development of the way of heaven and the order of the ancient world. Look to heaven and learn from it. Buzz. As Shen Long finished his words, a huge palace suddenly appeared above the original 6 paths of reincarnation. The palace shrouded the 6 paths of reincarnation. One was to protect the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the other was to control the 6 paths of reincarnation. This 6 paths of reincarnation they are: 1. Heavenly way, 2. Human way, 3. Sure way, 4. Animal way, 5. Hungry ghost way, 6. Hell way. Anyone who has done good deeds during his lifetime can enter the upper 3 realms and enjoy everything that is. If the rich and noble in the world can enter the heaven, they can even become immortals and gods, and live as long as heaven. As for those who did evil things during their lifetime, they will enter the lower realms after death and suffer all the sufferings in the world, in order to repay the consequences of the evil they did during their lifetime. Because the arrival of the underworld made the situation extremely special, the power of infinite merit that Hu was supposed to obtain was once again increased by 2 levels. Then the power of merit was divided into 4. And the largest portion was given to Hu to help Hu become a saint. Among the next 3, the second largest one was given to Shen Long and was collected by Shen Long. The last 2 were smaller. One entered the underworld, and the other turned into a rain of merit and fell on countless remnant souls, helped them reincarnate. For a time, the resentment in the entire prehistoric world was reduced by about 7 levels, and the innate spiritual energy that was not strong at first became rich again. Speaking of which, it was even better than the spiritual energy of the previous era. From this we can see how much change Hu has made in the prehistoric world by reincarnation this time. But these are not the most important. The most important thing is that after Hu integrated the power of merit, he directly achieved merit and became a saint. Compared with Nuwa's meritorious deeds and sainthood, Hu's meritorious deeds can be called real meritorious deeds and saints. They are all saints who relied entirely on the power of meritorious deeds. In contrast, Hu is respected by all saints in the world, just because of Hu's meritorious deeds. Hu has great merits for the ancient world, and no one can kill Hu easily. Even Hong Jun, if he kills Hu, he will suffer the backlash. Soon, Hu's originally dissipated souls reunited, and the figure of a woman also began to appear in front of all living beings in the ancient world. The pressure belonging to the saint swept the entire ancient world. Compared with Sanqing and Qilin Hunti, this pressure of the saint was only stronger. When feeling this pressure, Shen Long he couldn't help but whispered, "The 5th level of the saint." It seems that heaven is quite generous. Yes, it is the 5th heaven of the saint, because Hu's meritorious power in incarnating the 6 realms of reincarnation this time is too much. Even if a part of it is divided, it still raises her cultivation to the level of the 5th heaven of the saint. Looking at the ancient times, apart from Shen Long, There is probably no one else who can compare with Hu Tu. Empress Hao Tu is compassionate. We sincerely wish Empress Dowager Tu to achieve the status of a saint and be indestructible from now on and live forever. All living beings in the ancient world knelt down and bowed to Hao Tu to show their respect. Similarly, the 6 great saints in heaven and earth also saluted in the direction of the underworld and congratulated. Fellow Taoist Hao Tu is compassionate. I admire you. Once Qilin arrives, there will be no more witches in the land behind you. From now on, there will be no more land in the backland, only peace of mind. After reincarnation, Hao Tu is no longer Hao Tu, but Empress Pingxin. After all, she has become a saint and has eliminated the cause and effect of her predecessor. Therefore, Pingxin must not be called Hao Tu anymore. Otherwise, the cause and effect of the witch clan the power will spread to Pingxin, which is very detrimental to Pingxin. I'm waiting to meet Empress Pingxin. Soon, all the sentient beings in the prehistoric era hurriedly changed their words, and Pingxin also responded to this, signaling for everyone to get up. And just when the sentient beings just stood up, another pressure came and shrouded directly in the sky above the underworld. The emergence of the 6 paths of reincarnation is a great thing and has immeasurable merits. However, such an important place has not yet been perfected. Saints still need to be guarded to prevent unexpected events. Within 3 calamities, Pingxin will not leave the underworld easily. Is it possible to do this? The sound reached Hao Tu's ears, but the 6 great saints of the prehistoric era could also hear it. When they heard the sound, they whispered in unison, "Teacher, keep it in mind." Knowing that it was Hong Jun who warned him, Pingxin nodded quickly and did not refuse. When Shen Long heard what Hong Jun said, he couldn't help but shook his head. It seems that Hong Jun is really worried about the development of Hong Wang. Is he still worried about Pingxin? Is it possible for the Xian Hui to directly destroy the demon clan? It is really unfounded. But just because Hong Jun came forward, Dai Jun Tei can be relieved a lot. Nuwa did not hide it from them, and directly relayed what Hong Jun said to them. After people learned about it, they were very happy. As long as they were given a period of time, they could become saints. At that time, they would not need to rely on Nuwa's protection and could fight against the Wu clan with only their own strength. However, some people were happy and some were worried. The Emperor Juntei was happy, but the 12 ancestral witches were troubled. They relied on the power of Pangnu's heart and heard what Hong Jun said. They thought that after Hao Tu became a saint, they could directly destroy the witch clan's enemy, the demon clan. But now it seems that the 3 calamities cannot be taken casually. Isn't the Wu clan destined to be restricted? Besides, what if the Sanqing comes to take revenge again? The Wu clan can't find any helpers. What does Hong Jun mean? Last time, they favored the Sanqing. This time, they are blatantly suppressing the Wu clan. Do you really think that the Wu clan is easy to bully? The 12 ancestral witches scolded Hong Jun one after another, feeling quite dissatisfied in their hearts, but they had no other way. Even if they are scolding, they dare not scold him directly in front of Hong Jun, so there is no point. All they can pray for now is whether there is any way to change the current situation. At least, it can protect the safety of the Wu clan. Otherwise, with the coming of the Qing dynasty, the Wu clan must be in danger of annihilation. On this side, the Wu clan is thinking about how to resist the Sanqing. On the other hand, in the underworld, Shen Long has already produced a complete list of underworld officials. All positions in the underworld are in Shen Long's hands. As much as possible, Shen Long can also perfectly arrange the situation in the underworld. Brother, everyone has been brought here. Can we start? Zhu Long's figure appeared beside Shen Long at some unknown time. He glanced at Shen Long and Zhu Long asked in a low voice. Nodding, Shen Long turned his gaze to Kong Zhuan again. Disciple, are you sure you don't regret everything you have done? Shen Long asked Kong Zhuan, and he couldn't help but feel a little hesitant. After all, the whole future was tied up. If the plan failed in the future, Kong Zhuan would be ruined. But Kong Zhuan really believed in Shen Long. Even if with only a glimmer of opportunity, Kong Zhuan did not choose to give up. In addition, Kong Zhuan believed that all the decisions Shen Long made were right, so he nodded heavily without any hesitation. With a helpless smile, Shen Long said, "Okay then, Go ahead. Yes, Master. Kong Zhuan revealed his true form, and the five-colored divine light shone in the sky above the ancient world. In an instant, the light attracted the attention of all the people in the ancient world. Looking at Kong Zhuan's actions, the people in the ancient world were very puzzled. What does Kong Zhuan want to do? Why did he end up in the underworld? I heard that he has been accepted as a direct disciple by Zhu Long. It must be Zhu Long's instruction. Humphrey, it's really a big joke that the son of the Yifeng clan is willing to worship Zhu Long as his teacher. You can shut up. Who is Zhu Long? He is recognized as the strongest man in the world. What's wrong with worshipping him as a disciple? That is, if Zhu Long can accept me as his disciple, I can kill my current master. Not knowing what the sentient beings were thinking, Kong Zhuan didn't care about their malicious judgments about him. He only saw Kong Zhuan looking up to the sky and swearing, "The way of heaven is above. I am the son of Feng Zhu and the first disciple of Zhu Long. Now that reincarnation has come out, the underworld will be here. Stand. From now on, I will rename my evil corpse as Emperor Feng Du to suppress the underworld. I am willing to take charge of the underworld and reincarnation together with Empress Pinxin. From now on, I will maintain the order of the ancient world, complete the way of heaven, and look to the way of heaven to learn from it. The underworld. Stand." What? Is Kong Zhuan crazy? Actually using evil corpses to suppress the underworld? Stupid, extremely stupid. Doesn't he think about his own future? Zhu Longdao's friendly methods are admired by Pine Dao. Zhu Long is really good at scheming. Even his own apprentice used it. Damn it. Another great opportunity was snatched away by the Dragon Clan. The sentient beings in the prehistoric times did not understand what Kong Zhuan did, but several great saints were very envious and jealous. They knew that the underworld was the place where the destiny of the prehistoric times was located. And it was the real innate blessed land. If Kong Zhuan let the evil corpse suppress the underworld, wouldn't it be possible for him to continue to do so? Enjoy the luck of the underworld. Moreover, every time you purify the remnant soul, you will be rewarded with merit. Such a prestigious position is actually cheaper for Kong Zhuan and Shen Long. What a thief! At the same time, they are also annoyed that there is no one under their command. Otherwise, how could it be possible to get Kong Zhuan? They had already stepped in and let people enter the underworld, but now they don't rush to do it temporarily. Even the current disciples are useless, and the position has been occupied by Kong Zhuan. As for driving Kong Zhuan down and letting the people they arranged go up, they haven't thought about this. But at this time, Tandao has recognized Kong Zhuan, which is equivalent to saying that with the Tandao pass, no one dares to cause trouble to Kong Zhuan. Buzz! The power of immeasurable merit fell from the sky and turned into auspicious clouds of merit and entered Kong Zhuan's body. In just the blink of an eye, Kong Zhuan's cultivation level was promoted to the pinnacle level of quasi-sage, and he condensed a golden body of merit. The advantage of having a golden body of merit is that all saints dare not kill easily, unless he is not afraid of being punished by heaven. Otherwise, Kong Zhuan is equal to an equal in front of the saint. With the establishment of the underworld, the blood in countless seas of blood is extracted by the underworld and used to evolve countless levels of the underworld. For example, the Gate of Hell, Huangquan Road, Wangchuan River, Ne Bridge, etc. These are all necessary things for the underworld. Even if the underworld does not evolve on its own, Shen Long has to build it. Fortunately, the underworld evolves on its own, which saves Shen Long a lot of effort. And these things must exist, because after death, the living being will first go to the Gate of Hell. After leaving the Gate of Hell, pass by the Huangquan Road, come to the Wangchuan River, and then the Ne Bridge. As the saying goes, there is no old or young on the Huangquan Road, and the Huangquan Road is to distinguish between the good and the good. The place where evil is divided is the Huangquan Road. After all, you cannot enter the underworld, so you pass by the Wangchuan River and step on the Ne Bridge. Although the Ne Bridge is on the Wangchuan River, the Wangchuan River is really too big. Therefore, you need to pass through it first. Wangchuan River. The water of Wangchuan River is blood yellow, and it is full of lonely ghosts who cannot be reincarnated. It is full of insects and snakes, and the fishy wind blows on your face. Then you step on the Ne Bridge, The Na bridge is also a good innate spirit treasure. The bridge is divided into 3 layers. The upper layer is red, the middle layer is black and yellow, and the bottom layer is black. The lower layers are more and more dangerous. They are full of lonely ghosts who cannot be reincarnated. People who have done good deeds in life go to the upper layer, and those who are both good and evil go to the upper layer. On the middle floor, those who do evil will go to the lower floor. There is an old woman sitting by the Na bridge. Her name is Meng Po. If you want to cross the Wangchuan River, you must cross the Na bridge. You must drink Meng Po soup to forget the things of the past life. If you don't drink Meng Po soup, you must cross the Nai bridge. If you drink soup, you will not be able to cross the Na bridge, and you will not be reincarnated. Meng Po soup is also called the water of forgetting love. Once you drink it, you will forget your past and present lives. All your love, hate, and ups and downs in your life will be completely forgotten with this bowl of Meng Po soup. People you care about in this life, people you hate in this life, will be strangers in the next life. It is said that everyone in the world has his own bowl here, and the Meng Po soup in the bowl is actually the life of the living person. Tears shed. Everyone sheds tears when they are alive, for joy, sadness, pain, hatred, sorrow, and love. Po men collected their tears drop by drop and boiled them into soup. When they leave the world and walk onto the Na bridge, let them drink it and forget the love, hate and sorrow when they were alive. They can be clean and re-enter the 6 realms, either as immortals, humans or animals. In order to meet the loved one in this life and the next life, you don't have to drink Meng Po soup. Then you have to jump into the Wangchuan River and wait for thousands of years before you can be reincarnated. During the thousands of years, you may see the person you love most in your life walking on the bridge, but words cannot communicate. You can see her, she can't see you. Of course, it's useless to say this. There is really no love at all in the prehistoric world. Let's just talk about Po Meng on the bridge. This person is the transformation of Pingxin's soul. Even though his strength is only Daoyuo Jingxian, he is a clone of a saint after all. In a real fight, ordinary quasi-sages will not be able to get the slightest benefit from Meng Po. Speaking of which, Pingxin is also smart enough. He knows that he cannot control the 6 paths of reincarnation. Later, he kept a careful eye and specially transformed into Po Meng. Because of this, Pingxin still had some say in the underworld. Otherwise, I am afraid that Pingxin will be completely ignored. When he waits and wants to cause trouble later, he will not be able to get what he wants. After all, Pingxin's how to in his previous life belongs to the Wu clan. The Wu clan owes Shen Long great karma and cannot repay it. Question mark dot 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 dot. Please subscribe. The second update, the average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 91. Therefore, even if the Wu clan comes to visit, Shen Long is not afraid. Anyway, the Wu clan owes him karma, and it is natural to pay back debts. Who can say anything? In addition, just because Shen Long had planned everything in advance, even if other saints wanted to intervene at this time, it would be too late. Looking at the underworld that was gradually taking shape, Shen Long flicked his finger, and a blue stone appeared next to the Na bridge. The name of this treasure is the Sanqing stone. The Sanqing stone records everyone's past and present lives. The words on the stone are as red as blood, and the top is engraved with 4 big characters: "Get to the other shore early." As the saying goes, you know what happened in your past life and this life, and you leave your surname on the stone of 3 lives, but you don't know who she will be in the next life. If you drink the soup, you will forget about the 3 lives. Legend has it that there is a medicine in the world called dragon grass, which can make dying people immortal, but it cannot make people alive. Legend has it that there is another medicine in the world called Meng Po Tang, which can restore people's yang, but makes them forget the past. Legend has it that there is a kind of grass in the world called broken heart grass, which can restore people's memory, but it can also be fatal. Once taken, one will die suddenly within 3 days. According to the legendary memory of the underworld in his previous life, Shen Long kept throwing various objects. Soon, the underworld was almost complete. Seeing this, Shen Long threw out the last item, a rare treasure from heaven, 18 levels of hell. This treasure is one of the most important treasures in the underworld. Now that it is placed in the underworld by Shen Long, in an instant, the underworld has formed a complete set of reincarnation trial mechanisms. It can be said that as long as someone can perform their respective duties and join the underworld, a great force in the prehistoric era will be completely born. Maybe the underworld forces are not as powerful as other racial forces in the prehistoric times, but because of their special nature, I am afraid no one dares to underestimate the underworld. When he saw the appearance of the 18th level of hell, Pinxin couldn't help but feel confused. Then he came to Shen Long and asked, "Fellow Taoist Zhu Long, I don't know why you want to place this rare treasure in the underworld. Is it possible? Doesn't it seem a bit redundant? After all, Pinxin has just become a saint and doesn't know much about many things, so he asked such a question." After being stunned for a moment, Shen Long explained, "Fellow Taoist, Pinxin doesn't know something. After the establishment of the underworld, there should be a place for punishment. The 18 levels of hell can judge all living beings for their merits and demerits during their lifetimes after they return to death. Those who have meritorious deeds will be punished, entering the 6 realms of reincarnation, and those who have made mistakes will enter the 18th level of hell, and they must atone for the mistakes they have made in their lives before they can enter reincarnation again. It can be said that the 18th level of hell is a treasure for punishing sinister people. How can it be redundant?" This. After hearing what Shen Long said, he nodded calmly, and then turned his gaze to the 18th level of hell. I saw the 18 levels of hell slowly unfolding, and then turned into an 18 levels of small world. The first level is tongue-pulling hell, the second level is scissors hell, the third level is iron tree hell, the fourth level is evil mirror hell, the fifth level is steamer hell, the sixth level is bronze pillar hell, the seventh level is sword mountain hell, and the eighth level is iceberg hell, ninth level of oil pot hell, 10th level of bull pit hell, 11th level of stone pressed hell, 12th level of mortar hell, 13th level of blood pool hell, 14th level of unearned death hell, 15th level the hell of punishment, the 16th level of volcano hell, the 17th level of stone grinding hell, and the 18th level of sawing hell. The 18 levels of hell are arranged according to the length of time of suffering and the severity of the punishment. Each hell is 30 times more painful and twice as long as the previous hell. It wasn't until the 18th level of hell was completely transformed into a small world that a compelling light actually rose from beneath the 18th level of hell and headed straight for Shen Long. Seeing this scene, Shen Long couldn't help but exclaimed, "The Book of Life and Death, the Judge's Pen." There are 3 major books in the ancient world, namely the Book of Heavenly Gods, the Book of the Earth, and the Book of Life and Death. These 3 treasures contain infinite power. No matter which book is obtained, one can become a top power. Among them, the Book of Heaven is in Hong Jun's hands, and Hong Jun will not take it out until the time comes. The Book from the Ground is in the hands of Zhen Yuanzi. It was Zhen Yuanzi who achieved the title of the first person in the defense of the ancient times. As for the Book of the Underworld, its whereabouts have always been unknown, but I never expected that the Book of the Underworld actually exists in the 18th level of hell, which surprised even Shen Long. Fortunately, Ming Shu appeared, and it seemed that he took the initiative to recognize him as his master. Interesting. Shen Long smiled slightly, stretched out his hands and caught the Book of Life and Death and the Judge's Pen. The Book of Life and Death records the list of all animals in the world, including the yang lifespan and yin lifespan of each person and other living creatures. It is mainly used to control life and death. All life information from birth to death is included in it. In addition, the Book of Life and Death can also directly control a person's life and death. Once the death date is set, even the Daoyuo Jinxian or early quasi-sage cannot escape. Its function is so powerful that no matter whether it is an innate spiritual treasure or even a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, it can't escape. Withstand. Moreover, The range of the Book of Life and Death is infinite, and there is no need to meet. As long as there is a name and birth date, it can kill someone. And from the surface, the cause of death of the deceased can be any kind of situation, and there is no doubt about the owner of the Book of Life and Death. Of course, the most important thing is that the Book of Life and Death condenses 50% of the luck of the underworld. As long as the Book of Life and Death is there, no one can take away the control of the underworld from Shen Long. As for the other judge pen, it is shaped like a pen, with a thin tip and a thick round handle. It is considered an attack-shaped top-quality innate spiritual treasure. It contains the law of space and can easily break through space and walk between the yin and yang realms. It is very good, baby, refining the Book of Life and Death and the judge's pen in an instant. After all, Shen Long is already a powerful late-stage Hunyuo and Luo Jinxian, so refining them does not take much time at all. In just a few minutes, the Book of Life and Death and the judge's pen can be controlled by Shen Long at will. Then, it's time to arrange staff. Shen Long held the Book of Life and Death and the judge's pen, and the first thing he did was to ennoble the Emperor Renshin of Danqi. This position requires being in charge of the 18 levels of hell in the underworld. Shen Long is worried about leaving it to someone else, so he can only leave it to Zilong. Zilong expressed no opinion on this. Anyway, you can gain the power of luck and merit, so why not? Even Zilong was very willing and said he would do a good job in this position. Then there is the 5 Directions Ghost Emperor. They are the Eastern Ghost Emperors Kaiyuai and Shen Tu, the Western Ghost Emperors Zhao Wen and Wang Zhenren, the Northern Ghost Emperors Zhang Heng and Yang Yun, the Southern Ghost Emperors Du Ziren, and the Central Ghost Emperors Zhu Qi and Zhi Kang. They are the 5 Guardian Elders of the Dragon Clan. Their strength is in the late stage of quasi-saints, and they are more suitable for these 5 positions. Then there is Luo Feng, the 6th Heavenly Official. It includes Zhu Juyin Heavenly Palace, Taishi Liangshi Zong Heavenly Palace, Mingchen Nei Fu Wukan Heavenly Palace, Danzao Sinchi Heavenly Palace, Zongling Kaifai Heavenly Palace, and Gansi Lian Wensui Heavenly Palace. Their status is also extraordinary. They are the confidants of the 4 Dragon Kings and have fought with the 4 Dragon Kings for many years. However, they are old and can no longer break through their own realm. For this reason, the 4 Dragon Kings took the initiative to fight for this opportunity for the 6 of them. After thinking for a long time, Shen Long agreed. After all, they are all old people from the Dragon Clan, and they have fought for the Dragon Clan for many years. The Dragon Clan cannot abandon them, so let them try this position. If it really doesn't work, just change it later. After all, he has the final say in the underworld, and who he chooses to be in charge is not a matter of words. However, Shen Long also underestimated the strong men of the Dragon Clan. All of these people were old men and women. How could anything go wrong when they encountered such a good position, or allow Shen Long to grasp any clues? It can be said that what they did was absolutely perfect. Even if Shen Long went to inspect it in the future, he could not find any flaws. Then there are the 10 palaces of Yama. In the first hall, King Wang of Qin, Zhang, specializes in the life and death of the human world, the good and bad in the underworld, the death of good people, and the promotion. The second hall, King Li of Chujian, is in charge of the living hell, also known as the Ice Hell of Pi Pavilion. There are also 16 smaller prisons. Anyone who hurts people's limbs, raped, robbed or killed in the human world will be pushed into this prison. In the third hall, Emperor Yu of the Song Dynasty was in charge of the Black Rope Hell, and there were 16 smaller prisons. Anyone who disobeyed the elders and instigated lawsuits would be thrown into this prison and subjected to punishments such as being hanged upside down, having their eyes gouged out, and having their bones scraped. The fourth hall, Wang Lu of the Five Senses, is in charge of the Great Hell, also known as the Blood Pool Hell, and there are 16 smaller hells. Mortals who refuse to pay for food or rent, or who cheat in transactions are pushed into this hell. In the 10th hall, the wheel-turning King Zhu is responsible for detecting ghosts in each hall, distinguishing between good and evil, approving the grades, and sending reincarnations in the 4 major states. All ghosts who have done extremely evil things will be ordered to change into eggs and become damp, and they will live in the morning and evening. After death, one's sins are fulfilled, and then one returns to life and is reincarnated in a barbarian land. The position of the 10 palaces of Yama is more important. After thinking for a long time, Shen Long did not choose a candidate from the dragon clan. Instead, among the human race, we found 10 people who were born to be destined for the position of Yama in the 10 palaces. Even if they do not become king of Yama now, they will become the new king of Yama after a few years and after experiencing countless reincarnations. Instead of going through so much trouble, it would be better for them to directly assume the position of king of Yama. Just because they are not members of the dragon clan, their strength is very weak, and the strongest ones can only compete with the Taiyu Golden Immortal realm. Fortunately, with the luck of the underworld, it won't be long before they can break through the realm of Daiyuo. With the cooperation of countless powerful dragons, it will be very easy to suppress those ghosts. Under the command of the 10 palaces of hell, there are Chief Judge Kui Fujun, Zong Ku, Black and White Wakang, Bull-headed Horse-faced, Day-wandering God and Night-wandering God, City God and others. These positions are simple, but they require special candidates. For this purpose, Shen Long used the demon calling banner. We found some people who were not burdened with karma and placed them in these positions. It can be said that after everything last night, the underworld has been fully formed. Even if it is compared to the underworld of the later world, the degree of perfection is only stronger. This is the advantage of having the memory of future generations. Shen Long directly arranged the underworld clearly. Seeing Shen Long's entire set of movements, all sentient beings were stunned. Everyone secretly guessed whether Shen Long had already started planning things in the underworld. Otherwise, how could he accomplish everything so easily? There are several great saints who are also guessing at the same time as all living beings, especially the three of me. Looking at the situation on the other side of the underworld, Tongshan couldn't help but sigh. Big brother and second brother, do you think it is possible that Zhu Long knew about the establishment of the underworld a long time ago? Why did he arrange all the positions without omission, and arrange them as the candidate so suitable? I have to say that Tongshan really admires Shen Long at this moment. Leaving aside the omissions, Shen Long was able to swallow the whole cake in one bite. Not even a little bit of cream on the cake crust was left for them. Just now, the three brothers were discussing how to find some people to enter the underworld and serve as officials in order to gain some luck. Fortunately, all the positions have been arranged. Even if the three brothers go there, they can only look at the door, do odd jobs and the like. Faced with Tongshan's inquiry, I sighed. Zhu Long is really too terrifying. He knows everything beforehand. Brother, I now have serious doubts about what the teacher had revealed to Zhu Long before. Brother, what do you mean? Humphrey, don't you need to think too much? Apart from the teacher, who else can know about this kind of thing? Zhu Long will arrange all the positions in the underworld. Could it be a coincidence? No need to think about it. The teacher must have done it secretly. Yuanshi snorted, seeming to be very dissatisfied. What does Hong Jun mean? Why don't you leave such a good thing to them? Who is his personal disciple and who is with him? Besides, even if did he leave this matter to Shen Long? Will Shen Long comply with the way of heaven and obey his arrangements in everything? Yuanshi has already spread his hatred to Hong Jun at this moment. If Hong Jun hadn't already conformed to the way of heaven, Yuanshi really wanted to find him. Hong Jun said, "Let's ask, is there anything wrong with what these disciples are doing? Why don't they go to them? Instead, they have to help outsiders with many things." Of course, the reason why Yuanshi is so angry is mainly because Yuanshi adheres to the law of heaven and does everything. They all did it exactly according to Hong Jun's ideas. Yuanshi originally thought that he and others were Hong Jun's beloved disciples, but now it seems that Hong Jun doesn't believe them very much. This made Yuanshi's original heart of obeying the way of heaven begin to have a trace. Doubtful. But this time Yuanshi really misunderstood Hong Jun. It can be said that Hong Jun knew nothing, and the reason why Shen Long arranged the affairs of the underworld so clearly was just because he was a time traveler. Everyone thought that time travelers were the most powerful thing is the golden finger, but as everyone knows, the real bug is the memory of later generations. But Shen Long will not explain so much to Yuanshi. Let Yuanshi guess. Shen Long will not care. At the same time, The West must miss Han, and Ji and Zunti also began to discuss Shen Long's perfect establishment of the underworld. Brother, the underworld is a place where destiny gathers in the ancient times. Is it true that I, the West, will not have a hand in it? Zunti was very unwilling at this time. As long as one of them from the West could enter the underworld, even one person would be blessed with great luck, giving the West a chance of great prosperity. But now, they have to sit back and wait for death. This is simply not possible. Zunti's style. Faced with Zunti's inquiry, Ji sighed, "Hey, second brother, don't worry. I have very few Western disciples. Even if we want people to settle in the underworld, we still need to have candidates, so it's better to forget it. Never mind, just let the Dragon Clan get a huge advantage in vain. If not, what can I do if I wait? Teacher, otherwise just let me go." Just when Ji and Zunti was vaguely involved in an argument, a monk appeared in front of the two of them. This man's name was Xitigarbal, and he was a direct disciple of Ji Yin. His dharma was profound and he was regarded by Ji Yin as his future successor. Hearing that what Zhang said, Ji Yin and Zunti were all shocked, only to hear Ji Yin angrily scold, "Xitigarbal cannot talk nonsense. The underworld is a place where dead souls gather. Once you enter it, you will never be able to realize the Tao for the rest of your life. This is not allowed as a teacher." Teacher, Xitigarbal is a disciple of the West and has been cared for by the teacher for many years. He should do something for the West. Please allow the teacher. As he said that, Xitigarbal knelt down in front of Ji Yin. His eyes were firm, and he looked like he was determined to never return. But when he saw Xitigarbal like this, Zunti was also in trouble. They are such an outstanding disciple in the West. It is really unfair to Xitigarbal to ruin his future to fulfill the West. But now, they cannot think too much at this time. If they cannot enter the underworld now, it will be difficult to enter in the future. It seems that they have been thinking about it for a long time. Finally Zunti spoke. "Xitigarbal, do you really not regret it?" Report back to Uncle Master. Xitigarbal has no regrets. "If hell is not empty, I will never become a Buddha. Xitigarbal is willing to enter the underworld and save the souls of the dead to become my Western disciples." Xitigarb's words that hell will never be empty and that he will never become a Buddha immediately moved Zunti. He didn't want to lose such an outstanding Western disciple as Xitigarbal, but at the moment, it seemed that Xitigarbal was definitely the best candidate. There was no one else. "Brother, make a decision. For the sake of the prosperity of the West, if possible, I am willing to sacrifice." Zunti didn't make a choice for Ji Yin, he just told Ji Yin what choice he should make. They had all made great sacrifices in order to become saints, and now they have become disciples, so what's wrong? Could it be that he wasted such a God-given opportunity just because of his momentary indecision? Soon, Ji Yin pondered for a long time, and finally nodded reluctantly. "Hey, Xitigarbal disciple, I have wronged you. Thank you teacher for making it possible." Boom. 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 Before leaving, Xitigarbal kowtowed 3 times to Ji Yin, then put on his cassock, picked up his Zen staff, and went straight to the underworld. Once he left, Xitigarbal in the West would not exist, only Xitigarbal in the underworld. This once he leaves, there will be no great disciples left for him, only Xitigarbal Bodhisattva of the West. Once he leaves, the great prosperity of the West is right in front of him. No matter how reluctant he is to leave, he can only turn into a drop of pure tears again. When he becomes a saint, Ji Yin shed a tear, and now he sheds another tear. It was precisely because of this tear that Ji Yin realized the Tao in his dream and finally understood the Buddha's way! Please subscribe. The third update, the average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 92. Looking at Xitigarb's retreating figure, the words Xitigarbal once said kept echoing in his mind. Be patient and motionless, like the earth. Meditating deeply is like a secret. If hell is not empty, I will never become a Buddha. I am sincerely grateful to you for my fate. Xitigarbha is willing to sacrifice like this for the sake of the West. To be honest, Jiyan can't stop him. In other words, even if Jiyan wants to stop him, he can't do anything. Even if Jiyan becomes a saint, so what? After all, there are only 2 saints in the West. On the other hand, there are only 2 saints in the West. In the East, whether Shen Long Nuwa or Luo Hu of the Sanqing dynasty are considered Eastern saints. Compared with them, the West still has no advantage. Therefore, the West can only rely on its fearless spirit of sacrifice to gain a glimmer of hope. In this way, Xitigarbha crossed thousands of mountains and rivers, walked through countless famous mountains and rivers, and finally arrived above the Sea of Blood and in front of the underworld. Looking at the underworld where dead souls were constantly gathering in front of him, Xitigarbha's eyes flashed with recognition, and then he looked up to the sky and swore, "In the name of heaven, I have led the disciple Xitigarbha to the West. Now that I feel the suffering of all sentient beings, I wish to make a compassionate vow to transform all sentient beings, settle in the underworld, and make a vow, until hell is empty, I swear not to become a Buddha until all sentient beings are saved, and only then can I realize body. Look to heaven and learn from it." Buzz, as Xitigarbha's body continued to fall, in an instant, heaven felt its merits, and then sent down immeasurable merits to reward Xitigarbha. The power of infinite merits and virtues continued to gather, and then attracted the attention of countless powerful beings in the ancient world. In recent times, heaven has dropped too much power of merit, which makes them somewhat numb. But now, the person who has gained the power of infinite merit is actually a Western disciple, which makes them very shocked. But after hearing Xitigarbha after saying that hell is not empty and vowing not to become a Buddha, everyone lamented Xitigarbha's perseverance. At the same time, they also admired Xitigarbha's kindness and fearless spirit of sacrifice. He was willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of the West. It was really a good harvest. Disciple. Similarly, Shen Long also heard what Xitigarbha said. Compared to others, Shen Long admired Xitigarbha more. In any case, Xitigarbha was also for all sentient beings in the world. It is extremely rare to have such an oath, but now that all the positions in the underworld have been filled, the underworld can run normally. Even if he settles in the underworld, what is the use? After passing through countless ghosts and Judgama, it will be his turn to be saved, but at that time, there are not many dead souls left. Even if there are, they are only very small, very few. It can be said that Xitigarbha's sacrifice this time is in vain. Previously, Ge and Zunti and others did not know about this at all, including Xitigarbha Zhang. He just thought that there were too many undead souls to be transcended, so he made a great oath. But now, no matter how many dead souls there are, they can be transcended. His oath to make a great oath is in vain. It is nothing more than taking from the way of heaven. Earned a huge amount of merit, but the power of these merits is only limited to allowing Xitigarbha to reach the peak of quasi-sage cultivation. It will be difficult for Xitigarbha to break through in the future. At least, it will be 10 times more difficult than before. You must know that Xitigarbha is the successor and has always been cultivated as the next leader. But now, the achievements stop here. It is a pity that it is not enough. If Shen Long knew that Xitigarbha was going to take the oath before, I am afraid that he would stop it, but now that the oath has been completed, it is too late for Shen Long to stop it. Of course, there are no absolutes in the world, and it cannot be said that there is no way out. If Xitigarbha is popular enough, he can let the 10 palaces of Yama divide him. Some dead souls asked him to transcend, so that he could feel better. But if the 10 Yamas were not willing, it would be difficult for Xitigarbha. Apart from this, Xitigarbha did not know his situation at this time, and he was still immersed in absorbing in the joy of improving one's cultivation with the power of merit. I saw that after absorbing the power of merit, Xitigarbha's whole person's aura changed drastically and he took on a completely new look. The original ordinary cassocks and tin staffs were evolved. At this time, Xitigarbha was wearing a crown and body, wearing heavenly clothes, holding a tin staff in one hand and a lotus in the other. The whole body is emitting dazzling golden light, which looks like an unparalleled shock. 6 feet of gold body, points. After Jizo felt his current cultivation level, he immediately whispered, and then 6 rays of light shot out from Jizo's body. Soon, the light turned into 6 monks who were exactly the same as Jizo. These 6 monks are, Tanchuo Xittagarbo, holding a human head in the left hand, with the nectar seal in the right hand, specializing in saving sentient beings in the hell realm. Beiazu Xittagarbo, holding a pearl in the left hand, with the nectar seal in the right hand, specializing in saving hungry ghosts. The treasure seal Xittagarbo holds a tin staff in the left hand. The right hand is tied with the wish-fulfilling treasure seal, which is specially used to save the animals. Holding the Xittagarbo, holding the Vajra banner in the left hand, and the right hand is making the fearless seal, specializing in saving the Asuras. Xittagarbo removing obstacles, holding the tin staff in the left hand, and making the wish seal in the right hand, to remove the obstacles of the 8 sufferings for people, and specializes in helping to save humanity. The so-called 8 sufferings are the suffering of birth, the suffering of old age, the suffering of illness, the suffering of death, the suffering of resentment and hate, the suffering of separation from love, the suffering of not being able to seek, and the suffering of the 5 yins. They are captured by the truth of suffering. Sunlight Xittagarbo, holding a wish-fulfilling pearl in his left hand and forming a dharma seal in his right hand, he illuminates the 5 declines of heaven and man and eliminates their sufferings, specializing in saving the way of heaven. Looking at his 6 clones with satisfaction, Xittagarbo led them straight to the interior of the underworld. "Let's go." But as soon as he took 2 steps, Xittagarbo was stopped by someone. This person was none other than Kong Zhuan's evil corpse clone, the great Emperor Fengdu of the underworld. The poor monk Xittagarbo had met Emperor Fengdu. Xittagarbo greeted Fengdu with a kind face, trying to seem familiar. In the West, Xittagarbo didn't learn other skills, but his ability to be thick-skinned had to be inherited from Yanzunti. Even if it was the first time he met Fengdu, he also looked like he was very familiar with him. Facing Xittagarbo's greeting, Fengdu just smiled coldly. "You're too polite, fellow Taoist. I wonder why you came to my underworld this time?" Now that Emperor Tanqi Renching of the underworld has not been born, he is the only one who can take care of things. Naturally, he will not let Xittagarbo enter the underworld easily. Faced with Fengdu's question, Xittagarbo hurriedly replied, reporting to fellow Taoist Fengdu, "Poor monk, this is Xittagarbo Bodhisattva, who came here from the west this time. He is willing to enter the underworld to save the souls of the dead. I hope fellow Taoists will do it conveniently." "Oh, are you here to help save the souls of the dead?" Fengdu pretended not to know, and at the same time he was thinking quietly in his heart, where to place Xittagarbo. After all, Xittagarbo had just sworn the law of heaven, and it would not matter if he blocked Xittagarbo from entering. Furthermore, if it is because of this it was not good to anger the 2 saints from the west, so they just stopped him. After Xittagarbo explained, he introduced Xittagarbo into the underworld. Fengdu is also capable of deceiving Xittagarbo and other dead souls. Feng did not take Xittagarbo with him to many places, but brought Xittagarbo to Black Wind Mountain. Behind the underworld, there is a site called Haifeng Mountain, which is where the first batch of powerful dead souls gathered in ancient times. They usually practice here, and each of them has already surpassed the Ghost King, and has become a strong man who is not weaker than Daoyuo or even quasi-saint. If you want to transcend them, not only will you spend a lot of mana, but you will also need enough time. Originally, Fengdu was still worried about what to do with such a difficult bone, but now, with Xittagarbo, it can be solved perfectly. As for Xittagarbo's 6 clones, he can't expect to go to the 6 paths of reincarnation, such an important place. How can a Western Xittagarbo come into contact with it? Why not stay here and accompany Xittagarbo to save the souls of the Black Wind Mountain? If you can successfully save one person, it will be a great merit. Of course, how long it takes to save one person depends on it. Xittagarbo's ability is so great. At least, when he heard the words Black Wind Mountain, Fengdu felt a headache. Seeing that Kong Zhuan's evil corpse would choose to do this, Shen Long just smiled and did not interfere in the matter. Although he is the controller of the underworld, but some things have been explained, so there is no need to continue to interfere. Moreover, Shen Long believes that with Zhilong's clone, Even if something goes wrong, it can be perfectly suppressed. In this way, the matter in the underworld is revealed after a while. All sentient beings in the ancient world gradually drew their attention away from the underworld. Kunlun Mountain, Sanqing Cave. Brother, from now on, fellow Taoist Pingxin has also become a saint, and the situation is getting more and more complicated. Yes, once the 3,000 years are up, what will we do then? Directly kill the 12 ancestral witches? Impossible. Although Pingxin is no longer how to, her memory has not disappeared. She will definitely not sit back and watch the witch clan be destroyed and the 12 ancestor witches be killed. Yuan Shai Tongshan and the two began to argue. When Pingxin was mentioned, they both chewed their teeth and felt very sad. They never expected that Hu too could become a saint and would be reincarnated as Pingxin. You know, Pingxin, however, the spokesmen of the underworld, have infinite power of merit, and even they cannot take action against Hu too easily. However, Hong Jun's previous words did have some effect on them. I just heard I groaned, and said, "Second brother, third brother, don't be anxious. Have you forgotten that your old teacher once said that you should not leave the underworld at will within 3 calamities? What eldest brother means is, Pingxin can't leave the underworld at will. That means he can't stop us." Yuan Shai Tongshan continued one after another, and the two people's faces became very happy at this time. As long as Pingxin doesn't help the witch clan, it will be a matter of minutes for them to kill the 12 ancestral witches. I nodded slightly. That's right, Hong Jun specifically warned Pingxin. Could it be that Pingxin still dares to violate Hong Jun's words? As long as Pingxin dares to violate Hong Jun's words, they don't need to take action. They only need to go to Zixiao Palace to file a complaint. They believe that Hong Jun will punish Pingxin then, and they can just watch the joke. The eldest brother makes sense. First destroy the 12 ancestral witches, then destroy Emperor Junti, and finally settle the score with the Dragon Clan. A flash of light flashed in Yuan Shai's eyes. Anyway, their Sankings have become saints, and it's time for those people to pay back. However, before that, they still have one thing to do. That is to expand the sect and recruit disciples. Let them know about the underworld. There is no downside to having no disciples. If there were disciples and candidates, how could such a large piece of cake in the underworld be swallowed only by Shen Long's Dragon Clan? Thinking of this, Yuan Shi suggested, "Eldest brother, third brother, since we have successfully established the great sect, why not start recruiting disciples, so as to promote my reputation as the 3 pure ones?" Take on a disciple? Tongshan was stunned for a moment, then thought about it, and they all said that it makes sense. For them, there are only advantages and no disadvantages to accepting disciples. Taking advantage of this opportunity, it is better to open the door to find some good seedlings to become their disciples. They looked at each other. Lao Tzu replied in unison, "Great kindness." However, because of my inactive character, I didn't want to take the initiative to recruit disciples, so I chose to leave Kunlun Mountain alone and go to the ancient lands to find disciples. Yuan Shai Tongshan and his 2 brothers stayed in Kunlun Mountain. Compared to lazy, it was much more convenient for them. Directly swear to recruit disciples from Hongwang. I am the Panguzongzong, one of the 3 king dynasties, and a saint from the Yuan dynasty. I am now determined to pass on the Taoism and recruit disciples. Except for people from the 3 tribes of Lich and Dragon, anyone with extraordinary qualifications and profound blessings can come to Kunlun Mountain to learn from my master. Art. I am the Panguzongzong, one of the 3 pure ones, a sage who reaches the heavens. I am now determined to pass on the Taoism and recruit disciples. Except for the people of the 3 tribes of Lich, Yao, and Dragon, all those with extraordinary qualifications and profound blessings can come to Kunlun Mountain to become my disciples. Learn art. Yuan Shai Tongshan successively informed Han Wang about accepting disciples, which made the whole world boil again. Everyone was extremely excited in their hearts, looking forward to becoming the disciples of the 2 saints. Also, it is not surprising that they would be so excited. After all, Hong Wang is now in Daoyuo like dogs. Quasi-sages are everywhere, and the age of saints is coming. If you don't worship a saint, you have no backer. Once danger comes, you may die without knowing how. But with a saint as a teacher, As a backer, it was different. At that time, the wild world was rampant. Who dared to provoke it? When Yuan Shaitanxian took the oath, Shen Long and the Longting also learned about it. Looking at the Kunlun Mountains in the east, Shen Long couldn't help but shake his head. He shook his head. It's okay that they don't accept disciples, but once they accept disciples, the day when the three purities will separate is coming soon. After all, the big sects have different ideas, and now they are accepting disciples together. What is going on? If they don't start a fight. Weird, especially since both Yuan Shaitanxian and Yuan Shaitanxian are two people who protect the calf, and their tempers are explosive. I'm afraid there will be something good to watch in the future. Dragon Ancestor, Kong Zhuan is outside asking for a meeting. Soon, Prime Minister Turtle came to Shen Long and reported. With a puzzled expression, Shen Long couldn't help but be curious. Usually Kong Zhuan would enter the hall directly. Why was it so formal today? Did he have something to do with him? He nodded. Shen Long replied, "Let him come in." Yes. Prime Minister Gui stepped back and quickly walked in with Kong Zhuan. Looking in the direction of Kong Zhuan, Shen Long's eyes flashed, but he saw a young man behind him. Interesting. Shen Long remained silent, pretending not to know anything, waiting for Kong Zhuan to explain. Meet the master. Meet Dragon Ancestor. Kong Zhuan and the young man saluted to Shen Long. After Shen Long responded, they slowly stood up, glancing at Kong Zhuan. Shen Long's meaning was obvious. That is, let Kong Zhuan explain. Master, this is my Fengzu's younger brother, named Golden Winged Dapping. Because he has little power of cause and effect and extraordinary foundation, I would like to introduce him to Master and let him join Master's sect. Kong Zhuan spoke in a softer voice. In the end, he really didn't dare to look into Shen Long's eyes. What kind of identity does he have? He dared to introduce Shen Long. Is he crazy? You know, Shen Long is an extremely noble saint. A single thought can reopen the world. Golden Winged Dappin wants to worship Shen Long as his teacher. Is he qualified? But speaking of it, Golden Winged Dappin is not really Kong Zhuan's brother, but he does have some connections with Kong Zhuan. Or in other words, the Golden Winged Dapping has a close relationship with Fengzu. The war between the two clans ended in the past, and Yuan, who was seriously injured, wanted to return to the Immortal volcano. However, he encountered the 5 elements of spiritual energy entering his body on the way, and Yuan gave birth to sparrow eggs. After the sparrow eggs were separated from the body, Yuan Feng's origin was severely damaged and could no longer rise to the clouds and rise in the mist. However, strong enemies surrounded her, and the Qilin tribe members attacked Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng was unable to fight back, and she cried blood and wailed on Luo Feng slope helplessly. Out of anger, he spurted out a mouthful of original blood essence and was swallowed by a flying rock. At this moment, an innate power arrived and could not bear to have his bloodline cut off. So he came to protect Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng had only reached this point. Back to the Immortal volcano. Let's talk about the big rock. 3,000 years later, the big rock completely absorbed the power of Yuan Feng's blood essence and turned into a golden winged rock eagle, thus possessing the bloodline of the Phoenix clan. As for why the golden winged rock became when he came to the Dragon clan, he was naturally introduced by Jiushan Kun. Unfortunately, Shen Long knew the background of the Golden Winged Dapping too well. Kong Zhuan didn't know about this, but it didn't mean that he didn't know either. The Golden Winged Dapping was also funny enough. He actually used his identity as his younger brother, come to deceive Kong Zhuan. But unfortunately Kong Zhuan is really easy to deceive, and he actually believed it. Looking directly at the Golden Winged Dapping, as soon as the coercion in Shen Long's body came out, the Golden Winged Dapping told everything, and then turned into a golden rock eagle flew to the handle in front of Shen Long's chair. His body gradually turned to stone, and the Golden Winged rock became a pet of Shen Long. Didn't he always want to join Shen Long's sect, although he didn't become a disciple? But being a pet is pretty good. At least, Shen Long feels that he will not treat him badly. Master, please punish me. This matter was my disciple's fault. Master was almost deceived. I hope Master will punish me. Kong Zhuan knelt down in front of Shen Long with a face of shame and refused to raise his head. Also, If Shen Long didn't know about this, would he also be deceived by the golden-winged dapping? If word spread, wouldn't it be possible? It's not a big joke, but they underestimated the strength of the saint. The saint can know the past and the future with a single thought. Even if Shen Long doesn't know the back of the golden-winged rock, he will definitely not be deceived. He glanced at Kong Zhuan, who was kneeling down. Shen Long said with a smile, "Forget it. You get up. I don't blame you for this matter, but you should try your best to verify the identity of the other party next time to avoid this kind of mistake again. But this time it reminds me, Master, you are the only one under my master for the time being, and it is indeed a bit lacking. Please subscribe." The fourth update, the average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 93. Even though Shen Long has not established a great religion, he is still the most powerful man in the world. How can he be worthy of having only Kong Zhuan as his disciple? Naturally, he has to recruit several disciples. Thinking of this, Shen Long directly declared, "I am the ancestral dragon of the Dragon Clan. Now I feel that the Dragon Clan has great luck. I would like to open the door of convenience and accept those who are destined to join our imperial sect. Anyone who is destined can come to the Dragon Clan to become a disciple. There is a time limit, for 3,000 years. No more disciples will be accepted after 3,000 years. As Shen Long also began to accept disciples, the entire ancient world was in an uproar, and then began to boil. What kind of person is Shen Long, who actually started to accept disciples? If you successfully become the disciple of Shen Long, what do you have to worry about? Not to mention walking sideways in Hongwang. Even walking diagonally is not a problem. As for Yuan Shai Tongshan, forget it. It's not that they are bad, but there is no harm without comparison. If Shen Long didn't choose to accept a disciple, their first choice would naturally be Yuan Shai Tongshan. But if Shen Long chose to accept a disciple, there would be no need to choose. It would definitely be Shen Long. Unless they are fools, no one would not choose to become a disciple of Shen Long, who is so powerful. He is the first saint in the world and the leader of the Dragon Clan. He is admired by countless people just because of his dual identity. In this way, all the sentient beings who originally rushed to Kunlun Mountain came to the boundless four seas. By the time Yuan Shai Tongshan noticed something was wrong, it was over. Seeing how empty the front door of Kunlun Mountain was, Yuan Shai Tongshan looked at each other, and besides anger, there was bitterness in his eyes. Shen Long was deliberately trying to get into trouble with them. He knew clearly that the two of them were accepting disciples. How could he accept them at this time? What did he mean? But they had no choice but to accept disciples. Because there were too few people, Yuan Shai Tongshan could only test them before accepting them. At least he promised to let them stay. Otherwise, not even a single disciple would be accepted this time. Come on, wouldn't it be as miserable as it is? Of course, the most important thing is that it has a bad reputation. No matter how you say it, Yuan Shai Tongshan is still two saints. It's a good thing now that he doesn't even have a disciple. Once all sentient beings know about this, won't they laugh out loud? But even so, Yuan Shai has not changed his attitude on some things. That's because Yuan Shai is too good-natured. Because of this, Yuan Shai attaches great importance to family background. All those who were born from eggs were rejected by Yuan Shi. Only those with truly noble births and excellent qualifications could become the disciple of Yuan Shi. For this reason, Yuan Shai also specially set up a large formation to test the disciples who came to worship. Seeing Yuan Shi accepting disciples like this, Tongshan shook his head. Why are you pretending? There are not many people who come to be apprentices, and there are even fewer good seedlings. What happened to the egg-laying fetus? As long as you can be an apprentice. If one only looked at one's family background, I'm afraid these people who came here would not fit the bill. Therefore, Yuan Shi's behavior of half looking at one's family background and half not seeing one's family background made Tongshan very puzzled and at the same time a little despised. When you care too much about something, it proves that Yuan Shi is too extreme, which is extremely detrimental to the enlightenment. But he said Yuan Shi, and Yuan Shi still acted like he was reasonable, which gave Tongshan few headaches. But they are brothers after all, and there is no way to talk too deeply. so Tongshan can only choose to help Yuan Shi wipe his ass. All the disciples who were screened out by Yuan Shi, Tongshan directly waved his hand and accepted them all, making those who came to become disciples very happy. In addition, because Tongshan doesn't care about the origins of this group of people, people who come to become apprentices have formed a rule, that is, they first go to Yuan Shi to screen, and if they fail, then they become apprentices to Tongshan. Anyway, Tongshan has the answers, so they are not afraid of being unable to do anything. Apprenticeship. However, there are some people who are more in line with Tongshan's temperament and are accepted by Tongshan as his direct disciples. As for those disciples who are accepted with a wave of their hands, they are just registered disciples of Jijiao and can only be regarded as half-disciples. At the same time, let's talk about my side. After traveling for hundreds of years, I still haven't found the disciple I want, but that doesn't mean I didn't gain anything. Somewhere in the east, I unexpectedly found a fairy mountain. It's called Luo Mountain, and there's a palace inside it, called the Beijing Palace. In front of the Beijing Palace, the peak of the Immortal Peak is dangerous, with steep Guiwei mountains, auspicious grass growing on the slopes, and Ganoderma lucidum growing on the ground. The roots are beautiful, and the top is connected to the sky. Green pines and green willows, purple chrysanthemums and red plums, green peaches and ginkgo, and fire dates and pears. The strange pines are on the ancient top. The treasure trees reflect the sand embankment. The mountains are high and the red sun is approaching. The streams are wide and the water is low. The quiet fairyland courtyard. The scenery is better than the Yachi. The infinite scenery here is unknown to few people in the world. It can be said that even compared to Kunlun Mountain, Luo Mountain is only slightly weaker. What's more, there are 9 wonders in the Beijing Palace. However, since 9 is the extreme number and does not conform to Lao Tzu's principle of not daring to be the first in the world, Lao Tzu named it 8 Immortals realm. The first scene, the vast sea, a vast ocean with immeasurable content and abundant spiritual energy. The speed of cultivation can be increased by more than 100 times. The second scene, Mount Gunaiyu is in the mountains, and the laws of earth are looming inside. Once you can understand 1 or 2, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds, and your soul will be several times more tenacious. The third scene, Zanhua is so beautiful that 1 yuan of heavy water is condensed in it. Every drop of water can be turned into an endless ocean, which is an innate treasure. The fourth scene, the radiance of the moon and yang can absorb the power of the moon and yin and enhance your cultivation. The fifth scene, Yao Guanglu Ahuan, a very special fantasy scene. Once you enter it, you will not be able to get out within 100 years. The sixth scene, Qilin and Mist, can be called the most beautiful spectacle in the 8 Immortals realm. Although it is beautiful and moving, it is a big formation. The seventh scene, Yunyang Abyss, an extremely dangerous place. When I saw this place, I couldn't help but be surprised by the danger inside. Scene 8, the Fallen Galaxy. 3,000 weak waters are here. Once the weak waters of the galaxy are introduced into the wild, it can cause countless murders. Ninth scene, Chaos Hongmeng, a chaotic space unique to the 8 Immortals realm. It is extremely small, but it can regulate the flow of time within it. If one practices in it, one thought can pass 10,000 years. And just when I was happy to harvest Luo Mountain, outside Luo Mountain, a young man was kowtowed to worship. This person's name is Xuandu, and he is a disciple of the human race. Because he felt that the human race was weak, he left home to seek immortality and worship as his master. Whenever he encountered an immortal mountain, Xuandu would kneel down and worship for 7 days. It had been like this for 10 years. This time in Luo Mountain, it was unknown which time Xuandu knelt down. A fairy mountain, huh? I was surprised at first, and then when I looked at Xuandu, a smile gradually appeared on the corner of my mouth. I never expected that when I was harvesting the Immortal Mountain, I would actually gain a disciple who was destined for me. This boy should be a disciple of our human religion, I whispered, then cut through the space and left the Beijing Palace, and soon appeared in front of Xuandu. Seeing the appearance of a god, Xuandu hurriedly kowtowed and prayed to me to accept him as his disciple. I did not refuse, but was self-destructing. After gaining the identity, I accepted Xuandu as a closed disciple. I am indifferent in nature, and accepting disciples is more casual. Xuandu's great perseverance made me quite fond of him. In this way, the human sect has its first disciple, and at the same time, it is also its last disciple. At least, in a short period of time, I no longer want to accept disciples. Time passes slowly, and 3,000 years pass quickly. Here in Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshai Tongshan has gained a lot. Yuanshai was the first to accept disciples, and after screening, Yuanshai accepted a total of 13 disciples. The 13 disciples are Randeng, Guang Chengsai, Kai Jingjing, Yu Ding, Tai Yi, Huang Long, Manjusri, Samantebhadra, Seihang, Ling Bao, Fierlu Yu Sun, Dao Xing, Kingsu. 13 of them have all broken through the great formation set up by Yuanshi. Whether it is their character, origin, or character, they are all in line with Yuanshi's ideas. Just when Yuanshi was happy and wanted to let these 13 people stand up, suddenly slightly stunned, but it was Yuanshi who saw an acquaintance. Yes, this person was none other than Randeng, the so-called Randeng Taoist. Randeng is the incarnation of the innate coffin formed when the world first opened, and its body as it is a huge coffin. Because the coffin corresponds to the celestial phenomena, there is a spiritual lamp burning at the end of the coffin all the year round. Therefore, the monk transformed into this innate coffin calls himself a burning lamp Taoist. Tens of thousands of years ago, Taoist ancestor Hongjun preached, just like Yuanshi, Randeng is also one of the countless people who listen to the sermon. Not only that, Randeng is also one of the 3,000 mortal guests in Zixiao Palace. In his hand, he holds the coffin lamp, one of the 3 lanterns of heaven, earth and man. These 3 lanterns are infinitely powerful and have wonderful uses. Extraordinary. The grade is even the top grade innate spiritual treasure level. The first one is the Yuxu glazed lamp. According to legend, there is a golden flame inside the Yuxu glazed lamp, called the ancient flame of all spirits. This fire has the ability to detect thousands of people, the power of the spirit. Due to the many treasures of Yuanshi, this lamp is not famous. It is only used for lighting when Yuanshi talks about sutras and lectures. The second lamp is the 8 scenery palace lamp. There is a purple flame in the lamp, which is called burning sky purple fire. The power of this fire is infinite, and it is said that it can burn the sky and boil the sea. Because Lao Tzu has many treasures, this lamp is not famous. It is only used for lighting when Lao Tzu talks about scriptures and lectures. The third lamp, the coffin lamp, there is a ball of gray flame inside, which is called ghost fire of the netherworld. This fire goes straight to the netherworld and has the ability to reveal the life scenes of the deceased. According to legend, this lamp is owned by Taoist Randeng and is a companion treasure of Taoist Randeng. If it is in when seeing Randeng in other places, even if it was Yuanshi in the past, he would call him fellow Taoist Randeng, but now, Randeng is kneeling in front of him like this and calling him teacher. This is a bit too embarrassing, mainly because, compared to the other 12 people, Randeng's cultivation level is much higher. Even among the old masters of the prehistoric era, there is still the shadow of Randeng. Now Randeng comes to become a disciple. Why? Isn't Randeng afraid of all sentient beings in the prehistoric times? Ridiculously, saying that he doesn't want to be shameless and worships his peers as his teachers. He looked directly at Randeng and pondered for a long time. Finally, Yuanshi asked, "I haven't seen you for a long time, Taoist friend Randeng. I really didn't expect that fellow Taoist disciples would come this time." Well, fellow Taoist and I are both 3,000 mortal guests of Zixiao Palace. It's not good to come here to become a disciple now. After hearing what Yuanshi said, Randeng's face did not change, his face was not red, and his heart did not beat. He kowtowed to Yuanshi first, and Randeng replied this time, "The saint is joking." Compared with the saint, Randeng is really incomparable. In addition, Randeng he is also a member of all sentient beings. Is it because he once listened to the sermon with the saint that he cannot become a disciple of the saint? Moreover, I also broke through the great formation set up by the saint. I believe that the saint will not break his promise, right? You won't break your promise, "But aren't you afraid of being laughed at by all sentient beings?" Yuan Shi asked again. He shook his head and Randang laughed. "They are all just ants. Who can laugh at whom? It's not about seeing who can have the last laugh." I have to say that Randang does have some magnanimity. Being able to give up everything and kneel in front of Yuan Shi to become his disciple is a skill that no one except the shameless duo from the West can do. After listening to this, after Randang said what he said, Yuan Shi pondered whether he should accept Randang as his disciple. If he accepted Randang as his disciple, it would definitely be beneficial to Yuan Shi without any harm. First of all, he would definitely look very good in terms of face. After all, he was once a person who listened to the teachings of his peers, but now he worships himself as his teacher and brings him out to give him face. This is for sure. Secondly, Randang has already reached the quasi-sage mid-level cultivation level, and he is also a veteran powerful man with considerable strength. Will he, after being accepted as a disciple, he can usually teach his disciples and teach Taoism. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. After a little calculation, Yuan Shi nodded after feeling that Randang and himself did have a master-disciple relationship. No more tangled. Since God's will is like this, he can't go against it. Looking at Randang, Yuan Shi said, "That's good, fellow Taoist Randang. There is indeed a relationship between master and disciple between you and me. Why don't I just accept fellow Taoist as my disciple, name the disciple, and at the same time, grant fellow Taoist the position of deputy leader of the teachings. When other disciples see fellow Taoist, they should also address them as teacher. After that, if fellow Taoist is free, just help me teach them how to practice." Fellow Taoist thought this was my suggestion. "How, great kindness, thank you Yuan Shi Saint." Randang nodded quickly. This is already the best choice. What does he have to disagree with? Besides, he has been stuck in the quasi-sage middle stage for many years. This time, it is mainly to break the bottleneck and break through the cultivation level. Needless to say, it is just a matter of effort to guide the disciples. As long as Yuan Shi can treat him better, he will definitely be willing to help the development of the teaching wholeheartedly. However, there is always a gap between ideals and reality. Yuan Shi did not accept Randang sincerely. In fact, Yuan Shi still had some prejudice or contempt for Randang in his heart. Because of this, Yuan Shi rewarded the other 12 disciples with several spiritual treasures after they successfully became disciples. But when they arrived at Randang, there was nothing. Watching when Yuan Shi had this attitude, Randang Changsai almost regretted it. He never expected that he would make such a stupid decision and choose to become a disciple of Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi looked down on him at all, and he looked like he was sincerely surrendering. It's so ridiculous. Tangshan on this side couldn't help but sigh when he saw Yuan Shi's treatment of Randang. After all, Yuan Shi was not full and it was a bit too much. After all, he once called fellow Taoist, and now he treats others like this, isn't it? Will it make him feel cold? After accepting others as his disciples, he should teach Taoism well. Could it be that he still has two minds? Gradually, he became more and more dissatisfied with Yuan Shi's actions, but because of his status, Tangshan couldn't say it clearly. He can only suppress this dissatisfaction in his heart and wait for the moment to explode. In addition, there is another thing that makes Yuan Shi very unhappy, that is, the Huang Long among them is a member of the Dragon clan, or a hybrid dragon. Compared with the real bloodline, the Dragon clan is a lot more complicated, and its strength is also very low, but Huang Long did break through the Great Formation, and was also destined to Yuan Shi. Unfortunately, Yuan Shi could not say anything, so he could only record the matter secretly in his heart, but he was indifferent on the surface. As for the other few, Jade Cauldron and Red Jing were transformed into innate crystal stones, and the remaining few had extraordinary backgrounds, which made Yuan Shi very satisfied. After accepting disciples, he also took special care of these people. After all, in Yuan Shi's view, they will be the face of Changjiao from now on, so naturally we have to treat them better. Not to mention Yuan Shi, let's talk about Tangshan recruiting disciples beside him. Tangshan recruiting disciples is very simple. In addition to accepting disciples that Yuan Shi doesn't want, Tangshan directly starts teaching Tao. At the same time, like Yuan Shi, He set up a big formation before preaching, which was nothing more than to test the karma and sincerity. If you are sincere, you can listen to his sermons and be accepted as a disciple. If you are sincere, you can listen to his sermons and become a disciple. Was blocked by the large formation, and then went home, after going back and forth, because the formation set up by Tongshan was extremely easy to survive. The number of people listening to Tongshan's sermon gradually increased from thousands to tens of thousands, and if it was not stopped early, this number will also increase dramatically in a short period of time. Not counting the increase in the number of people, the number of GGL disciples has increased, and the quality has also begun to vary. It can be said that there are both good and bad, some with good conduct, and some with poor conduct. There are quite a few, of course. There are disadvantages and advantages, because the number of interceptors is constantly increasing, but they enjoy the reputation of all Buddha's worship, and thousands of immortals come to worship. Also, compared to Yuan Shi's recruitment of disciples, Tongshan's purpose of recruiting disciples is teaching without distinction opens the door to convenience. It can be said that all living beings in the ancient world, except for the Lich Dragon clan, can listen to the Tao. Therefore, Tongshan has many more disciples than other major sects. Of course, Tongshan also found many good seedlings during this period, such as Taoist Duobao, Our Lady of Jinling, Our Lady of Wudang, and Our Lady of Guiling. Compared with other Jijiao disciples, they were much better. The four of them had excellent qualifications and astonishing understanding. They also had the same temperament as Tongtian. Therefore, Tongtian accepted them as his direct disciples with a wave of his hand. Then, Tongshan continued to preach for hundreds of years. Within these 100 years, 4 good seedlings were attracted by Tongshan. They were none other than Zhao Gongmin and Empress Sanxiao, who were famous in later generations. The 4 are brothers and sisters, and they have relied on each other for many years. Now they have joined Tongshan's sect together and become direct disciples. This makes Tongshan happy, and they are also very happy. In addition to these 8 people, the remaining qualifications are somewhat inferior, but there are also some that are pretty good, such as Wu Yun Immortal, Jingwang Immortal, Long-Eared Dingwang Immortal, Linya Immortal, Kaiyu Shao Immortal, etc. Tongshan is also, instead of letting them down, he accepted them as registered disciples and allowed them to temporarily join the Jijiao sect. Facing Tongshan's generosity, Wu Yongxian and others kowtowed repeatedly. Anyway, as long as they can become disciples of the saint, there is no difference between direct disciples and registered disciples. They don't care. Of course, they don't care, but there is one person who does, and that person is Yuan Shi. Please subscribe for the first update. The average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 94. Seeing the monster clouds rising and the black wind gusting on Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi's face could be said to be as ugly as it could be. His entire face was so dark that he could almost squeeze out the ink. Originally, Yuan Shi wanted to give Tongshan some face, but who knew that Tongshan really went too far. He actually accepted disciples that he did not accept, and some even accepted them as direct disciples. What does this mean? Does he want to prove that his second brother knows people well and has no discernment? With a gloomy face, Yuan Shi came to Tongtian and scolded, "Third brother, why don't you look at the right points before recruiting disciples? Look at these disciples of yours. They are all uneven, a mixed bag of fish and dragons, with different moral character. If this continues, how can it be done? Aren't you going to insult my name of Sanqing? Even if you are a brother, you don't care about this, but you are a saint. How can it be done if the name of a saint is insulted? Why don't you listen to me and quickly remove these hairy, horned, wet creatures? Drive away all the egg-born people. What do you think?" Second brother, are you kidding me?" Tongshan frowned and asked back, his tone full of anger. "Who is he?" "Saint Tongshan, the master of Jijiao, a man of golden words. How can he talk like farts, accept disciples and then drive them away? If this spreads, what would all sentient beings think of him? Moreover, What does Tongshen's recruitment of disciples have to do with Yuanshai? Why should he come to control him? Is it because he is the elder brother that his third brother has to obey? How can there be such a reason in the world? Also, it is to teach morality as the natural way, emphasizing personal practice, advocating that there is no virtue in the upper way and only virtue in the lower way, abandoning complicated moral concepts, and treating everything with one's heart. The 59 evolutions of the Great Road are the fixed number, and there is a glimmer of hope, escape. The teachings of Jijiao intercept this thread of life. It is also for this reason that Tongshen acts with a free and easy temperament, dares to break and stand, can break and stand, and uses his own Taoist sword to cut through all the illusions and constraints in the world, intercepting for all living beings a glimmer of hope. Similarly, Tongshen adopts this as a criterion for accepting disciples. Regardless of origin or background, all those who come to be disciples will be treated equally and accepted. But what does Yuanshai mean now? Let him violate the teachings and violate what is his original intention? Maybe Yuanshai was unintentionally speaking, looking at the matter from his standpoint and discouraging Tongshen. But what Yuanshai didn't know was that, invisibly, he had already offended Tongshen. As the saying goes, dragons are inverse. Those who touch the scales will be angry, and those who offend the phoenix with a weak neck will die. Yuanshai pointed at himself like this, and Tongshen was immediately angry. Tongshen snorted coldly, looked at Yuanshai and replied, "Second brother, what do you mean? When will it be the second brother's turn to make the final decision on my younger brother's affairs?" According to what the second brother said, "Do you want me, the majestic saint of Tongshen, to ignore my words and then be ridiculed by all sentient beings?" This Yuanshai was speechless for a moment, and he also felt that there was something wrong with his proposal. Now that Tongshen has successfully recruited disciples, if he asks Tongshen to drive away these people, won't Tongshen lose face? Quickly changing his words, Yuanshai explained, "Third brother, you have misunderstood. Brother Wei doesn't want you to say what you say and don't mean it. Brother Wei just thinks about you. I hope you can recognize the reality and don't want to corrupt GGL by accepting everyone as your disciple." Reputation, ha 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 ha. "Second brother, you may have been too lenient this time. If you can't stand me, then I will lead my disciples to leave Kunlun Mountain and give this place to my eldest brother and second brother. What do you think?" Boom. Following the roar of the sky, a thunder flashed in the sky. In an instant, the originally cloudless sky began to rain heavily, accompanied by lightning, thunder, and howling wind. The three purities are originally one, and the three religions are. It also represents the destiny of Xuanmen. Once they conflict, it will affect the entire Xuanmen. In the end, the winner will only be other great religions or forces. At the moment, Dan Dao is warning Yuanshai Tongshen not to talk nonsense easily, otherwise, once the words are spoken, they will never be changed. At the same time, I, who was far away in the Beijing Palace and was preaching to Xuandu, also felt the changes in Kunlun Mountain. Without saying a word, I broke through the space and returned to Kunlun Mountain. At the same time, when Yuanshai Tongshen was arguing, the Western leaders also started discussing this matter. Seeing the fortune of Dongfang Xuanmen being erratic and showing signs of dispersion, Zunti was very happy and said, "Brother, look, the Sanqing is splitting up, and our opportunity in the West has come." Once the Sanqing split up, Chiefluck is divided, the West will gain the most. After planning for so long, they brought great prosperity to the West. Naturally, they agreed very much with the separation of the three purities. Faced with Zunti's excitement, Jiyan also nodded, "Yes, the moment for our great prosperity in the West is coming. As long as the three king dynasties can be separated, we can break through them one by one. By then, the West will." Haha, you guys are really wishful thinking. What a beautiful idea. Just when they were leading Zunti to dream about a bright future, Wushan suddenly poured cold water on them. At present, Wushan has recovered 70% of his strength, and his realm has reached the mid to late stage of quasi-sage. He just needs to practice for a while. In time, it will not be a problem to break through to the late stage of quasi-saint. And because of this, Wushan was in a good mood, so he taunted Zunti. After hearing what Wushan said, Both of them looked at Wu Shen with puzzled faces and asked, "Didn't fellow Taoist Wu Shen see that the destiny of Eastern Xuanmen was erratic and showed signs of dispersion at any time?" "I saw it. So what?" "That means that the West is likely to prosper. Fellow Taoists are also from the West, so they should be happy." Zunti continued, not understanding Wu Shen's reaction. Shaking his head, Wu Shen snorted coldly, "How come you two have become saints and are still so innocent? Sanqing represents Xuanmen. How could they separate so easily? Besides, even if they want to separate, will Hongjun agree? Unless what?" "Fellow Taoist, please tell me." "Unless it's God's will and it's time for the West to prosper. Otherwise, don't even think about it. If heaven does not allow the three pure ones to separate, they are destined to be inseparable, and their luck will definitely not be lost. Therefore, no matter how loud the Yuanchai Tongshan quarrel is, it will be useless." Therefore, Wu Tian will look indifferent. After listening to Wu Tian, if so, Ji and Zunti looked at each other and felt that it made some sense. They worked together to deduce it and found that Xuanmen's luck had indeed not been lost. Ji and Zunti also showed a rather depressed expression. "Okay, look at your appearance. I will tell you another way. You can try it. Maybe you can increase your luck in the West." Wu Shen suddenly thought of something, and then said. They all looked at Wu Shen quickly, and even if they were sanctified, they still believed in Wu Shen's words. There was no way. After all, Wu Shen's foundation was too strong. This is not something that the two brothers can compare with. Feeling the gazes of the two of them, Wu Shen did not hide it, but continued, "The human race is the destined protagonist in the future, and their luck is extremely great. If you have time, just quietly if some human races come over and teach Western Buddhism, they may be able to save these people. At that time, let them return to the East and introduce Buddhism eastward. In this case, there may be unexpected gains." Indeed, Wu Shen's method makes sense. After hearing what Wu Shen said, Ji and Zunti immediately set off and quietly robbed 3,000 human tribes. However, these 3,000 human tribes have been living near the West, and their skin is not yellow. Instead, they were a little black, and they looked a bit like the ancient Indians. After teaching them the supreme Dharma, Ji and Zunti threw them back to the human race. As for what happens next, it depends on the fate of the West. If heaven wishes when the West flourishes, they will be like a seed. The seed buried in the East in advance will, once it takes root and sprouts, grow into a towering tree sooner or later. Things are indeed as they expected. In the countless years that followed, it grew into a new race, but it was also a type of human race. It also introduced Buddhism to the East, causing countless people in the East to believe in Buddhism. In the future, Buddhism also became one of the three major religions in the East. By the time Zunti finished everything, Wu Shen began to use arousal to attract Zunti again. Last time, Shen Long said that the second auction conference of the prehistoric era will be held in 100,000 years. There are still tens of thousands of years until the time comes. Once the second auction conference, the beginning will inevitably cause another bloody storm. Therefore, they in the West have to prepare early. Accepting Zunti as the leader of the Western religion, this matter will naturally be left to them. If he can't find it, innate spiritual stones, then rely on the richness of one's own spiritual energy. Anyway, saints are omnipotent. Although it is very tiring, there is no other way. Wu Shen is still waiting for the next auction meeting to take back a few good things. If not, how can an innate spirit stone and a white wolf with nothing be done? Even though Wu Shen was very domineering in his previous life, freeloading on everything, but when facing Shen Long, Wu Shen didn't have the courage. After hearing Wu Shen's instructions, Ji and Zunti also remembered what. Everyone quickly got busy again and prepared in advance for the second auction of the great desolate world. Besides, in the boundless world at this time, countless strong men from the dragon clan were born, and they did nothing else but welcome the arrival of various creatures. Just because Shen Long said that he would open the door to convenience all the creatures in the ancient world, it can be said that whether they are strong or weak, have rushed all over the world to learn from Shen Long. Taoist Wu Liang, you are already in the early stage of quasi-sage, and you still come to become a disciple. You are going too far. Yes, You can't leave any chance to those of us who are younger. You are so old. How can Senior Zhu Long accept you as his disciple? Fart. Do you think Senior Zhu Long would be as superficial as you guys? Besides, what happened to my early stage strength as a quasi-saint? That's right, the early stage of quasi-saint is nothing. So don't worry about me in the middle stage of quasi-saint. I agree, the quasi-holy stage is nothing. The quasi-holy stage. Soon, a group of veteran powerful men arrived one after another. Among them, those with the highest cultivation levels had already reached the pinnacle of quasi-sage. I came here for no other reason than to become a disciple of Shen Long. Facing this group of scoundrels, it is impossible for some junior people to join in the fight, let alone being ranked. Seeing that more and more people came to be apprentices, Shen Long directly sacrificed the Hongmen Time and Space Tower and let them enter it to receive training. Anyone who can pass the training can become his registered disciple. For the time being, Shen Long doesn't plan to accept any more true disciples, but he can accept a few named disciples and train them. Among the countless people who worshipped Shen Long, there was one who was extremely special. This person's body is a six-winged silkworm. You must know that the six-winged silkworm is the first of the 5 evil insects in the ancient world. It was born to gather the greedy energy between heaven and earth. Therefore, the six-winged silkworm can conceive of the greedy thoughts in the world to the fullest extent. In addition, the six-winged silkworm also has a special preference, that is, it specializes in eating creatures in the 6 realms. The shell of the six-winged silkworm is extremely hard and invulnerable to water and fire. Even ordinary middle-grade innate spiritual treasures cannot break it. Defense. The most important thing is that once the 6-winged celestial silkworm turns into its true form, every time it flaps its wings, it can stimulate the greed deep in your heart, and this greed will never go away, and you will end up falling into the quagmire. He extricated himself and became food for the 6-winged silkworm. Of course, not many people may know about the 6-winged celestial silkworm, but he also has another identity that is known to the world. Yes, he is the famous Buddhist Golden Chanzi, who would later be reincarnated as a Buddhist monk, Tang Sanzang. Now the 6-winged celestial silkworm came to be his apprentice, which surprised Shen Long. He should go to the west. Why come to his own boundless world? But if you think about it carefully, you can know why. Who makes Shen Long strong enough and famous enough? As long as he is not a fool, he will definitely choose to become a disciple of Shen Long. And just when Shen Long was shocked, the Hongmen Time and Space Tower sent out a burst of turbulence, and then a huge black turtle was thrown out by the Hongmen Time and Space Tower. Black Turtle Clan. North Sea Black Turtle? Why is he here? Shen Long was stunned again. When he saw the black turtle, he couldn't help but feel very interesting. The black tortoise of the North Sea was one of the first innate creatures in the prehistoric times. Speaking of which, they were born at the same time as Shen Long. But the Black Turtle clan is very miserable. Apart from this black turtle, there is no other one. It can be said that Xuangai alone supports a whole race. If it lives, it means that the Black Turtle clan has always existed. If it dies, the Black Turtle clan will become extinct. Originally, the Black Turtle had its mission, which was that it was unable to transform for a long time, and then Mount Buzu collapsed, using its 4 legs to hold up the sky. But as if he felt how tragic his fate would be, Black Turtle actually took the initiative to worship Shen Long as his teacher and participate in the test. Needless to say, Xuangai broke through Shen Long's test just by relying on his infinite defense power. Of course, the most important thing is the character. Shen Long recruits disciples not based on their strength or character, but only on their character. To be able to break through the test so quickly, I have to say that Xuangai is very powerful. Buzz. Xuangai shook his body and walked towards Shen Long in confusion. It knew Shen Long. Countless years ago, the two had a chance encounter. At that time, it seemed that they were in the period of the war between the 3 clans. Why? Time is also destiny. Shen Long sighed softly. Since the mysterious turtle can break through the test and worship himself as its master, it proves that its life is not worthy of death, and he should help it. At least, he must help it transform first. The reason why Zhuan Turtle is the turtle has been unable to transform because it has a mission, but now it has become Shen Long's registered disciple. Any mission that is not a mission will no longer exist. Go. As soon as Shen Long pointed out, infinite mana burst out from Shen Long's body and enveloped the black turtle, allowing it to successfully transform. But as soon as Shen Long's mana came into contact with the black turtle, Shen Long felt a resistance. This is the power of heaven competing with it. In other words, this is the restriction that heaven once set on the black turtle in order to prevent it from transforming. But this power may be out of reach for the black turtle. To Shen Long, not worth mentioning. After a little movement of the avenue of power, Shen Long broke through the restriction of heaven. Soon, the suppressed black turtle was also released and could finally begin to transform. Under Shen Long's gaze, the magic power in the black turtle's body continued to explode, and finally, the black turtle turned into a human form. However, what Shen Long never expected was that the black turtle was actually a female. Moreover, she also transformed into a little girl of 17 or 18 years old, holding a piece of tortoise shell in her hand, with big eyes, looking at Shen Long innocently. "Oh my God, I finally transformed." The black turtle paid homage to the teacher. "I thanked the teacher for helping me transform. I don't need to say more. The teacher is invincible." Shen Long, what happened? Could it be that this mysterious turtle walked into the wrong set? Why is it like this? Don't you see that Jin Ling, a disciple of Tongshan sect, is a lady, but why is this disciple of his so-so? Forehead. What about boldness? It is true that Shen Long misunderstood from the beginning. Who said the black turtle couldn't be female? If it is a male, how can it reproduce a clan? Naturally, it is a female. As for Xuangai, who has been suppressed by the power of heaven for so many years, he only sleeps. Even though he has lived for countless years, the time he is truly awake is not much longer than Changzai. Now that the power of heaven is gone, the black turtle will no longer fall into a deep sleep. Naturally, the black turtle is liberated. Not only the body, but also the soul. It's just that Zhuan Turtle's sudden arrogance made Shen Long unable to accept it for a while, so he was so shocked. "Are you a black turtle?" Shen Long looked at the little girl in front of him and said, nodding. The little girl responded as if she was a little kid but a very shrewd person. "That's right, teacher. I am Zhuan Gui. We must work together." "Oh no, we met a million years ago." At that time, I seemed to have just woken up. I planned to say hello to the teacher, but I was too sleepy, so I fell asleep again. Now I finally transformed, all thanks to the help of the teacher. "Thank you, teacher." Shen Long, "Yeah, it's okay, it's fine, just stand aside." "Okay." I listened to the teacher. Zhuan Gui stood aside obediently, no longer making any fuss, but looking around curiously, as if everything here was new. She only has 300 years to move around when she wakes up, except for practicing and eating. It's gone. This time, almost all of the 300 years were spent on traveling. If I can't become a disciple of Shen Long, I'm afraid I'll fall into deep sleep again! Exclamation mark. Please subscribe. The second update, the average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 95. Time passed slowly, and countless creatures were thrown out by the Hongmeng Time and Space Tower. After all, their character was not tested, and they finally declared that they had failed to become disciples. Of course, for these people, it's not a bad thing. At least they have gained experience in the Hongmeng Time and Space Tower. No matter who returns, their cultivation level has been improved by a level, which can be regarded as a blessing among misfortunes. But not all failed. In addition to the black turtle, there was also a monkey who also passed the test. This monkey was transformed from the origin of the chaos demonic ape, and its name was the Brachiosaurus. He was also accepted as a registered disciple by Shen Long. When he saw the ape, Shen Long couldn't help but think of the Chaos Demon Ape of the past. The Chaos Demon Ape masters the laws of war and has fought all his life. In the battle with Pan Wu, He was considered one of the strongest main forces. If it weren't for the Chaos Demon Ape acting as a human shield in front, I'm afraid Panu wouldn't have fallen so easily. Later, the Chaos Demon Ape was injured by the Cation Divine Axe, and its origin was divided into 4, turning into the Lingming Stone Monkey, the Six-Eared Macaque, the Bandarm Monkey, and finally the Red Horse Monkey. Among the 4 great monkeys, the Wise Stone Monkey knows the changes, knows the time of the sky, knows the favorable terrain, and can move stars and change battles. The Six-Eared Macaque is good at listening to sounds, able to understand, know the front and back, and everything is clear. The arm-armed ape takes the sun and the moon, shrinks away from thousands of mountains, distinguishes the good and the bad, and twists and turns the universe. The red-hatted horse and monkey know yin and yang, understand people and affairs, are good at going in and out, avoid death and prolong life. Originally, the 4 great monkeys should have died at the beginning of the world. Unexpectedly, the apes actually survived. Now that all the monkeys are alive, I think the other 3 monkeys should be fine too. It can be said that it is a major turning point in his life that the ape is able to worship Shen Long this time. After all, regardless of his cultivation, background, or even talent, he was not among the top batch, but he was still destined to be with Shen Long, and Shen Long didn't say anything. Since he made the rules, the monkey would just accept them. However, when Shen Long took in the monkey, he felt a trace of causal power beginning to spread to his body, but he broke away with a slight shake. As for why the power of cause and effect appears, it is naturally because of the monkeys. The viper is one of the 4 great monkeys. One of the characteristics of the 4 great monkeys is that they have a fateful battle with each other. The winner of the battle can devour the origin of the other party, so as to perfect the path of inheritance of the Chaos Demon Ape. Therefore, when Shen Long accepted the Chaos Demon Ape, a trace of causal power appeared. The other 2 monkeys are easy to deal with, but the stone monkey will be the protagonist of the journey to the west in the future. If it is killed, it will be very troublesome, but it's easy to solve. After all, the thong-armed ape has become a disciple of Shen Long. How could Shen Long fail to consider this problem? In this way, after a series of recruiting disciples, Shen Long finally only accepted 2 named disciples, Black Turtle and Band-Armed Monkey. Although the number was small, their potential was not that great. As long as you cultivate it well, by the next calamity, you will definitely be able to shock the eyes of all sentient beings. Taking the 2 of them back to Longting, Shen Long called Kong Zhuan to let them get to know each other. After that, Kong Zhuan led the Black Turtles and Thong-armed Monkeys to practice. Kong Zhuan was the senior brother, so he still had to have a sense of responsibility. As for Xuangai, she is a problem. Even though she looks small, she is a strong quasi-late saint. In a real fight, even Kong Zhuan might not be able to take her down. Therefore, in order to prevent Zhuan Turtle from being disobedient, Shen Long asked Xia Long to take Zhuan Gui with him for a while. We are all old acquaintances of each other. Although our identities have changed, some things will never change. Especially Xuangai's Eilershu, who did not regard Xia Long as an outsider at all. Seeing Zhuan Gui and Zhu Long acting like brothers, Shen Long shook his head. This disciple of his was really a huge change. I just don't know what surprises she can bring to Shen Long when the time comes. Others didn't know it, but Shen Long knew very well that before long, a catastrophe would befall his apprentice. Of course, this disaster is not a heaven-supporting disaster, but a transformation disaster. The Black Turtle should not have transformed, and should not have appeared in the ancient world, but now that the Black Turtle has successfully transformed, and even worshipped under Shen Longman, the heavens will arrange a disaster for the Black Turtle even if it is not possible. If it is past, heaven will no longer pursue the matter of Zhuan Turtle's transformation. If it is not past, Zhuan Turtle will not be able to escape no matter what. Although he knew about this, for the time being, Shen Long did not choose to tell Zhuan Turtle. For some reason, Shen Long always felt that Black Turtle was not that simple. You must know that she is the only member of the Black Turtle clan. She is both the clan leader and a clan member. Shen Long is very interested in why the Black Turtle clan has declined so much and what the secret is. Kunlun Mountain, in front of Sanqing Cave. Third brother, I advise you to take back what you just said quickly, otherwise don't blame me for falling out with you. So what if we fall out? If you hadn't forced me, how could I have chosen to leave? I have been one of 3 pure beings for countless years. Today you are leaving Kunlun Mountain. Have you ever asked your eldest brother and me? Humphrey, asking is in vain. It would be better to just leave. Instead it would just stop. You, if you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame me. I will teach you a lesson. Come on, who is afraid of whom? As Yuan Shai Tongshan quarreled, the two became more and more angry. In the end, they both sacrificed their spiritual treasures. They have long disliked each other, so why not fight today? Whoever loses admits his mistake. Although it is somewhat inappropriate to do so in front of countless disciples, but for the sake of hurrying up, almost no one will choose to give in, at least not Yuan Shai Tongshan. Buzz. Just when Yuan Shai Tongshan was about to take action, the void shook, and a space cracked. Then I walked out of it with a gloomy look, and glanced at Yuan Shai Tongshan and the two, feeling my suppressed anger. Yuan Shai Tongshan hurriedly retreated. Hands, no longer planning to do anything. You two are so good, you are both already saints, but you are arguing in front of your disciples. Do you not care about the saint's face? Sanqing's face has been completely humiliated by you. I shouted angrily and scolded Yuan Shai Tongshan, making the two of them dare not raise their heads. When I finished speaking, Tongshan explained, "Brother, it's really not me who caused trouble on purpose, but the second brother who bullied others too much. They tried to get involved in my teachings and restrained me, asking me to dissolve the sect and drive away my disciples. How could I give in? Now that my eldest brother is back, I hope that my eldest brother will make the decision for me." Tongshan took a step forward, with a look of grievance on his face. "Originally, the incident started because of Yuan Shai. What does it have to do with him?" Hearing that Tongshan was making trouble against me, the anger in Yuan Shai's heart burst out, and then replied, "Brother, look at Kunlun Mountain now. It's full of smoke and monsters are rampant. It doesn't look like a fairy mountain or a blessed land. That's why I asked my third brother to drive away some of my disciples. Besides, I'm not asking him to drive away all of them. And why are these flat-haired beasts kept here? Are they disturbing our minds? Be bold, Yuan Shai, you go too far." In front of so many Jijiao disciples, Yuan Shai was so wantonly humiliated, which made Tongshan feel embarrassed. What else could he say? There was nothing to argue about, only a big war could solve everything. Thinking of this, Tongshan raised his eyebrows as soon as his hand changed. A sword appeared in Tongshan's hand and struck Yuan Shai fiercely. Similarly, Yuan Shai was also angry at this moment. What is his identity? What is Tongshan's identity? Haven't you heard that an eldest brother is like a father? If you dare to attack him, is Tongshan taking the courage of a bear's heart and a leopard's courage? This is simply too much. No matter what, he will teach Tongshan a lesson today and let Tongshan know that elders and younger ones are inferior. Tongshan, you are really rebelling. You dare to attack Brother Wei in front of Big Brother. Today, Brother Wei will teach you a lesson and let you know your identity. While saying this, Yuan Shi also held out a sword, which collided fiercely with the sword in Tongtian's hand. "Welcome." Seeing Yuan Shi's counterattack, Tongshan smiled instead of being angry. At this time, he was really afraid that Yuan Shi would give in. Kang! A clear sound of weapons clashing came out, and the sword in Yuan Shi's hand broke into 2 pieces in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, the sword in Tongshan's hand was not damaged at all, not even a chip. This is King Ping's sword? The moment Yuan Shai fought with Tongshan, he felt the extraordinariness of the sword in Tongshan's hand. After taking a closer look, he never expected that it was the King Ping sword. The King Ping sword is 3 feet, 6 inches long, and the blade as the scabbard is completely soapy black, with a green lotus covering it. It was transformed from the 12th grade green lotus. Later, it was infused with sanctifying merits by Tongshan and turned into a treasure of merit. Now, because the King Ping sword still suppresses the Jijiao Qi luck, so it is more powerful. Even if the sword sacrificed by Yuan Shai is a middle-grade innate spiritual treasure, it still cannot withstand a single blow. Okay, Tongshan, if you dare to destroy my sword, you have hidden evil intentions for a long time. Today, I will give you a bloody lesson." After saying that, Yuan Shai waved his left hand, and the innate treasure Pang'u banner appeared in Yuan Shai's hand. It can be said that if Yuan Shai attacks Tongshan, Tongshan does not have a spiritual treasure of the same grade, and will definitely be defeated by Yuan Shai. After all, the two have the same cultivation level. If the mana is the same, the winner can only be determined by the magic treasure in the hand. "That's enough. Stop it all," I shouted loudly, and the pressure of the saint's fourth heaven swept over, instantly suppressing Yuan Shai Tongshan. This time I was really angry. If Yuan Shai Tongshan continues to fight, then he really didn't put their big brother in front of him. In his eyes, at least for the time being, Yuan Shai Tongshan did not dare to do this. Otherwise, if I were to punish him severely, neither of them would be able to recover. Then, both of them stopped their movements and collected the spirit treasures. He stood up, seeing that Yuan Shai Tongshan stopped taking action. I regained my momentum and said, "You two come with me. I want to have a good talk with you this time." After saying that, I turned around and walked into the Sanqing cave first. Seeing this, Yuan Shai Tongshan also stepped to follow. The Sanqing on this side started talking, and the two Lichen demon clans on the other side also started to get busy. The Wu clan, Pang'u temple. What is going on? What is the Sanqing doing? Haven't 3,000 years passed? Why haven't they come yet? Yes, do they really not want their spiritual treasure? Are you still not planning to seek revenge from us? Humphrey, don't think about it. Yuan Shi is so narrow-minded. How could he not seek revenge from us? That's it, sixth brother, you are too naive. We and Sanqing are already locked in a fight to the death and cannot be resolved. As for the war, it will only happen sooner or later. Yes, by the way, little brother Xingshan, how are you controlling your power? With that said, Zhu Jiuyan turned his gaze to Xingshan and asked. Nodding, Xingshan replied, "Brother Jiu, don't worry, Father God's power has been fully controlled, and his cultivation has also reached the quasi-sage peak. He is only waiting for an opportunity. You can step into the sub-sage realm." Well, Brother Xingshan is indeed worthy of being the god of war of our Wu clan, and his qualifications are indeed high enough. The 12 ancestral witches all looked overjoyed. Most of them have reached the pinnacle of quasi-sage at this moment. Even Emperor Jiangzhu Mangzu Jiuyan has become a sub-sage. As long as the 12 ancestral witches can get together and work together to arrange the Dushan Qinsha formation can exert the power of a saint. So even if the Sanqing comes to seek revenge, they are not that afraid. The most important thing is that they still have Pink Sin as a trump card. Once the Wu clan is in trouble, Pink Sin will definitely help. As for what Hong Jun said before about not taking action at will within 3 tribulations, Pink Sin also found a solution. What Hong Jun said is that within 3 tribulations, he must not take action at will. Mainly it's a casual word, and I didn't say I couldn't take action. Therefore, if Sanqing Xin dares to attack the Wu clan, Ping Xin will go out of his way to help the Wu clan. After receiving this answer from Ping Xin, the 12 ancestral witches finally felt relieved. As long as Ping Xin can take action, they will not be so passive in the hands of Sanqing. Everything is not as difficult as imagined. By the way, brother, there is something I want to tell you. Recently, many people in our clan have intermarried with human clans, and the children they have given birth to have souls and strong physiques. You see. What? And this matter? Is what little sister Zhuan Ming said true? Di Zhang was stunned. After hearing Zhuan Ming's words, he was very happy. The human race's ability to reproduce is extremely terrifying. Looking at the entire prehistoric world, except for the demon race and the dragon race, no race can compare with the human race. Now the witch race and the human race are intermarrying, can actually give birth to a witch clan with a soul. Why are you telling him about such a good thing now? Of course, it's not that Zhuan Ming didn't say it, but that each of the 12 ancestral witches are very busy. How can they have time to observe such things? Zhuan Ming also learned about this accidentally, and immediately told Di Zhang and others. Soon, after confirming the authenticity of this matter, the 12 ancestral witches showed smiles on their faces. What makes the Wu clan weaker than the Dragon clan and the Demon clan? It's not the strength, but the population. Compared to those two tribes, the Wu clan is too small. Now, There is actually a way to increase the population of the Wu clan, so what are you waiting for? Hurry up and start intermarriage. In addition, because of this incident, the Wu clan has become an ally of the human race, or a guardian angel. Anyone who can't get along with the human race will be destroyed by the Wu clan. After feeling the goodwill of the Wu clan, the human race hesitated for a moment and then accepted it. After all, the human race had too many people to take care of, and they needed help from other races. As a big race like the Wu clan, they were willing to serve as bodyguards for the human race. What could the human race exclude? Of course, all this has the premise that the human race and the witch race can give birth to human witches. If they cannot give birth to human witches, I am afraid that the human race will be abandoned by the witch race soon. This is the prehistoric world, where the weak eat the strong and the strong are respected. There is no in terms of strength. No matter how useful you are, there will be a day when you will be abandoned. However, the human race also knows this truth, so the human race is developing desperately. The millions of people who were first born have long since become the strongest people in Luo. Some of them have also entered the realm of quasi-saints. I believe that given the human race a period of time, the late-stage quasi-saints and the peak quasi-saints will be born in the human race. At the same time, the demon clan here, after a fierce battle after discussion, Emperor Jun finally decided to give up the Hongmen Purple Chi to fulfill Taiyi. Taiyi is even the god of war of the demon clan, and even the god of war of heaven, and he is also protected by the innate treasure chaos spell. No matter how you look at it, Taiyi is the best for becoming a saint. The candidate. Anyway, the two brothers are not different from each other, and whoever becomes a saint is the same, so Dijun will choose to quit. In addition, there is another reason, that is, the affairs of the demon clan have always been under the control of Dijun. If Dijun suddenly lets go to comprehend the Hongmen Purple Chi and delve into the matter of enlightenment will inevitably affect the development of the entire monster clan. At that time, if the witch clan takes advantage of the opportunity and sneaks in, the monster clan will be finished. Without the monster clan, there will still be something left in heaven. Therefore, no matter how Taiyi refused, Dijun gave up the Hongmen Purple Chi to Taiyi. In desperation, Taiyi accepted the Hongmen Purple Chi with tears and set about the matter of attaining enlightenment and becoming a saint. Taiyi had already broken through a saint cultivation, just waiting for an opportunity, or a chance. Taiyi can become a saint, but after studying for so long, there is no sign of Taiyi. It was not until a huge power of merit came to heaven that Taiyi became a saint. A new idea! Exclamation mark! Dot 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 dot. Please subscribe. The third update, the average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96. In front of the Demon Master's palace, 3,000 golden tadpole characters were floating in front of Cunning's eyes. These are characters that belong exclusively to the demon clan, and can also be called demon characters. When demonic texts come to the world, they will naturally attract merit rewards from heaven. After all, demon writings can inherit the future of the demon clan, and can allow future generations of demons to remember everything that has happened. It can be said that Cunning inadvertently caused the demon clan's luck to greatly increase. Even though he only created 3,000 demon characters, the demon clan's overall luck instantly surpassed that of the witch clan. This is the horror of the power of inheritance. Once it can be passed on from generation to generation, it will be endless. It will not only make the race exist in legends, but also because of this, the advent of the demon text will make the entire demon clan have countless more futures. And Cunning's reputation as a demon master was completely secured because of these 3,000 words. Heaven is above, I am Kun, the Demon Master. Now I feel that the demon clan is incomplete, so I created the demon inscriptions. I wish to inherit the development of the demon clan and make the demon clan immortal from generation to generation. I hope that heaven will learn from it and the demon inscriptions will come out. Seeing that the demonic writings I created actually have such a great effect, Kun hurriedly swore an oath to heaven, and then, the power of heaven's immeasurable merit came. Kun also greatly increased his cultivation at this moment. In just a few breaths, Kun reached the pinnacle of quasi-sage. Moreover, it won't be long before Kun can become a sub-sage, and this is all the result of the power of merit. It can be said that in the ancient world, the more merits gained, the stronger the strength. Kun didn't think so much at first, but when he saw that the demon text was recognized by heaven, Kun understood. He clearly knew that he had given the demon text what benefits have been brought to the family. It is precisely because of this that Kun's mentality changed at this moment. Kun, who was originally a bit submissive, started to become arrogant because of the creation of the demon text. Of course, Kun really has this qualification at this time. We would like to thank the Demon Master for creating demon literature and inheriting the future of the demon clan. We would like to thank the Demon Master for creating demon literature and inheriting the future of the demon clan. We would like to thank the Demon Master for creating demon literature and inheriting the future of the demon clan. 3 consecutive shouts. The whole demon clan spread the story of the demon text. At the same time, Kun's title of Demon Master was also widely circulated among the demon clan. It can be said that everyone in the demon clan must respect Kun and respect him. Show respect for his contribution to the demon clan. Buzz. When Kun had absorbed all the power of merit, Dijuntai and the 10 demon commanders also rushed here. Seeing Kun's strength greatly increased, Dijuntai looked at him and then congratulated. Ha ha ha. When unexpectedly, the Demon Master actually created the demon text. This is so great for my demon clan and will inherit the future of our demon clan. I am here to congratulate the Demon Master. Your Majesty is being polite, but this was an unintentional act. I didn't expect that it would attract the attention of heaven. I need more training from your Majesty, otherwise Kun would not be where he is today. When Kun said this, his tone was somewhat yin and yang, but on the surface he was still respectful. This made Emperor Juntai very uncomfortable, but Kun now has countless merits and virtues, and is now the most popular celebrity among the demon clan. If they attack Kun, it will really damage the reputation of the two of them. In addition, they can feel that Kun's spirit after being detained is gradually dissipating. It seems that it is the power of merit that helped Kun regain his freedom. If this is not the case, I'm afraid Kun really doesn't dare to be so arrogant. After chatting with Kun for a few more words, Daijun specially rewarded Kun with many things, just as a show, to show to other members of the demon clan, and then the rewards were over, and Daijun Tei returned to the Lingxiao Palace. As soon as he entered the hall, Tei shouted angrily, "You are too presumptuous, brother. Why did you stop me just now?" Look at Kun's face. If you don't punish him properly, isn't he going to rebel? Kun is just a demon master no matter what. His status and everything were given to him by Emperor Juntai, but now, Kun's self-cultivation has greatly increased, and he dares to despise them. This is unacceptable to Tai. If Dijun hadn't stopped him just now, I'm afraid Tai would really want to teach Kun a lesson and let him know who is the master of heaven. The leader of the demon clan, shaking his head slightly, Dijun advised, "Second brother, don't to be so impulsive. Kun has just created the demon text and has become the real master of demons. We cannot attack him easily, otherwise wouldn't it chill the other members of the demon clan? In addition, the demon clan is currently short of manpower. Without Kun, it would be really detrimental to our demon clan. Is it possible to let him continue to be arrogant? Should I wait and ignore it?" Tai asked back, waving his hand. Dijun explained, "Of course not. Our most important goal now is to break through the saints. Second brother, since you have integrated the Hongmen purple chi, you are now only short of immeasurable merit. Therefore, for brother I have an idea." "Oh, what's the idea?" He approached Dijun with a puzzled look on his face. Soon, Dijun told Tai what he was thinking. What Dijun thought was very simple. Didn't Kun create the demon script? but the demon script only has 3,000 words. So why can't Taiyi continue to create demon scripts and make more characters? In this case, wouldn't it be possible to obtain a lot of heavenly merits and virtues, and maybe become a saint through this? But after hearing what Emperor Jun said, Taiyi shook his head and expressed that this method no. Dao is not a fool. How could he allow them to deceive the power of merit? Once a method has been used, it will definitely not be used a second time. Moreover, Taiyi itself is not suitable for creating demon texts. But because of this matter, he had another idea. The reason why Taiyi is called the god of war by the demon clan is because of Taiyi's long-lasting fighting power and strong magic power. And the secret of Taiyi's long-lasting fighting power lies in Taiyi's cultivation method. Normal demon clan, all of which store mana in the Danshin, or somewhere, but this method can only ensure that the mana is maintained for a period of time. After that, the demon clan needs to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at all times to keep itself in a perfect state. This is why the demon clan needs to be in a place with abundant spiritual energy. If there is no spiritual energy, the demon tribe will cease to exist. As for Taiyi, he is different from ordinary demon tribes. He created his own method of condensing pills, which is to gather all the mana into a demon pill. After that, they will continue to polish it to make the demonic elixir become a condensed substance of mana. Once this method is successful, it can ensure that mana will no longer be lost. At the same time, it is extremely convenient to use mana, and it can control the consumption of mana as desired. Now, if this method spreads and is passed on to the entire demon clan, will it be rewarded by heaven's merits? To be honest, Taiyi is very worried. He doesn't know whether his method will succeed. But now the demon clan has no time. If it drags on any longer, everything will be over when the danger comes. After all, the age of saints has arrived, and he, a person who has not yet become a saint, will become the target of public criticism. This is the ancient law of survival, and he has no way to change it. Therefore, even Taiyi has the innate treasure chaos spell in his hand to protect his body, but he dare not take it lightly. Now that Cunning has taken the lead for Taiyi, what else does he, the Eastern Emperor of the Demon Clan, have to fear? Just swear to the way of heaven. Even if it fails, it will be a failure. But if it does not fail, the future of the Demon Clan will be rewritten starting from today. Buzz. Taiyi sacrificed the chaos spell and hung it above his head. The terrifying power of time and space continued to spread, spreading Taiyi's voice to every corner of the ancient land. Heaven is above. I am the Lord of Heaven, Dan Wang, and the Taiyi of the Monster Clan. I feel that the practice of the Monster Clan is incomplete, so I created my own method of condensing the demonic pills. I am willing to pass this method on to all the Monster Clan, including all members of my Monster Clan. Learn to practice, and after the demon tribe has completed their studies, they will be able to carry out punishments on behalf of the heavens and guard the wilderness. If they violate their wishes, the purple sky will boom, and they will look to the heavens to learn from it. The demon elixir will condense and come out. As Taiyi's words fell, the entire demon clan became excited. The method of cultivating the demon elixir condensation method also automatically appeared in their minds. After seeing this method, the members of the demon clan couldn't help but sigh at Taiyi's generosity and intelligence. This method is of great help to the demon clan. It can increase their cultivation speed by 10 times and reduce the cost of combat by 10 times. If this method had been available, why would they have been defeated by the witch clan so many times? After a while, the entire demon clan began to practice after the boiling. Everyone who had practiced the demon elixir condensation method was full of praise for it and lamented the horror of this method. And because Taiyi helped the entire demon clan, and also established he made a great oath to carry out punishment on behalf of heaven and guard the prehistoric world. This touched the way of heaven, and then sent down the power of immeasurable merit. Even though Taiyi's merit power is only slightly more than Kun, for Taiyi, it is also enough. The demon tribe is the master of the Lich Tribulation. Taiyi has gained the power of immeasurable merit countless times. At the same time, Dijun also gave his power of merit to Taiyi, which allowed Taiyi to condense merit gold early on. Body. Now, Taiyi's fusion of Hongmen Purple Chi has reached a critical moment. and the power of these merits is like the last straw that breaks the camel's back, helping Taiyi's soul to merge with Hongmen purple qi. In just a moment, the pressure of the saint sweeps across the ancient world. Taiyi, sanctified. Buzz, the coercive aura belonging to the saint spread throughout the ancient world, and countless creatures in the ancient world were shocked. Taiyi actually became a saint, and it happened so quickly. From the time Taiyi obtained the Hongmen purple qi to now, the speed of becoming a saint is probably faster than Sanqing and Nuwa and others were so fast. How could they not be surprised by it? At the same time, not only all the sentient beings, but also Sanqing, Nuwa, Jin and Zunti and others all looked at Sanqing with dumbfounded expressions. The heaven beyond the 13th level. Taiyi becoming a saint is a great thing. Before, they were still thinking about when the Lich tribulation would end. They also thought about whether to add fuel to the flames and help. After all, the Lich tribulation, if it is not over, the human race will not be able to develop or grow stronger, so they must secretly plot against the two Lich tribes. But now that Taiyi has become a saint, this has broken the original balance between the Lich and Lich tribes. Once Taiyi attacking the Witch clan, who can stop the Monster clan? Are you fair? She has the prohibition of Daozu Hongjun. Even if she occasionally ignores Hongjun's prohibition and attacks once or twice, she can still look at Taiyi all the time. Isn't this right? In reality, it's impossible. Looking at Taiyi, who was constantly exuding momentum in front of the Lingxiao Palace, Zunti was a little panicked at this moment. How is it possible that Taiyi can actually become a saint? Isn't it a little too fast? Zunti questioned. If this thing is true, then the Witch clan will be finished, and the Lich tribulation will definitely end with the victory of the Monster clan. Although the victory of the Monster clan and the defeat of the Witch clan will not do any harm to the West, it cannot be allowed to if they die together. The human race will never rise. And how can there be great prosperity in the West? Hearing Zunti's voice, Wu Shen quickly added, Humphrey, wouldn't it be easy to become a saint with the Hongmen purple qi? What's the point? What all of the fuss is about? Hongmen purple qi is a ticket to becoming a saint. It can be said that except for the destined saints, almost everyone else has this ticket. If they have enough cultivation, they can become saints instantly. The reason why the destined saints cannot do it is because of the way of heaven. They had planned it long ago and imposed restrictions on them. If they do not follow the plan of heaven, they will not be able to become saints. This is why it has been difficult for the destined saints to become saints. Don't you see that the destined saints are completing what heaven has stipulated? Did you become a saint soon after the incident? Whether it was Nuwa creating human beings, or the establishment of the three purities religion, or including leading Zunti to make a great oath, almost every step is under the arrangement of heaven, and no one can escape, not to mention those people whom Tandao pays special attention to. Why did Hongjun say such a meaningful sentence before Hedao? Big oaths cannot be changed, but small situations can be changed. It can be said that except for variables such as Shen Long and Wu Shen, everything is in the calculation of heavenly Tao. We cannot say that heavenly Tao is terrible. We can only say that it is also for the sake of better development, and heavenly Tao also wants to evolve into a great avenue. Then it can only continue to evolve, and the root of evolution is the need to complete many tasks step by step. Could it be said that someone will choose you not to work and give you wages? Not even ordinary people know how to do it, let alone the way of heaven. Of course, as long as you do a good job, you will definitely get paid. Among them, Hongjun was one of those who was good at work, and Tandao also did not treat Hongjun badly. All things, one drink and one peck, taking the Hongmen purple qi, is equivalent to having the back door opened, and it is normal to become a saint easily. Wu Tian was not surprised at all because he knew this. On the contrary, if Taiyi has never been able to become a saint, this would surprise Wu Shen. After learning some of the secrets from Wu Shen, Ge and Zunti couldn't help but sigh. It is said that the saints regard the people as ants, and the way of heaven regards all living beings as ants. This statement is really not wrong at all. At the same time, in the Dragon Court, as soon as the news about Taiyi becoming a saint came out, Zilong went to Shen Long and asked what the Dragon clan should do next. After all, once Taiyi becomes a saint, the Demon clan will have two saints. If they are at odds with the Demon clan, Will it be detrimental to the Dragon Clan? Of course, Zilong thought too much. Let's not talk about whether Nuwa would help Taiyi. Even if she did, the Dragon Clan was so powerful, so what was there to be afraid of? Now Shen Long is not worried that the Demon Clan will attack the Dragon Clan. He is just thinking about what Taiyi will do next. Destroy the Witch Clan? Unify the ancient times? But if he does this, will the other saints agree? Among them, the first person to object is probably Pinxin. In addition, the battle between saints has never happened before in the prehistoric times. He wanted to see the excitement. Taiyi and Hexen, which one is stronger? Needless to say, Taiyi, the demon war god, has extremely rich combat experience, and also has the innate treasure chaos spell. Pinxin, on the other hand, has infinite power of merit and virtue, and his realm is much higher than Taiyi. Once a fight breaks out, he might really be equal to half a pound to half a pound. Let Zilong retreat for the time being. Shen Long observed every move of the Demon Clan, and at the same time, the Demon Clan also began to make movements. Ha 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 ha, okay. Okay, congratulations to the second brother, congratulations to the second brother, our Demon Clan finally has a saint. Dijun ran up to Taiyi with excitement on his face. Looking at Taiyi who had become a saint, he seemed to be even happier than Taiyi who had just become a saint. Also, the two of them were brothers, connected as brothers and sisters, and their relationship was extremely deep. Emperor, it's normal for June to be so happy. We sincerely wish Saint Taiyi success in attaining the Tao. May the saint be immortal forever and attain the Tao as soon as possible. Just when Taiyi was about to reply to Emperor June, he heard the congratulations of all the sentient beings in the world. Then he asked them all to stand up and ignored them. After stabilizing his realm at the second level of the saint, Taiyi walked towards Emperor June with a high-spirited look on his face. In front of June, Taiyi replied, "Thank you, eldest brother, for helping me. I will remember your kindness in my heart and never forget it. Now that I have become a saint, it is time to settle the accounts with the Wu clan." Waving his hand, Dijun signaled Taiyi not to be so polite, but when he heard Taiyi say that he wanted to settle the accounts with the Wu clan, Dijun was shocked, or in other words, he couldn't adapt for a while. Taiyi has become a saint. But if your cultivation level has not been stable for a period of time, why should you attack the Witch Clan? Isn't this a bit too hasty and too fast? Second brother, are you sure you want to attack the Wu Clan now? Dijun still asked again. He definitely hoped that Taiyi would first stabilize his cultivation base. Shaking his head, Taiyi said confidently, "Brother, you don't understand me yet. My cultivation base is deep and my realm has been stabilized. The two clans of Lich and Demon are fighting. After such a long time, there should be a result. Anyway, I don't want to wait for a day. Brother, send troops." "Okay, here's the Emperor's order to summon the Demon Clan's army of hundreds of millions. Today we will attack the Wu Clan and completely establish our position as the overlord of the ancient world." Dijun gave the order, and countless monsters responded loudly in an instant. Demon, demon, demon. Then, the 10 demon commanders personally dispatched, and the entire demon army gathered again for the first time in nearly 10,000 years. The tens of billions of demon armies appeared in the heaven, and this was just the demon army. Part of the military strength. From this we can also see how much the Demon Clan has progressed over the years. As the saying goes, raising an army for 1,000 days and using it for a while, today is the time to test the success of their cultivation. The battle between the Lich and the Lich, Hong Jun has granted permission, and the calamity will be measured from all sides. It can be said that even if the 6 saints gather together, they will not be able to stop this fateful battle! Please subscribe. The fourth update. The average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 97. In Kunlun Mountain, the Sand Kings were still arguing. With a wave of his sleeves, I took out 3 futons, asked Yuan Shi Tongshan to sit down, and then said, "Okay, second brother and third brother, you can argue, no matter what. There must be a result in this matter, in front of the disciples. Arguing in front of them is really like the pressure of a saint. Now there is no one left to let them argue to their heart's content." But at this time, Yuan Shi Tongshan and the 2 stopped talking. They pretended to be dead, and each of them remained silent. Seeing this, I looked at Yuan Shi and said, "Second brother, tell me first, what do you mean?" Hearing this, Yuan Shi hesitated, but still replied, "Brother, I am not targeting third brother, but third brother's disciples are really too many, making our entire Kunlun Mountains miserable. If it continues for a long time, wouldn't it be a joke to all sentient beings in the world? So, I can't fit it in Kunlun Mountain, so I'd better let those disciples leave." Haha, brother, you heard it too. What the second brother meant was to drive me away. Well, since Kunlun Mountain won't keep me, then I'll leave. I don't want to stay anyway. As he said that, Tongshan turned his attention to Lazy. Among the 3 of them, Lazy was the oldest. Naturally, after he made a decision, he had to ask for my opinion. Otherwise, not giving me face would be tantamount to disrespecting Father God, and Tongshan would not be the eldest, too stupid to understand the dignity of elders and younger ones. Hey, the 3 pure ones represent Xoanman's luck. Once the 3 of us brothers are separated, our luck will also be reduced. But for now, it seems that it doesn't matter if we leave, as long as we brothers are united, our luck will not be harmed. I groaned, and finally decided on Tongshan's proposal, and continued, "Okay, I agree to let the third brother leave." "Thank you, bro." Tongshan quickly stood up, bowed to me, then turned around and left without any nostalgia. He has really had enough of this Kunlun Mountain, mainly because he kept looking at Yuan Shi's face, which made Tongshan very unhappy. Rather than being suppressed by others all the time, it is better to go to the ancient land and find another dojo, which can also give GGL disciples a more perfect habitat to practice. Seeing that Tongshan did not say hello to him when he left, Yuan Shi was very angry and felt angry in his heart. He scolded Tongshan several times, but soon became happy again. A flash of light flashed in his eyes, and Yuan Shi expressed great joy at Tongshan's departure. As for the reason, it was naturally because Yuan Shi did not want to give up the ownership of Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain is known as the #1 in the world. The blessed land has abundant spiritual energy, and there are nearly 10,000 spiritual veins gathering below it. It is really an excellent place for cultivation. Why the realm of the 3 pure ones has been improving so quickly, it definitely has a lot to do with the abundant spiritual energy here. Without Tongshan and disciples of Ji Zhao, wouldn't this place belong to him and Chan Zhao from now on? Oh, by the way, there is another person, Lao Tzu. After Tongtian left, it stands to reason that Yuan Shi should have left. After all, I am the eldest brother among the 3, and as the first disciple of Hong Jun and the leader of Xoanman, it would definitely be shameful to drive away me again. But Yuan Shi did not want to abandon Kunlun Mountain. After thinking about it, Yuan Shi never spoke, but remained silent. After a long time, Yuan Shi raised his head and stood up and said, "Brother, you are the head of the 3 pure ones, and Kunlun Mountain should be given to you. I will lead the disciples of Chanjiao to leave now and make room for our eldest brother." Looking deeply at Yuan Shi, it can be said that I clearly understood Yuan Shi's little thoughts. If Yuan Shi really sincerely gave up Kunlun Mountain, how could he hesitate for so long? Although he had no intention of fighting Yuan Shi, this kind of calculation against my brother is too much. I shook my head and said meaningfully, "Forget it. Let's leave for Brother Wei." There is only one disciple in Brother Wei's family, which is not suitable for Kunlun Mountain. Besides, you also live in Kunlun Mountain. It's not good to let you leave after so long. "Brother, I can't do it, so I'll let you go." Yuan Shi was shocked by what I saw. He also knew that I had seen through his little thoughts, so he quickly got up and grabbed me. But I had already made up my mind at this time, and it was useless to let Yuan Shi persuade me. Just like that, I left. Sanqing cave cut through the space, and his body disappeared without a trace in a flash. Looking at Lao Tzu's leaving back, Yuan Shi's mouth was bitter, with an indescribable meaning. Could it be that he was really wrong? Billions. The brotherhood that lasted for thousands of years was torn apart because of his selfishness. Although he gained the Kunlun Mountains, so what? He lost 2 brothers. From then on, the relationship between the brothers will definitely not be the same as before. Imagine the past talking about Taoism casually like that may become a luxury. Why? Sighing suddenly, Yuanchai glanced at the signboard of Sanqing Cave, waved his hand, and the words Yuxu Palace were replaced. Everything has pros and cons. Don't look at the loss of brothers, but Kunlun Mountain and other fairyland blessed places after returning to him. Yuanshi was not unhappy. Besides, Tongshan left. After leaving Kunlun Mountain, Tongshan ran to Wuliangxi and became neighbors with Shen Long. Of course, if he wanted to settle down in Wuliangxi, he had to. You should ask Shen Long. Thinking of this, Tongshan stood directly on the sea and shouted, "Fellow Taoist Zhulong, Tongshan is here to visit. Please see me." Huh? Tongshan is actually here? Shen Long, who was practicing, heard the voice and was stunned for a moment. Then he walked out of the long court and saw Tongtian. After all, Tongtian is a saint, so he still has to give him some face. In addition, Tongtian and Shen Long have no grudges, and their relationship is okay. Can make friends. After bringing Tongshan into the Longding Hall and letting people serve a bunch of innate spiritual fruits, Shen Long said, "Fellow Taoist, Tongshan is here. I welcome you very much. But how could you suddenly come to me?" The world is boundless. Although he may have guessed why Tongshan came, after all, there is no accurate information, and Shen Long will not talk nonsense. Seeing Shen Long asking, Tongshan had nothing to hide, and then told about the previous quarrel with Yuanshai. He repeated it completely to Shen Long. After listening to Tongshan's words, Shen Long couldn't help but feel a little funny. Tongshan has become a saint. Why is he still so hot-tempered and acting like a child? After thinking about it, Shen Long he reminded, what fellow Taoist said is indeed reasonable, but Yuanshi's words are completely wrong. If you don't pay attention to the conduct of your disciples, it may completely lead to the laying of the seeds of disaster. Once the calamity comes, it will cause confusion. Therefore, fellow Taoist Tongshan better be careful. Shen Long is not trying to scare Tongshan, but the calamity will come as soon as he says it. Although saints will not be contaminated by calamity, their disciples will. Otherwise, why would all the saints be very cautious when accepting disciples, including Shen Long, after so many years, and only accepted one of his direct disciples, Kong Zhuan? Seeing that Shen Long didn't look like he was trying to scare him, Tongshan nodded and became more cautious. Yuanshai's tone might be a bit bad, but his words may not all be wrong. After all, they are brothers, and they will definitely not deceive him. Thinking of this, Tongshan couldn't help but regret that he was too impulsive. But it was impossible for Tongshan to go back. Tongshan was a saint who intercepted the religion. After he returned, he asked his disciples, what does the disciple think? People like Ji Yingzunti don't want to give up the favor, but he can't let it go. He chatted with Shen Long for a few more words, and suddenly, Tongshan suggested, fellow Taoist Zhu Long, I happen to be fine too. How about we discuss Tao? Shen Long is so strong, he will definitely learn a lot of good things from talking to Tongshan with Shen Long. And Shen Long did not refuse Tongshan's request. Nodding, Shen Long took the lead in speaking. Gaiwen has no world. Between, outside the elements, incalculable, in nothingness, lonely and without appearance, no sky and no earth, no yin and no yang, limitless and boundless, no high and no low, no equal and no limit, no left and no right. High and low are natural, but I am still outside the emptiness and loneliness. In the emptiness, I cannot see or hear. If I say there is something, I cannot see its shape. If I say there is nothing, all things come from it. Beyond the 8 forms, they gradually begin to divide. It becomes subtle and thinks of the world. There is no heaven and earth. The void is not divided. The pure and the turbid are not judged, and it is a mysterious and lonely place. Hong Yuan once ruled, and as for the myriad calamities, Hong Yuan immediately judged it. Shen Long's Tao contains all things in the world. Anyone who hears what Shen Long talks about will feel a lot. Even the saints, even Tongshan, cannot get addicted to it after hearing it, and cannot extricate themselves for a long time. It is said to be a discussion of Tao, but basically it was Shen Long preaching, and Tongtian was listening. When he heard the key moment, Tongtian would even smile, which was quite inconsistent with Tongtian's saintly attitude. But Tongtian couldn't care so much at this time. He was carefully comprehending Shen Long's way. Finally, I don't know how long it took, Tongshan slowly opened his eyes, and quickly stood up, respectfully said to Shen Long, "Thank you Taoist friend for preaching." Tongshan is grateful. The agreed discussion has now become a one-sided sermon, which makes Tongshan owe Shen Long a sermon. However, Shen Long didn't care, but waved his hand and replied, "You're welcome, fellow Taoist." It's time for fellow Taoist to preach. Nodding, Tongshan did not hesitate, but directly started to explain the Tao that he had understood. To be honest, the principles in the Sanqing Tao were very simple. At least Shen Long could understand it as soon as he heard it, and he could also find out what Tongshan preached. Loopholes. In just 40 days, Tongshan had finished teaching the Great Way to the Pure Sky. On the other hand, Shen Long had a lazy look on his face, as if he was almost sleepy. He knew that the way he taught and Shen Long's way were not at the same level. Tongshan smiled and said, "I have shown my shame in front of fellow Taoists. I hope you will forgive me." "No problem. By the way, fellow Taoist," Tongshan said before that he planned to find a dojo in Wuliang 4 Seas, right? "By chance, I have another treasure island on the edge of the East China Sea. If you don't mind it, you can stay there temporarily." Hearing that Shen Long was willing to give him a territory made Tongshan very happy, and he immediately felt that Shen Long was a friend worth making. Then, Zilong personally led Tongshan to the treasure island. After seeing the treasure island, Tongshan liked the island very much, and with a wave of his hand, he named the treasure island Jinao Island. Tongshan brought Jijiao disciples to take root here. Jinao Island is huge and has abundant innate spiritual energy. After passing through Tongshan's after decoration, it has become a good holy land for cultivation. At least, I dare not say it is comparable to Kunlun Mountain, but it is also one of the best fairy mountain blessed places, which is extremely rare. After all, it was given to Tongshan by Shen Long, and what is in Shen Long's hands? Is there anything wrong? After everything was done, Tongshan did not sit idle, but continued to accept disciples. He called himself Ling Bao Tanzun and lectured on the Sanqing Taoism to the disciples who came to be his disciples. Over time, Tongshan liked the idea of accepting disciples. The story spread, and Tongshan's reputation became more and more popular among the three purities. Of course, what followed was a gradual increase in the number of apprentices. For those who became apprentices, Tongshan was very careful in screening at first, but later, the number of apprentices increased. After more and more people came, Tongshan could not filter them out, so they could only accept all who came. As long as they had wisdom roots, they were accepted as disciples by Tongshan, which made those people very happy. Of course, this is not the end. Those who have nothing hooligan, but the monks with good strength, Tongshan also did not drive them away, but kept them. Gradually, the reputation of Jijiao was gradually lost, and Jijiao also began to show signs of the coming of thousands of immortals. As for the what Yuan Shi and Shen Long said before was not that Tongshan wanted to forget it, but that he was really too busy and accidentally forgot it. Looking at the border of the East China Sea, where Jinao Island was in full swing every day, Shen Long shook his head. Tongshan was indeed very good in all aspects. Okay. It's just that sometimes people are too careless. This kind of person has to suffer a loss once or twice, otherwise, he will really learn a lesson. And just when Shen Long was about to go back and continue practicing, the system prompt sounded again in his ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host clan for breaking through 19,060,000,000 and receiving the reward of creating jade disk fragments. Ding! Congratulations to the host tribe for breaking through 19,070,000,000 and receiving the reward, the innate rare treasure twins. Ding! Congratulations to the host tribe for breaking through 19,080,000,000 and receiving the reward, the great domination technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host clan for breaking through 1.99 million and receiving the reward, a Saint Dragon Clan puppet. Ding! Congratulations to the host tribe for breaking through 19.1 billion and receiving the reward, Chaos Spiritual Treasure Chaos Divine Thunder. The number of members of the Pure Blood Dragon Clan is about to exceed 20 billion. This is only the Pure Blood Dragon Clan in the prehistoric world, not counting the Dragon Clan in the Hongmen world. Once Shen Long enters the Hongmen world, the population may increase tenfold or even more. After accepting the countless spiritual treasures obtained this time, Shen Long couldn't help but feel very interesting when he saw the twin charts of innate rare treasures. The biggest function of this treasure is to bind two people together, so that the attacks received can be evenly divided and the damage dealt can be pooled together. However, if one of them dies, the other one will have difficulty living. In addition, the biggest benefit is that it can double the training speed of two people. It sounds ordinary, but the actual effect is very terrifying. After thinking for a while, Shen Long decided to give this treasure to the two sisters Zai and Chang Zai. With this treasure, I believe their safety can be improved a lot, and with the deep sisterly love, they should like it. As for the great power of domination, it evolved from the law of domination. When attacking, it can transform into a huge fist. The 5 fingers are clenched and the thumb is pressed on the fist eye. Collapse contains the two extreme powers of kingship and domineering. Even an innate treasure cannot withstand a full blow. After learning it instantly, Shen Long did not continue to explore this technique. Anyway, he would need it sooner or later, so he might as well learn it first and then use it when needed. There are also Saint Dragon Clan puppets and Chaos Spirit Treasure Chaos Divine Thunder. Among them, the Saint Dragon puppet must be of great help to the current Shen Long. After all, he is the only Hunyuan strong man in the Dragon Clan. Now that he has a saint puppet, he can help him solve many problems. After experiencing the cultivation level of the saint puppet, the saint's 4th level is neither strong nor weak, and it can also rely on evolution points to improve its realm. The system can be considered more humane. Naming the saint puppet Bei Wang, Shen Long asked him to get familiar with the current Dragon Clan, and then left him alone. The White King is a white dragon and controls the power of the law of time. If we really fight, I may not be able to get benefits from the White King. Moreover, the White King is extremely intelligent and I believe he will become a great helper to Shen Long in a short time. As for the Chaos Spiritual Treasure Chaos Divine Thunder, Shen Long had no use for the time being, so he put it away. System, open my personal attribute list. Shen Long muttered silently. He hasn't looked at his attributes for a long time, but he needs to take a look. Host, Shen Long. Ancestral Dragon Identity, the ancestor of the Dragon Clan. Cultivation, late stage of Hunyuan and Luo Jinxian. Prove the Tao with force. Bloodline, Chaos Ancestral Dragon. Kung Fu, 9 turns of Chaos Scripture. 9 transformations of the Ancestral Dragon. The experience of Painu's formation, the experience of Painu's alchemy, and the experience of Painu's weapon refining. Great Sealing Technique, the Great 5 Elements Technique, Great Domineering Technique. Law, the power of space law, the power of the law of time, the power of the law of destiny, the power of the law of power. Lingbao, Painu X, 36th grade Creation Green Lotus, Creation Jade Disc Fragments, River of Destiny, Earth Creation Chisel, 6 Soul Flags, Sealing Book, Hunyuan Mother Chi Cauldron, Hongmen Armor, 12th grade Reincarnation Purple Lotus, Fishing Holy Pond, Ancestral Dragon Pearl, 10,000 Dragon Plate, 8 Buddhist Pagodas, 8 Treasures Merit Pond, Cayenne Kun Cauldron, 12 grade Purifying White Lotus, 3 Light Pond, Dragon Head Staff, Yin and Yang Talisman, Kongdong Seal, Hunyuan Yiki Tai King Shen Talisman, God Killing Spear, 9 Demon Tower, Hunyuan Whisk, Qilin Seal, 9 Dragons Agar Wood Chariot, Sun Shooting Divine Bow, Bitter Bamboo, Wordless Heavenly Book, Xoan Du Tanli, Cayenne Kun Diagram, Demon Sealing Sword. Special Item, Hongmen Purple Chi 6 Paths, Great Avenue, the Purple Spirit of the Avenue, Zion Chang Zai's Body Photos Collection. Evolution Point, 90 trillion. Special substance used to evolve the potential of the clone body. Looking at his current attribute list, Shen Long was very satisfied. This level of luxury was enough to surpass Hong Jun in the past, right? And just when Shen Long was happy, Prime Minister Turtle ran over quickly, and two small dragons, one black and one white, were wrapped around him. It seemed that Prime Minister Turtle had encountered some kind of problem. Suddenly he remembered that he had asked Prime Minister Turtle to hatch 2 dragon eggs with space and time attributes. When he saw them, Shen Long was stunned. Could these be the 2 dragon eggs from before? Hey, Dragon Ancestor, come and save the old slave. They are almost pestering the old slave to death. Prime Minister Turtle quickly ran to Shen Long and shouted with a miserable look on his face. The Dragon of Space and the Dragon of Time each have the power of 2 laws. They are very to deal with it. Even Prime Minister Turtle can't pull them off. Seeing this scene, Shen Long laughed and raised his hand. Suddenly, the Space Dragon and the Time Dragon flew in front of Shen Long. Under Shen Long's gaze, the 2 dragons began to change. In the blink of an eye, the 2 dragons, black and white, turned into a jade plate with the words space and time engraved on it, which made Shen Long feel a little confused. And at this moment, in the wild land, the demon clan had integrated its army and went straight to the witch clan to kill them. Please subscribe. The first update. The average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 98. Boys of the Demon Clan. Today is a good opportunity for our demon clan to unify the ancient world and dominate the world. Follow me and kill all the witch clan. Kill. 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 There are no 2 days in the sky. The earth is in all directions. The world is in the sky. Only I am the Eastern Emperor Dongwang Taiyu, Dongwang Taiyu, Dongwang Taiyu. With a gaze that looked down on the world, Taiyu exuded the holy energy of the Emperor. Looking at the countless monsters shouting his name in front of him, his eyes were full of blazing fire. In this battle, he will unify the ancient world and dominate the world. It's all bullshit that demon masters and witches control the earth. In front of the current Taiyu, no one can stop the rise of the demon clan. This is all the impact of becoming a saint, the kind that is invincible in the world. The power makes Taiyu addicted to it. Second brother, everything is ready. Let's go. Dijun's eyes were fierce and violent at this time, and he exuded the domineering aura of kingship. Like Taiyu, he was determined to destroy the Wu clan and conquer the world. Therefore, even though he knew that this war might not be the best time, Dijun still has no regrets. Okay, let the demon master take the lead. Fellow demon tribesmen, charge! Taiyu shouted, and in an instant, Cunning was pushed out. No matter how powerful Cunning is, no matter how famous he is, Cunning has no right to speak in front of the sainted Taiyu. If he is not still useful, I'm afraid Taiyu was the first to take action on him. Of course, a good target is needed to scare the monkeys, and Cunning was the best candidate in Taiyu's eyes. But Cunning was also smart. After knowing that Taiyu had become a saint, he did not dare to be arrogant at all. His behavior was extremely obedient, which made it difficult for Emperor Jun Taiyu to make a move for a while. Now, Taiyu had spoken. Even though Cunning was very worried about his own safety, he could only take the lead and lead countless members of the demon clan to rush away. Zhao Shan. The mighty demon clan members condensed into demon clouds, overwhelming the sky. The sun and the moon were dim, and the evil energy all over the sky was condensed into shape. All creatures in the ancient world were extremely terrifying at this moment. The Battle of the Lich. It's finally here. Once upon a time Taoist Hong Jun once said that the war between the Lich and the witches is a destiny calamity and must be fought. Now, the demon clan takes the initiative to initiate the war. And there is also the sage Taiyu sitting on the throne. How can the witch clan be able to withstand it? Just one person, the reincarnated Pinkson, who has already reincarnated into reincarnation? It's too difficult. The name of Taiyu, god of war, is not in vain. Based on his own fighting power alone, The title of the first person among the saints is not for nothing. Therefore, this battle made countless powerful people extremely optimistic about the demon clan and sided with the demon clan. After all, once the demon clan wins, all the territory of the witch clan will be taken over by the demon clan. At that time, they will not have to look at the monster clan, acting with face. Therefore, there must be nothing wrong with establishing a good relationship with the demon clan in advance. At the foot of Buzu Mountain, the Wu clan army is quite lonely and depressed at this time. Even if they are not afraid of death, they can face the endless demon clan. How can one have the will to win? In addition, Tei has become a saint and has the innate treasure chaos spell. But what does the witch clan have? But even so, it is impossible to make the witch clan abandon themselves and surrender to the monster clan, who makes the witch clan the winner. Transformed by the essence and blood of the great god Panu, with this identity alone, I am afraid that no one can make the Wu clan bow, including Hong Jun, the Taoist ancestor who has already joined the Tao. Young men of the Wu clan, the children of the demon clan actually try to challenge our Wu clan. They are so audacious. Today, we will make sure they never come back. Do you have the confidence? Witch! 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 The army of the witch clan roared to the sky one after another, and the evil spirit soaring into the sky drove the demon clouds away. It can be said that at this time, the witch clan is united, and no matter how powerful the demon clan is, they are not afraid at all. On the contrary, it is precisely because of the arrival of the demon clan, inspired their competitive spirit, and they were gearing up one by one to compete with the demon clan. At the same time, in the underworld above the Sea of Blood, the six paths of reincarnation began to shake. Countless dead souls and the others were affected by the strange movements of the six paths of reincarnation. Unable to reincarnate, he could only stay in the underworld and wait for the reincarnation of the six paths to resume. Sensing something happened in the underworld, Shen Long quickly left the Longting, handed over the black and white dragons to Prime Minister Turtle, and then rushed to the underworld. Seeing that there was something wrong with the six paths of reincarnation, Shen Long raised his hand and took out a treasure, suppressing the six paths of reincarnation. Buzz! The 36th grade creation green lotus suppressed the sky above the six paths of samsara, and the endless power of creation spread out, causing the six paths of samsara to be restored instantly, and reincarnation continued. But at this moment, a ray of light flashed, and then another. The figure appeared in front of Shen Long. I, Emperor Zhu Long, have met fellow Taoist Pingxin. Shen Long glanced at Pingxin in front of him and said, he knew about the war between the two clans of Lich and Witch, but Pingxin was a little too bold and actually tried to leave the underworld privately. How could this be possible? Shen Long could ignore the witch. The two demon clans can ignore any fight in the prehistoric times, but the underworld is under the jurisdiction of Shen Long. Once anything goes wrong, it will lead to huge karma. This is not what Shen Long wants to see. Feel his own body being suppressed by Shen Long. Pingxin hurriedly saluted and said, Pingxin has met fellow Taoist Zhu Long, and I hope that fellow Taoist will not stop me, and let me rush back to the Wu clan. Fellow Taoist, are you leaving the underworld now? Go back and help the Wu clan? Shen Long narrowed his eyes. It's not a good idea to leave at this time, right? But if Pingxin is not allowed to return to the Wu clan will definitely die. So after thinking about it for a while, Shen Long still got out of the way. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Pingxin saw that Shen Long did not stop him, so he quickly thanked him and was about to leave the underworld. But before Pingxin could leave, Shen Long stopped him again and said, fellow Taoist Pingxin, I can allow you to leave the underworld, but time there is only 1 day. After 1 day, fellow Taoist must return to the underworld and suppress the six paths of reincarnation. Otherwise, don't blame me for personally catching fellow Taoist and bringing him back. Without Pingxin in the underworld, the six paths of reincarnation will continue to vibrate, which will affect the reincarnation of the dead souls, and even Shen Long will be in trouble. The most important thing is that this is Pingxin's duty, and Shen Long cannot always be here. The underworld helped her suppress it. Also, in fact, even if Pingxin returned to the witch clan, he might not really be able to help the witch clan defeat the demon clan. Although Pinxin has the cultivation of a saint in the fifth heaven, that is only in the underworld. Once after leaving the underworld, Pinxin's realm will fall. It's good to be able to maintain the third level of the saint's heaven, or even the fourth level of the saint's heaven. Therefore, in this case, if you are paired with Tai, Pinxin will be in bad luck. At least, he won't get any benefits. But now Pinxin doesn't have time to think about so many things. Shen Long can only shake his head and ignore Pinxin. Just like that, Pinxin cuts through the space and disappears into the underworld in the blink of an eye. He rushed straight to the witch clan. At the same time, in front of Buzu Mountain, now the two Lich clan were at odds with each other, and Taiyi stood in front of the witch clan and cursed, "Ha ha ha ha, children of the Wu clan, today is your day of death. Emperor Junti, haven't we beaten you two flat-haired beasts enough? He actually came here to die again. Are you tired of living? 12 ancestral witches, stop using your words. Our demon tribe's army has been gathered. If you, the witch tribe, are willing to take the initiative to surrender, I can promise not to kill anyone from the witch tribe." Fart. Does it really make me, the witch clan, afraid of death? Emperor Juntai, if you have the ability, come down and fight with us for 3,000 rounds. Well, I can't decide whether to win or lose. I am used to talking and laughing, but killing in the flames of war. Fight, the world will count. Fight, defeat, I will not survive. The 12 ancestral witches, today I will let you know the power of the saint. As Taiyi finished speaking, there was only a dang sound, and the chaos bell rang. Countless spaces were shattered by the sound waves of the chaos spell. Half of the entire Wu clan's ancestral land was destroyed with just one blow from Taiyi. If Pangu Temple had not been protected by Pangu's power, it would have been difficult to exist. Seeing that Taiyi's strength was so strong after becoming a saint, the 12 ancestral witches looked at each other, and then shouted, "The great formation of the 12 capital gods." Ning. Just for a moment, Pangu's true body appeared, and in Pangu's hand, there was also a giant axe that opened the sky. At the same time, Pangu's true body was surrounded by 4 fierce swords, and a simple formation diagram surrounded Pangu's true body. Above his head, there is Tongshin's protective treasure, the 4 swords of the Immortal. Seeing that his treasure has become a means to fight against Taiyi, Tongshin's face is gloomy and uncertain in Jinao Island. After so long, he actually forgot to take back this spiritual weapon, treasure. It's really too careless. But now the Wu clan is going through a war, and Tongshin is unwilling to take it back. He can only wait for it to change, waiting for the war to end. And when he saw Pangu's true body appearing, Taiyi in the sky rather, he was quite disdainful. No matter how strong Pangu's true body was, could it still be compared to the saint? It was just a stubborn resistance and delay in time. Cation 3 styles. As the saying goes, strike first to gain strength, strike later to suffer disaster. Knowing that one's own strength may not necessarily be able to defeat Taiyi, Pangu's real body took the lead and struck straight at Taiyi with a terrifying axe. Then, clang with a sound, the chaos bell was directly knocked away, and Taiyi couldn't help but his face darkened. The power of the 3 Cation movements is extremely powerful, especially when used by Pangu's true form, which is brought to the extreme. Even if Taiyi is very powerful, he can't help but start to get serious at this moment. Wiping a drop of blood from the corner of his mouth, Taiyi smiled and said, "It's interesting, take a blow from me." The chaos bell was then called back by Taiyi, and the ancient big bell made a deafening sound, and then slammed into Pangu's true body. Past, Pangu's real body became unstable and took a few steps back. The 12 ancestral witches also vomited blood at this time, but they were unable to withstand the saint's full blow. Although the Cation 3 styles are very powerful, they can only be reflected in the attack aspect. In terms of defense, Pangu's true body has no defensive treasure, so if it is beaten, the 12 ancestral witches will be very uncomfortable. As for Lazy's Xuan Huang exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth, even if it is sacrificed at this time, it will not be of much use. Compared with the chaos clock, the Xuan Huang exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth is still too weak. However, at some point, it might work. I don't know what he thought of, but Di Zhang, one of the 12 ancestral witches, suddenly through the black and yellow exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth. A golden light flashed, and then, Pang's true body was covered with a layer of golden armor. Looking at the actions of the 12 ancestral witches, Taiyi smiled disdainfully, and then threw the chaos spell several times in succession, all of which hit Pang Zen. Just when Pang Yu's true body was about to collapse, the four swords around Pang Yu's true body were somehow pulled by an invisible force, and then instantly penetrated Taiyi's heart. The most vicious and evil sword energy destroyed Taiyi's body of vitality. Just like that, Taiyi is dead. Then, a figure appeared from the crack in space. When he saw the chaos clock suspended above Taiyi's head, with a flick of his finger, the chaos clock disappeared. The person who came was none other than Ping Xin, who came from the underworld. How can it be? Taiyi died like this. Didn't it say that saints are immortal? What's going on? Taiyi's death. Does it prove that the demon clan will eventually be defeated, and the war between the Lich and the Lich will end with the Witch clan's victory? Stop thinking about it. Do you really think that Dijun and others are just decorations? You must know that the demon clan still has the Zushin starred formation. You demon clan men, quickly complete the Zushin starred formation. Shortly after Taiyi died, Dijun came back to his senses instantly, and then roared. Taiyi died in a sneak attack by Ping Xin, which was Taiyi's mistake. But will Taiyi really die? Hong Jun once said that saints will not die until they die. Destroy. The heaven and the earth will not be destroyed, and the saint will not be destroyed. Therefore, Dijun guessed that Taiyi will definitely not die. But now why Taiyi cannot be resurrected, Dijun does not know. But at this time, he cannot hesitate. He can only hurry up and let countless the members of the demon tribe set up the Zushin starry formation to remain unchanged in response to all changes. As Dijun's words fell, 365 large Zushin star banners and 14,800 small Zushin star banners were displayed. Was set up, and at the same time, 365 mid-stage quasi-sage strongmen entered the formation with countless Daiyuo Jinxian peaks. Hundreds of millions of gods were branches and leaves, connected by the power of the stars in the sky. In an instant, the whole formation was formed. The formation was formed, and at this moment, Taiyi, who had been killed, began to burn with raging fire. This fire was the true fire of the sun. Even Ping Xin frowned and backed away when he saw the flames rising. One step, she cooperated with the 12 ancestral witches in a tacit understanding. In fact, the sneak attack on Taiyi at the critical moment, logically speaking, Taiyi should be dead. Could it be that the saint is really unkillable? Of course, it is not that the saint cannot be killed. Taiyi is a member of the three-legged Golden Crow clan. He is born with the ability to be reborn from the fire. He has never been killed. In the vastness, the fire of chaos is the ancestor of all fires and the main fire of life and death in all things in the universe. At the beginning of chaos judgment, the beginning of the prehistoric era, the fire of chaos gave birth to the 10 original fires of the world, evolved into the heavens, and became the most primitive fire source between heaven and earth. The 10 original fires are the true fire of the sun, the true fire of Taiyin, the true fire of Samadhi, Ziwei Dan Hao, Jiushin Xoan Hao, Nanmin Lihuo, Red Lotus fire, Nirvana fire, Hell fire, Netherworld ghost fire. The true sun fire is dark inside and bright outside, blooming with strong golden light. It is the most yang fire, and the lunar fire, the true fire, releases a faint white light, which is extremely yin and soft. It can create all things with the true fire of the sun, and can also destroy all things with the true fire of the sun, especially for the nihilistic spiritual bodies such as the soul and soul. It is an annihilating destruction. Therefore, Taiyin true fire, sun true fire, Samadhi true fire, Ziwei heavenly fire, Jiushin Xoan Hao, Nanmin Li fire, Red Lotus karma fire, Nirvana fire, Hell fire, and Netherworld ghost fire merged into the 10 main fires between heaven and earth. The power shocks all fires in the world. Although there is only the complete true sun fire in Taiyi, there is no true lunar fire, but even so, it is still possible to be reborn from the fire. The broken place in the heart slowly heals, and the chaos clock also emerges from countless spaces. He was teleported back from outside and suspended above Taiyi's head. He stood up slowly and glanced at Pinxin not far away. Taiyi sneered. Pinxin uses friendly methods. I didn't expect that after becoming a saint. He actually learned the skills of sneak attacks. This emperor really admires you. Taiyi's words were full of ridicule. At the same time, the true fire of the sun was burning faster and faster, and his recovery from injuries was gradually improving. Feeling that his vitality was no longer lost, Taiyi said again, fellow Taoist, Pinxin is not in the underworld. To suppress the 6 paths of reincarnation, you have to get involved in the Lich War. It seems that there must be a fight between me and my fellow Taoists. Don't blame me for bullying you, a female. You go ahead and take action. Arrogant. Facing Taiyi, who underestimated him, Pinxin became angry. He raised his hand and struck with all his strength. The mountains and rivers were shattered with all his strength, and countless plains turned into small islands. Likewise, Taiyi had no intention of showing mercy, and the chaos spell kept throwing out, while resisting Pinxin's attack. While counterattacking Pinxin, the two saints attacked with all their strength, and the prehistoric land was naturally unable to withstand their attacks. Even though the prehistoric land had evolved 3 times, it was still easily broken, and thousands of creatures died in this fight. Seeing the faint signs of fragmentation in the ancient world, Lazy Yuanchai took action respectively. I threw out the Taikai diagram, which withstood the 4 directions of the world, and Yuanchai threw out the 3 treasures and Jadruai, which stabilized the water and fire. The 4 elements of wind. Tongshan threw the Kingping sword, breaking the power of countless saints that had not dissipated. At the same time, Nuwa in the chaos also took action. Nuwa threw the red hydrangea and condensed it into a barrier. Taiyi and Pinxin were trapped inside, so that the two would no longer destroy the ancient land. When Taiyi and Pinxin fought, the 2 Lich clans collided fiercely like 2 torrents. In just a few breaths, corpses littered the fields, and blood flowed into rivers. The 12 heavenly gods and evil formations fought against the Zushin's Ingdu formation. Every time they clashed, the ancient mountains and rivers would be destroyed. This was something that other saints could not stop. Unless they stood up, they would not let the 2 clans continue to fight. Otherwise, it is inevitable to destroy the ancient mountains and rivers. And during the Lich War, a figure appeared in Buzu Mountain at some time and went straight to attack the demon clan. Please subscribe. The second update. The average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 99. It's actually Zunti? Soon, the true face of that figure was revealed. When they saw that it was Zunti, all the great masters present were extremely surprised. Why did Zunti go to heaven? Could it be that he came to help the Wu clan? But the West and the Wu clan, there has never been any relationship between them. So why did Zunti come to this muddy water? I don't understand. All the saints don't understand Zunti's behavior. Even Shen Long looked confused when he saw Zunti sneaking into the heaven. But no matter what, just wait and see what happens. It has nothing to do with their dragon clan anyway. As for why Zunti sneaked into the heaven, the main reason is really related to Shen Long. In tens of thousands of years, it will be the second auction of the prehistoric era. The conference is here. The West has already consumed all the innate spiritual stones last time. This time, if you don't do something, how can you participate in the next auction conference? And if you want to ask where you can get a huge amount of innate spiritual stones, you are naturally not a demon. The heavenly court of the clan is none other than this. The entire heavenly court is built with innate spiritual stones. As long as a few palaces are demolished, the West will be able to gain a lot. Therefore, Zunti will suddenly leave from the West and go straight to the heavenly court. After entering the south at the Danman, Zunti showed his figure, smiled coldly, and raised his hand. Suddenly, the Nanshan gate was shattered, and countless innate spiritual stones rolled down. Zunti used all his magical powers to put them away. In such a short time, in just a few seconds, he collected trillions of innate spiritual stones. Sure enough, robbery was still the best way to obtain innate spiritual stones. However, just when Zunti was planning to go deeper and demolish a few more palaces around Zunti, but it suddenly changed. After a lifetime of millions and vicissitudes, it was just a moment. Zunti seemed to have passed hundreds of millions of years, and also seemed to have passed countless catastrophes. The original surrounding palaces turned into big rivers or rivers, oceans, sky, and birds, beasts, fish and insects. Everything around them is evolving the changes in the ancient world. Soon, Zunti also suddenly realized, he never expected that before leaving, Emperor Jun actually arranged a large chain formation. This unyielding the array is really extraordinary. Even Zunti was deceived. If Zunti had not become a saint, I am afraid that he would have been trapped in it for countless years. But after all, he had become a saint, and it only took a moment for Zunti to see through it. The flaw in the formation break. Zunti shouted low, and the unyielding formation was broken in an instant. Zunti continued to destroy the palace and collect the innate spiritual stones. As for what to do if Emperor Juntai finds out later, this Zunti is really not afraid. After all, the demon clan only has one saint, but they have two saints in the west. If they really fight, can they win? Buzz. A terrifying power of time began to spread. When Zunti collected the innate spirit stone, he did not know that the time around him was accelerating. At the same time, the secret of heaven was also being obscured. As for who did this, it is naturally related to Shen Long is related. When he discovered that Zunti actually intended to raid the lair of the demon clan, Shen Long sent King Bei out. After King Bei came to the heaven, he did not choose to stop Zunti, but used the magical power of time to slow down Zunti. Because of T's time flow rate, before Zunti could collect all the innate spiritual stones, he was attacked by the demon army. Zunti, you deserve to die. Tai's roar resounded throughout the heaven, and then, the demon clan that was fighting with the witch clan all withdrew. Just now Tai also fought with Epingson for a long time, and there was nothing anyone could do. There was no other way but to. There was a stalemate. And the Zushin Zhengdu formation was equally matched with the 12 heavenly gods formation. Similarly, there was no result in the battle. Originally, this battle was supposed to be a protracted battle to see who could outlast the other, but just because of accuracy the appearance of T caused the Aozo to leave early and rush back to heaven. After all, their old nest had been stolen. How could they still have the mind to go out and continue the war? As for the Aozu, Zunti didn't know that the Aozu had returned. He was happily demolishing the palace and collecting the innate spiritual stones. He couldn't be more happy. No, my second brother is in danger. Ji Yin, who was far away in the west, heard Taiyi's angry shout and reacted immediately. Then he cut through the space and rushed to the heaven to save Zunti. But before Ji Yin could reach the heaven, in the space, was stopped by Yuan Shi. Fellow Taoist guide, where are you planning to go? Yuan Shi looked at Ji Yin with a meaningful expression. He was still holding the innate treasure Pangyu banner in his hand, as if he was blocking Ji Yin. It was clear that Yuan Shi hated him, but Ji Yin still said politely, it turns out to be fellow Taoist Yuan Shi. Pine Dao came here just to find his second brother, and then left Dongfang. I hope fellow Taoists will not stop him. Oh, you said you won't stop me if you don't want me to stop you? In the past, the cause and effect of your robbing me of my Sand King's top-grade innate spiritual treasure has not yet been settled with you. Now that you have delivered it to me yourself, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yuan Shi waved the Pangyu flag, and in an instant, several chaotic sword energy shot straight towards it. When he was in Buzu Mountain before, Sanqing finally found a 12th grade reincarnation golden lotus, but he never expected that it would be picked up. Yin Zunti was snatched away, which Yuan Shi has always cared about. For so many years, Yuan Shi has been waiting to cause trouble in the West. Now that Yin Zunti comes to his door, is there any reason for Yuan Shi not to accept it? Now Ji Yin still wants to save Zunti. I'm afraid I just have to think about it. Today, Zunti really cannot escape. As for him, He definitely doesn't want to leave Dongfang so easily. Chaos Sword energy shot out from the Pangyu banner, and then Yin couldn't get away at all. Even if he wanted to leave, it was extremely difficult, let alone rescue Zunti. In desperation, Yin could only sacrifice his spiritual treasure, launch a counterattack, and secretly pray that Zunti was safe and sound. 33rd level beyond the sky, in heaven. At this time, Zunti has been surrounded by a large army of demons led by Emperor Junti. Moreover, heaven has also activated the Zushan Star formation. It can be said that Zunti cannot escape this time. It's true. Zunti was really seeking death. He had to steal the demon clan's lair at this time, and now he was caught. Is it possible to escape? And Zunti didn't expect that he would be paid attention to by so many people. His plan failed, and now it has this result. A touch of kindness appeared on his face, and Zunti said, "Fellow Taoist Emperor Jun, Taoist Tai, I don't know what you mean by this." Zunti doesn't plan to fight with them. Now he just hopes to find a loophole so that he can leave the heaven quickly. But the original battle between the Lich and the Lich was disrupted by Zunti. Now that all the monster army has returned, Zunti wants to leave. Now, Zunti wants to leave. Isn't it just a dream? Haha. Zunti, you said you really wanted to die. You knew that our demon clan was attacking the Witch clan, but you sneaked into the heaven of our demon clan at this juncture. Today, I will definitely make you pay the price with blood, otherwise, my name will be written backwards. After saying that, Taiyu threw the chaos spell, which directly froze all the surrounding space to prevent Zunti from escaping. Then, Taiyu threw another spiritual treasure and threw it straight at Zunti. It was a sword named Dong. The imperial sword has a talisman on it, divided into 4 characters: earth, water, fire, and wind. The power of this sword is that its wind can release thousands of spears, and its fire can cast golden snakes, blazing flames, and black smoke. It is extremely powerful and dangerous. Unstoppable. Now Zunti is the turtle in the urn. Naturally, he can only let himself be beaten. One by one, the spiritual treasures were thrown out. No matter how much magic power Zunti has, there will be times when he is exhausted. In addition, Jutankxingdu is so powerful, the formation can consume Zunti's energy, and I don't know how long it took. Finally, Zunti fell at Taiyu's feet. The dignified saint was actually captured alive by the demon clan. This incident made the entire demon clan very excited. At the same time, the news of the battle also introduced to the wild land by members of the demon clan. Damn it, Yuanshai, if I don't take revenge for this, I will never be a human being. Ji Yin was blocked by Yuanshi and could not break through the obstacle for a long time. In the end, Zunti was captured alive by the demon clan. With no other choice, Ji Yin could only go back home to figure out how to rescue Zunti. In Kunlun Mountain, Lazy and Tongshan, who had originally left, gathered together again. When they met again, Yuanshai Tongshan and the two were much better. At least, they had never had any quarrels regarding their disciples. Of course, the two of them are also smart people, so they naturally know which pot will not be opened and which pot will be picked up. After looking at Yuanshai Tongshan, I said, "Second brother and third brother, I wonder what you think about Zunti?" Zunti was caught by the demon clan, and he will definitely try to save people after that. Their Sanqing itself is different from the West. They have a grudge, so when it comes to this matter, they will definitely side with the demon clan. Even Yuanshi actually started to take the initiative to help the demon clan, which surprised me. Tongshan, could it be that the monster clan came to Yuanshai before? Otherwise, why would Yuanshai change his normal behavior and go to help the monster clan? With a cold snort, Yuanshi replied, "This fact is due to Zunti's own fault. If Zunti does not affect the war between the Lich and the Lich, the two Lich clans have already decided the winner, but he has to intervene, affecting the general trend of the way of heaven. It is right to be arrested now." Yuanshi had already stated his position when he blocked the reception before, so when he heard Lao Tzu's questions, he would naturally slander the West. Similarly, this time, Tongshan surprisingly did not argue with Yuanshi, but agreed, "Yes, Zunti really deserves it." I looked at Tongshan in surprise, and the other party continued, "Last time, I led Zunti to rob my brothers and 3 of my brothers of the 12th grade reincarnation Golden Lotus. Such a big revenge must be avenged. I suggest that we help the demon clan. With one blow, Zunti will be completely suppressed. No matter who is suppressed in Jiyin Zunti, it will be good for the East. So Tongshan would propose this. As for lazy Yuanshai, after they looked at each other, they also had the idea of suppressing Zunti. Jiyin Zunti, the so-called shameless duo, have always liked to come to the East to fight against the autumn wind. Now that they have been caught, they should be killed directly. Otherwise, if they continue to be so obscene, they will be bitten by the insecurity at some point, so it is better to suppress them. That's it. Nodding, I said again, this matter is feasible, but we still need to ask the opinions of several other saints, and then we can make a decision. I wonder what you 2 wise brothers think? Great kindness, Yuanshai Tongshan all agreed, and they were eager to suppress Zunti. As for why they asked the other saints, that was my cleverness. If everyone else agreed, then even if Zunti was suppressed, it would be everyone's fault. When the time comes, whether they want to take revenge or make the matter bigger and bring it to Hongjun, they will not be allowed to take the blame. In this way, Guangcheng Sai of Xuandu and the 3 Xuanmen disciples of Duo Bao the disciple personally delivered the letter, and all the saints also received the proposal to suppress Zunti. In heaven, many palaces at this time have been destroyed and are being actively repaired. Fortunately, Zunti did not destroy the Lingxiao Palace, otherwise, the huge heaven would really become a big joke. At the Lingxiao Palace, Xuandu had already informed Emperor Juntai of Lazy's message. After the 2 of them heard this, they asked people to send Xuandu away, and then they began to discuss the outcome. Brother, I think what Sanqing said is not unreasonable. Zunti is too shameless. He dares to touch my heaven this time. He should be suppressed and sealed. Even if he cannot be killed, the power of the All Saints can at least suppress him a few times. Individual gatherings are still not a problem. Taiyi himself has the same idea as the 3 of me. Although Zunti cannot be killed, Zunti, who is disgusting and disgusting, is also very good. When can they in the East let the West do whatever they want? It's time for them to taste the pain. I heard what Taiyi said made Dijun couldn't help but shake his head and replied, Second brother, although you have become a saint, things are definitely not as simple as you think. You don't know how strong you are. We have spent so much money. He barely suppressed him with his own strength. Now after listening to what Sanqing said, he has completely suppressed Zunti and several Yuanhui. Once Zunti escapes one day, won't he be the first to seek revenge from our demon clan? What to do? Brother, do you mean to let Zunti go just like that? Taiyi is not afraid of Yin Zunti's revenge. They have already made enemies anyway. Whether or not they take revenge is not always a matter of time. His current realm has not reached a very advanced level. If you give him some time, he will really break through to the 3rd level of a saint. God, wouldn't it be easy to deal with Zunti? Even if it's Ji Yin, as long as he breaks through the 3rd level of the saint, Taiyi will have no fear. Knowing Taiyi's character, it is precisely because of this that Emperor Jun has to think more. Otherwise, if he is beaten by other saints, doesn't it make them look stupid to become spearmen? Dijun still doesn't understand what the purpose of the Sanqing is, but there is one thing. If they want to avoid being retaliated, the best way is to submit the gunmen to the police. The time will be decided by Sanqing. Can't they just put their relationship aside? Thinking of this, Dijun's eyes lit up and he suddenly had an idea. Second brother, you see, I have been carrying out punishments on behalf of heaven for so long and I have never held a banquet. How about we hold a heavenly conference? Dijun suggested. Taiyi was stunned for a moment, then asked, Heavenly conference? What is the use? It has 3 uses. First, it declares the power of our heavenly court to carry out punishments on behalf of heaven, so that all sentient beings in the wild will be in awe of heaven. Second, summon the great demons from the lower world to defect to heaven and replenish the heaven with fresh blood. Thirdly, the judgment will certify the saints, establish the name of heaven, and promote the prestige of the 2 of us as demon kings. Dijun quickly thought of 3 benefits. It can be said that as long as the heavenly court conference can be successfully held, There will be only benefits and no harm to Heavenly Court and even the entire demon clan. Besides, after they caught Zunti, they also had to find a way to deal with it. It's better to let them. The whole prehistoric period knew that no matter how powerful the saint was, he was still nothing compared to the demon clan. After pondering for a moment, Taiyi nodded. This is feasible. Then Cunning will send the invitation in person. Invite all of the saints. The top 10 demon commanders will invite the great powers, and everyone else will arrange the Heavenly Court. Let's hold a Heavenly Court meeting to judge the saints. Good. Okay, deal. Soon, the first Heavenly Conference in Hongwang was completely decided. Then, Emperor Juntai told Hongwang, I am the Demon Emperor Jun of Heaven and the Emperor Taiyi of the East. Today, I have successfully captured the thief Saint Zunti who stole the treasures of heaven. For thousands of years later, I would like to hold a Heavenly Court meeting to witness the judgment of Zunti with all sentient beings in the wild. Anyone who is destined can come to heaven to participate in the Heavenly Court meeting. There will be no waiting when it is late. I hope all living beings will remember it. What? Saint Zunti was arrested by heaven. What happened? It's impossible. That's Zunti Saint. Could it be some misunderstanding? Didn't it say that saints are immortal? How could they still be caught? Humphrey, it's not like he can't be caught if he's immortal. Western Zunti is extremely shameless. When the autumn wind comes to the east, Emperor Jun Taiyi should punish him. Hush, how can a saint allow us to make random comments? It is better to wait until 1,000 years later to participate in the Heavenly Court conference to know the result of Zunti. As Emperor Jun Taiyi's voice spread throughout the ancient world, in an instant, the creatures in the ancient world began to talk about it. Almost all the people in the ancient world began to talk about it. Fang Shengling was very happy that Zunti was caught, which shows how unpopular Zunti was in the East. Similarly, there are some people who hold the attitude of not caring about the matter. They are all looking forward to watching the fun. Even if they don't have time, they will go to the Heavenly Court conference held in Heavenly Court 1,000 years later to join in the fun. As for the prehistoric saints and some famous powerful people, they were invited by invitations sent by the demon clan. When the saint comes, even Cunning personally sends the invitation, which is considered full of sincerity. After receiving the invitation, Sanqing had no idea. After all, things were pretty much what they thought, but it was the Dragon clan. After learning that Zunti was actually caught by Taiyi, Zilong was shocked. Zilong quickly brought the invitation to Shen Long, and Zilong planned to listen to Shen Long's opinion. If Shen Long wants the Dragon clan to participate, he will definitely go. If he is not allowed to participate, it doesn't matter whether they go or not. Anyway, their Dragon clan has nothing to do with Heavenly Court, so there is no need to give them face. However, when he learned that the Heavenly Court was going to hold a Heavenly Court conference, Shen Long's attitude changed from his normal attitude. Please subscribe. The third update, the average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 100, Suppressing Zunti and Sealing the Saints. You must know that this is a concept that has never been seen since the beginning of the ancient world. Even Taoist Hong Jun in the past never thought of being able to seal Ru when he was experiencing the battle between Tao and demons. At that time, Luo Hu was only as good as a saint. Now Emperor Juntai actually wants to seal the saint. Is this possible? In other words, can it really be done? In addition, Jiyin and Zunti are as close as brothers. If Zunti is sealed, Jiyin will not go crazy. Once Jiyin is really desperate and wants to rescue Zunti, who in heaven can resist? Is Taiyi, the second-level saint, only capable of relying on his cultivation alone? It's not realistic at all. At least, in terms of strength, Shen Long still recognized Jiyin. Looking at all the saints in the prehistoric times, one by one, if one does not rely on the power of the spiritual treasure, except for lazy, no one can suppress Jiyin, especially the Buddhist magical power created by Jiyin, which is extremely terrifying. Maybe it doesn't show up normally, but once a fight actually starts, everyone will be surprised by the strength of the lead. It is precisely because of the clear Shen Long was somewhat surprised by how strong Ji Yin was, and Di Juntai was a little too crazy, holding a heavenly conference just to spread the word about suppressing saints. After thinking for a moment, Shen Long figured out what was going on. As the prehistoric world continues to expand, there are more and more creatures, and some great monsters have gradually grown up. Although Heavenly Court is huge in power, there are still countless demon clan members who have not chosen to join Heavenly Court. This also made Di Juntai very afraid, and at the same time he wanted to gather this part of the forces. In this case, not only would the demon clan's strength be greatly increased, but also more ancient territory and resources would be harvested. For the demon clan, it would definitely kill two birds with one stone. Isn't this what Dong Wanggong's immortal court did once upon a time? Later, Dong Wanggong took in countless people and ruled for a period of time. During that time, not even the Licheng monster clans were willing to offend the immortal court. In addition to the dragon clan, the Eastern Prince at the time was really able to cover the sky with one hand. Although Duke Dongwang has been killed by Shen Long, he had a glorious past after all, so he must mention it. Brother, I wonder if we need to attend the heavenly conference held in heaven? Zilong turned his eyes to Shen Long and asked. Although Zilong basically decides everything about the dragon clan, when it comes to such a big thing, he has to rely on Shen Long. After thinking for a long time, Shen Long asked, what do you think of this matter? Do you want to participate? Me. Zilong groaned, then nodded. Suppressing Zundi and sealing the saint was an unprecedented event. It could even rival Hong Jun in preaching. Naturally, Zilong also wanted to see it. The most important thing is that Zilong has not yet become a saint. He is still quite unfamiliar with saints and hopes to know more about them. After hearing what Zhulong said, Shen Long changed his backhand, and a purple energy appeared in Shen Long's hand. This is Hongmen purple chi. As long as it is fused, it will become a saint of heaven. Although Shen Long does not want Zilong to become a saint of heaven, looking at Zilong's appearance, Shen Long still can't bear to have such a longing for the saint. Brother, this is… Zilong was stunned for a moment, then quickly recovered, his eyes full of disbelief. At the same time, a flash of joy flashed through Zilong's eyes. Vaguely, Zilong had already guessed something. Yes, this is the foundation of sainthood. The Hongmen purple chi. After so long, I believe you have made a choice. I have told you the way to realize Hunyuan. In addition, I will also give you this Hongmen purple chi. After that, I will give you the Hongmen purple chi. It's up to you how you choose your path. That's what Shen Long said. He can't always dominate Zilong's life. Therefore, it's time for Zilong to make a choice. Anyway, no matter which choice it is, Shen Long will support it. Becoming a saint of heaven is not necessarily an easy task. Bad things. After all, if the law of heaven lasts forever, then the saints will live forever. For a short period of time, there will be no problems in the prehistoric times, so it is good to become a saint of the law of heaven. As for what will happen to the law of heaven in the future, Shen Long can do it. Separating Zilong's soul from the way of heaven can also save Zilong's life. Of course, having said that, how to do it is still very complicated. At least for the time being, Shen Long does not have such strength. Taking the Hongmen purple chi from Shen Long's hand, Zilong responded. He knew that Shen Long was doing it for his own good, so it was hard to say anything, because he himself didn't know how to choose now, let alone a perfect reply. Shen Long. After giving Zilong a ray of Hongmen purple chi, Shen Long transformed another spiritual treasure and continued. Now that you have decided to participate in the Heavenly Court Conference, you can take this spiritual treasure with you. I believe it will help. With that said, Shen Long handed a small and exquisite pitch-black coffin to Zilong. This object is the heaven-suppressing coffin of a rare treasure of heaven. It is transformed by the soul and blood of the Chaos Demon God. It is a supreme weapon that can seal the saints of heaven. Treasure. After Shen Long obtained this treasure before, he had never used it. Now it seems that it may have come in handy. Once inside the heaven-suppressing coffin, all the divine powers of the saint of heaven were useless, and he only needed 7740. After 9 days, the Saint of Tandao will be sealed forever. Although the heaven-suppressing pavilion cannot kill the Saint, it can permanently seal the Saint, unless Tandao takes the initiative to open the heaven-suppressing pavilion. Otherwise, as long as the Saint is imprisoned in it, there will be countless. Don't even think about escaping. Anyway, Zilong likes to join in the fun, so just let him go. Shen Long expressed his support. After learning the purpose of Zenshin Pavilion, Zilong was very happy. He never expected that this treasure would be so powerful. But soon a new question appeared in Zilong's mind. That is, in addition to sealing saints, can the Tanzan Pavilion seal the Hunyu and Jingxian? Of course, it is obviously not possible, because there is a magic weapon in the Zenshin Pavilion, a wisp of coercion that belongs exclusively to the way of heaven, just like bloodline suppression, can suppress the enemy. Because of this, the saint will be sealed in it and will never be able to escape. The Hunyu and Jingxian will not be suppressed by the bloodline, so it is not difficult to escape naturally. It may not be possible to escape in a short time, but over time, as time goes by, the chance of escape is still very high. Let Zilong get familiar with how to use the Tanzan Pavilion. Shen Long asked Zilong to leave, and then invited Prime Minister Turtle. Last time the Dragon of Space and the Dragon of Time suddenly turned into a spiritual treasure. Shen Long hadn't studied it thoroughly yet, but he could continue to study it now. It took less than a day for Shen Long to learn the secret of this spiritual treasure. Function, travel through space, and enter thousands of small worlds. Each small world has a ray of the origin of heaven. If the origin of heaven in the small world can be absorbed, it will be of great help to Shen Long. After learning about this, Shen Long was surprised, and then he separated a clone and went straight into thousands of small worlds. This clone was only 1/1000th of Shen Long's strength, but even so, it was enough. After all, Hunyu and Qilin, if the person's clone is instilled with too much power, it will easily cause the small world to collapse, which is not worth the gain. Ignoring the clone for the time being, Shen Long recruited the Kongzhuangsu and Turtle and the band-armed monkey. The human race is developing rapidly now, and it is time to find ways to get more benefits from the human race. At least the power of merit is still needed. For this reason, Shen Long specially gave the three of them some spiritual treasures, just to collect the power of merit later. At the same time, Pangwu Temple. Originally, the Witch Clan and the Monster Clan were already in a heated stage, but before the winner could be determined, the Monster Clan ran away, which made the 12 ancestral witches very confused. But don't chase after the poor. It is not easy to continue to hunt down the Demon Clan, and can only watch the Demon Clan leave. At this moment, Emperor Juntai suddenly came out with news that he had suppressed Zunti and would hold a heavenly court meeting to judge Zunti, which made Ten, the second ancestral witch, couldn't help but begin to wonder if this was a conspiracy created by Emperor Juntai. Brother, I think Dai Juntai is just deceiving us. How could they suppress Zunti? This matter is not credible. Not necessarily. Saints attach great importance to reputation. If this matter is false, why can't it be mentioned to refute the rumor? Yes, according to Zunti's character, if he knew that someone was slandering him like this, he would have stood up long ago. But if this is true, why is Ji Yin indifferent? Doesn't he care about Zunti's life or death? Saints are immortal. Little sister Xuanming, you are overthinking. Zunti cannot be killed. Yes, and it's not like I didn't take action before, but Yuan Shi stopped me. Yes, I've heard a little bit about this too. Soon, the 12 ancestral witches discussed whether Zunti was suppressed and came to a conclusion. That is, the matter is indeed true, and Zunti was really suppressed by Emperor Juntai. It's funny enough to think about it. He is a saint, but was suppressed by the Demon Clan. If he told the story, he would probably laugh at Zunti to death. Of course, it was also his fault that Zunti was too obsessed with death. The main reason why the Demon Clan was able to suppress Zunti was because they had the right time, place, and people. If it were not in the heaven of the Demon Clan, in any place, trying to suppress Zunti would be no less than a dream. But Zunti is so unlucky. The power of the Zushan star formation formed by hundreds of millions of Demon Clan members is too great. It's too terrifying. And there are hundreds of millions of stars to supplement their mana. No matter how strong Zunti is, it is absolutely impossible to escape. It's a pity, it's a pity. Zunti was suppressed by Emperor Juntai, and this time he has to let the monster the clan has come out in the limelight. The 12 ancestral witches sighed when they thought about this, but they had no way to stop it. They could only talk about it. By the way, brother, the demon clan sent someone to send a letter of cessation of war. Emperor Juntai said that he will not attack our witch clan again for 10,000 years, so I hope that our witch clan can also abide by the agreement and not attack the demon clan on our own initiative. Suddenly remembering something, Shengtian handed the letter from the demon clan to Dezhong. After looking at the content of the letter, Dezhong snorted. This Dejuntai's thoughts are really beautiful. Are they really not afraid of messing up? To this heavenly conference? I know that Dejuntai wants to gain fame and recruit members of the demon clan, but is this method really feasible? At least, Dezhong is not very optimistic about this. Why bother talking to them? Brother, why don't we gather the army of the witch clan and kill them in the sky while the demon clan is having a grand banquet, so that Emperor Juntai knows how powerful we are? Yes, brother, I agree with what the fourth brother said. The two races of lich and demons are incompatible with each other. Why should we listen to Emperor Juntai and stop the war when they ask us to? Gong Gong Zerong stood up one after another and shouted loudly, with murderous intent in his tone. The two brothers hadn't killed enough in the last battle, so they should gather their troops for another battle this time. The demon-killing tribe was caught off guard, and their armor was incompetent. Stay. But ending the war with war is not necessarily the best way. The last war has destroyed countless ancient lands, and the endless karma has gradually begun to spread to the fate of the Wu clan. If we don't pay attention, I'm afraid the Wu clan will really destroyed in their hands. Although the Wu clan is brave and unafraid of death, they cannot die in vain, especially if they die in the hands of people from the demon clan calculated by heaven. Therefore, Dezhong chose to ignore Gong Gong Zerong's words. This matter will be discussed later. Now we still have to do the current things first. Have you prepared the things I asked you to prepare before? Suddenly, Dezhong asked. Hearing that Dezhong mentioned this matter, the other 11 ancestral witches all looked proud, and condensed a drop of blood essence for Dezhong to see. Nodding with satisfaction, Dezhong said again, very good. Let's see if this opportunity can come true. Remember brothers, don't be careless. After saying that, Dezhong took the lead to enter the depths of Pangwu Temple. Then the 11 ancestral witches followed closely, and it seemed that they were performing some kind of ritual. Let's talk about the West, Mount Sumeru. I can't wait any longer. Fellow Taoist Wu Shen, I must find a way to rescue my second brother, otherwise, he may really be suppressed by those saints from the East. Ji Yun looked at Wu Tian anxiously, and said in a tone full of excitement, you know, Ji Yun's character has always been calm, but this time, Ji Yun panicked. No matter how strong his talent is, no matter how high his level is, no matter how high it is, compared with so many saints in the East, it still seems to be stretched thin, especially this time they are extremely passive. If they don't do it right, Zunti may be permanently sealed. In that case, everything will be too late. If Zunti is really since then, he has left him. It can be said that he has to go crazy. The two brothers have been together since the beginning of the world and have never been separated. Now that the brother is in trouble, how can he, the older brother, see it like this? Are you here? Compared to the panic in the reception, Wu Shen looked calm and even made some sarcastic remarks. If Zunti is sealed, just seal it. It just so happens that you are the only leader in the Western religion, and you can still enjoy the fortune of a great religion. Isn't that good? Wu Shenjiji smiled and said in a solemn tone. He shook his head and replied, fellow Taoist Wu Shen is joking. My second brother and I are brothers and sisters. How could I watch him being sealed? The reason why my second brother met this time being suppressed, I have some relationship with fellow Taoists, and I hope that fellow Taoists can help me and my two brothers get through this difficult time. Zunti went to raid the demon tribe's lair. This is something that Wu Shen agrees with. Now that Wu Shen is still saying such sarcastic words, Wei Man is going too far. In addition, if Zunti is really sealed, there is only one thing he can do to Wu Shen. There are no advantages to the disadvantages. After all, Wu Shen only has two helpers, one is the guide and the other is Zunti. Without Zunti, Wu Shen is equivalent to breaking his arm, unless Wu Shen really doesn't care. Otherwise, Zunti still has to save the last one. Saved. With a meaningful look at Qilin, Wu Shen laughed again, and then replied, "Don't worry, Zunti will not be sealed. I have already planned this matter." How do you want to do it? Qilin asked curiously. Naturally, we need help, otherwise, how could we defeat so many saints in the east just by relying on you and me? Wu Shen murmured to himself. No one knew who his helper was, where he was, or what his strength was. At this time, Qilin probably had no choice but to trust Wu Shen. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed. During these 1,000 years, countless old and powerful experts rushed to the heaven beyond the 33rd heaven to attend the heaven conference. There were many famous figures among them, such as Styx, King Qiu Patriarch, and Queen Mother of the West, Master Black and White, Master Lazy, etc. They were all very curious about the trial of the saints, so they planned to join in the fun. As for why Zhen Yuanzi of Wuzhuangguan did not come, it was naturally because of the Hong Yun incident. Although Hong Yun's remnant soul he was saved by Zhen Yuanzi, but there was still no way to resurrect him. Zhen Yuanzi has always been worried about this, thinking that he failed to protect Hong Yun. Therefore, how could Zhen Yuanzi go to the demon clan's heavenly conference? If you see cunning, you have to take action. Once it affects the heavenly court conference, Zhen Yuanzi will also be in great trouble. Whoever makes Taiyi a saint, Zhen Yuanzi still has to give him the saint's face. As for cunning and the fox, no one dares to pretend to be a tiger in heaven. Move him. At the same time, with the participation of the old powerful people from the prehistoric era, countless creatures from the prehistoric era also rushed to the heaven. After all, they still have to take a look at this huge scene. In this way, as people join in one after another, in just half a day, the heavenly court was overcrowded, and the entire Lingxiao palace was almost full of people. Of course, there are 7 seats at the front that are still empty, which are equal to the throne of Emperor Juntai. People with a discerning eye only need at a glance. You can tell that it was specially prepared by Emperor Juntai for the 7 great saints of the prehistoric times. Of course, whether some of them will come is their business, but in terms of etiquette, the demon clan must be in place, otherwise they will be blamed. It really shouldn't be what the demon clan did. After counting the time, I saw that many powerful people had already arrived, but the saint had not yet arrived. This made the Juntai look a little ugly. However, just when the Juntai was about to stand up and announce when the conference began, there were auspicious clouds outside, purple energy came from the east, and endless auras of heaven and earth turned into golden lotuses and kept falling. Seeing this, Emperor Juntai looked overjoyed. "Saint, here we come. Please subscribe." The 4th update. The average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.